to be signed at Sharm El-Sheikh in Egypt, and India is going to be represented by our Minister of State and the Minister of External Affairs, Kirti Vardhan Singh. And we are all looking forward to those pictures, that moment when the hostages are delivered along the Gaza Strip to Red Cross, and ultimately they travel to Tel Aviv and to their respective families, and that reunion happens.
Absolutely. We all are, in fact, the entire world is looking forward to those moments as and when they happen, and we'll be getting you all the live updates from there. Thank you so much, El-Sheikh, for joining us. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump is embarking on a high-stakes diplomatic visit to Israel and Egypt, aiming to solidify historic peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Here is what he said.
We're going to make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time. I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because, as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel, and we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
All right, viewers, now let's shift focus and talk about Pakistan. Well, from a key proxy in the Afghan jihad and a trusted US ally in the war on terror to diplomatic isolation across the Muslim world, Pakistan's journey is a complex story of shifting alliances, double games and political instability. And this video explores how Pakistan, once seen as an Islamic force and also a nuclear power within the Muslim world, has lost credibility after events like the Osama bin Laden raid and also the geopolitical dynamics that are changing. So discover why economic pragmatism replaced ideological brotherhood and what lies ahead for Pakistan's uncertain future in the world.
Once a proxy in the Afghan jihad and the American war on terror, today Pakistan finds itself isolated across much of the Muslim world. How did a country once hailed as the fortress of Islam, the only nuclear power in the Muslim bloc, lose so much diplomatic ground? To understand Pakistan's isolation, we go back 2 decades. After 9/11, Pakistan became Washington's frontline ally. President Pervez Musharraf promised, "We are with you in this war against terror."
That in search of all the Al-Qaeda operatives who are non-Afghan, non-Pakistani, pretty easy to identify. We have entered, as far on the Pakistani side, an area known as the FATA, the federally administered tribal areas where the government never entered for over a century. This is the first time that the Pakistan Army and our civil armed forces have entered this region, and we are in the process of opening out this region. Now, if at all any Al-Qaeda operative is hiding in this region, we are after them. Now, whether Osama bin Laden is here or across the border, your guess, sir, will be as good as mine. So I wouldn't like to venture into a guess. But the possibility of his maybe shifting sides on the border is very much there. But as I said, we are fully inside the areas which are treacherous areas. We have an ingress there, and there is no doubt in my mind that the military, with every passage of time, will be able to locate any Al-Qaeda members hiding in this area.
But this alliance carried contradictions. While publicly fighting Al-Qaeda, Pakistan's intelligence services were accused of tolerating militant networks. That double game built resentment in Western capitals and unease in the Muslim world. You can't keep snakes in your backyard and expect them only to bite your neighbors. You know, eventually those snakes are going to turn on whoever has them in the backyard. Then came May 2, 2011. US Navy SEALs raided Abbottabad and killed Osama bin Laden.
After years of painstaking work by our intelligence community, I was briefed on a possible lead to bin Laden. It was far from certain, and it took many months to run this thread to ground. I met repeatedly with my national security team as we developed more information about the possibility that we had located bin Laden hiding within a compound deep inside Pakistan. And finally, last week, I determined that we had enough intelligence to take action and authorized an operation to get Osama bin Laden and bring him to justice.
For the Muslim world, the question was stark. Was Pakistan clueless or complicit? Either answer damaged credibility. Within months, trust evaporated. Western allies cut aid. Arab states grew cautious. The image of a nuclear-armed, unstable Pakistan began to overshadow the narrative of an Islamic champion. Meanwhile, the Gulf world was changing. Saudi Arabia and the UAE were shifting from ideological politics to pragmatic power economics. They looked east to Asia for trade, not to Islamabad for leadership.
أنا أعتقد أن أوروبا الجديدة هي الشرق الأوسط. المملكة العربية السعودية في ال5 سنوات القادمة سوف تكون مختلفة تماما. البحرين سوف تكون مختلفة تماما. الكويت حتى قطر على خلافنا معهم لديهم اقتصاد قوي سوف تكون مختلفة تماما بعد 5 سنوات. الإمارات، عمان، لبنان، الأردن، مصر، العراق والفرص التي لديها. إذا نجحنا في ال5 سنوات القادمة سوف تلتحق فينا دول أكثر وسوف تكون النهضة القادمة في العالم في 30 سنة القادمة في الشرق الأوسط إن شاء الله. هذه حرب السعوديين، هذه حربي اللي أخوضها شخصيا، ولا أريد أن أفارق الحياة إلا وأرى الشرق الأوسط في مقدمة مصاف في العالم، وأعتقد أن هذا الهدف سوف يتحقق 100%. الله يعطيك طول العمر يا سيدي.
At home, political volatility compounded the problem. Civilian-military rifts, populist leaders clashing with generals, and rhetoric flattering extremists all worried foreign capitals. Today, Pakistan still finds lifelines. China invests through CPEC. Turkey remains a close ally. Saudi Arabia and the UAE step in with loans during crises. But the era of unconditional brotherhood is over. The Muslim world has moved on toward economy and stability. Pakistan's old playbook of ideology and proxies no longer buys influence. From proxy to pariah, not overnight and not forever. Pakistan's challenge: fight militancy decisively, stabilize politics, and match faith with strategy.
India is set to host the United Nations Troop Contributing Countries Chiefs Conclave from 14th to 16th of October 2025 in New Delhi. Over 30 military chiefs from around the world will gather to discuss evolving peacekeeping challenges, share best practices, and strengthen future readiness. Here's the full story.
The Indian Army is all set to host the United Nations Troops Contributing Countries Chiefs Conclave in New Delhi from October 14th to October 16th. This is aimed at bringing together senior military leadership from 32 nations that play a pivotal role in UN peacekeeping operations. Delegations from countries that contribute troops to UN peacekeeping missions across the globe are expected to arrive at New Delhi on October 13th of 2025. The UNTCC serves as a vital forum to address operational challenges, evolving threats, interoperability, inclusivity in decision-making, and the role of technology and training in strengthening UN peacekeeping. As one of the largest contributors to UN missions, India is convening this high-level forum to deliberate on operational challenges, evolving threats, share best practices, and build shared understanding on future peacekeeping. The conclave reflects the ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. The program will feature address by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the UN Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations.
The world today calls for leadership and for our collective resolve to end the many conflicts that have erupted across the globe. But peacekeeping is only as strong as those who serve as peacekeepers. I thank you for your service, your dedication, and your many sacrifices. I look forward to engaging with you all in person for a better future and a better tomorrow.
Plenary sessions will feature chiefs and heads of delegations putting forth their point of view. Defense exhibitions for shared capability building, bilateral and cultural exchanges will also feature during this conclave. The event will stand as a testament to India's unflinching commitment to global peace, stability, and shared prosperity.
And viewers, news from West Bengal. There were panic-filled moments earlier today at West Bengal's Bardhaman railway station following initial reports of a stampede there. But Eastern Railways has since clarified that there was no stampede. And according to officials, the passengers, 3 of them were injured after losing their balance on the foot-over bridge. Here's a quick report.
A stampede-like situation took place in West Bengal's Bardhaman railway station. However, the Eastern Railway officials have denied reports of any stampede. They clarified that 3 passengers were injured after losing balance on the foot-over bridge. The incident reportedly occurred when a woman walking from the foot-over bridge to platform number 4 slipped and fell on the stairs. After she fell, her weight transferred to adjacent passengers on the stairs, causing them to lose balance and fall as well. Railway officials said that the RPF personnel and staff immediately attended the injured passengers.
प्लेटफॉर्म नंबर 5 और 4 जो आइलैंड प्लेटफॉर्म है बर्धमान स्टेशन पे, वहाँ पर एक लेडी जो हैं जब नीचे आ रही थी, प्रिलिमिनरी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन हमको मिली है उसके हिसाब से ये है कि वो ट्रिप कर गई। उस संदर्भ में कुछ लोगों ने उनको हेल्प करने की भी कोशिश करी, नीचे से भी ऊपर जाने की कोशिश करी, जिसकी वजह से जो है 2-3 लोगों को उसके ऊपर एक दूसरे के ऊपर ट्रिप कर गए। हमारे जो वहाँ पर मौजूद जो हमारे आरपीएफ के लोग थे, हमारा स्टेशन स्टाफ था, इमीडिएटली उनको वहाँ से स्ट्रेचर्स, जिन लोगों को स्ट्रेचर्स की ज़रूरत थी, उनको यहाँ पर लेकर के आया गया। टोटल मिलाकर के 8 लोग यहाँ पर हैं, जिसमें से 5 महिलाएं हैं और 3 जो हैं वो मेल्स हैं। सभी मोर और लेस ठीक हैं। एक जेंटलमैन जो हैं हमारे, उनके पैर में फ्रैक्चर है, तो ये अभी डॉक्टर्स भी इनको एसेस कर रहे हैं। यदि किसी भी प्रकार की अगर मेडिकल रिक्वायरमेंट है, मेडिकल एनीथिंग दैट कैन बी डन बाय रेलवेज, वो हम लोग करेंगे।
The railway doctors also reached the spot to provide first aid. The 3 injured were taken to Bardhaman Medical College for treatment. The Eastern Railways further clarified that there was no stampede at the station and the passenger movement was normal at the time of the incident. There have been no reports of casualties yet.
And viewers, yet another incident of a horror strikes the country as a 23-year-old MBBS student from Odisha, under the pretext of dinner, was lured by her classmate out of campus only to be deserted by the classmate as a couple of men arrived and went on to gang rape her on Friday night. As the nation is outraged over All right, before that, let's cut across to visuals coming in from Tel Aviv, where these are the visuals where handover of the Israeli hostages is set to begin in Gaza. Hamas has already released the names of those who are going to be freed today. And it seems the moment is imminent now, as there is some activity that we can see there. And people are awaiting there, and there seems to be some activity going on there. There is imminent release that is going to happen in just moments from now. And Red Cross is on its way, and we can see these visuals. We understand that the Red Cross will go to a meeting point in the northern Gaza strips, where several hostages will be transferred to them. So what is going to happen is that a convoy of Red Cross vehicles is now heading to the handover site in northern Gaza Strip to collect the hostages. Now, out of the 20, there will be 6 hostages first that will be handed over. And they are the convoy of the Red Cross vehicles will go to the site and collect the hostages there. The Red Cross will then bring them to the IDF troops inside Gaza and then be escorted out of the strip to an army facility near Ream, where they will undergo an initial checkup, a physical checkup, a mental checkup, and then meet their families. So out of the 20 hostages whose names have been given, it will be the first 6 hostages. They have been named, and that is how the release is going to happen. And the other 14 living hostages will be released later from different areas of Gaza. So these are the visuals that we can see. So the Red Cross envoy has already gone, and it is heading to pick up the hostages. The vehicles heading to a handover site in northern Gaza, and 6 names have been given first, who will be collected first, and then the Red Cross will bring these 6 hostages to IDF troops inside of Gaza, and then from here they will be escorted to an army facility in Ream. At the army facility here, they will undergo a physical and mental checkup and then meet with their families. So we can see those visuals there, the exchange just going to happen. And viewers, we'll take a very short break, but we continue to get all these big visuals coming in from Tel Aviv, where the Red Cross and convoy is headed to pick up the hostages, and the 6 hostages are going to be handed over first. We'll get you all the updates on that big story after a short break. Stay tuned.
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी। हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review.
Breaking news coming in. We are getting you live visuals from Tel Aviv at the hostage square, where the handover of the Israeli hostages is set to begin in just moments from now. Hamas has already released the list of those who are being freed. 20 of them are going to be released today, and out of which 6 are going to be released first. And the hostages will be handed over to the Red Cross, and who will transfer them to the Israeli military. And we can see those visuals there. Israeli helicopters waiting just outside the strip and waiting for Red Cross to hand over the hostages to the Israeli military. So Hamas, remember, has released a list of those who are being freed. It has held the hostages since the attacks on 7th of October 2023. And there are crowds earlier that we were showing you the pictures gathered in Tel Aviv at the hostage square waiting for their loved ones to arrive. And in exchange for the hostages, Israel is going to release about 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. And meanwhile, at the same time, US President Donald Trump is expected to arrive in Israel in moments from now. And then he will head to Egypt for a summit to be attended by 20 other world leaders as well. So these are the updates that we are getting from Riem in southern Israel. You can see the Israeli helicopters are there being stationed, and they are waiting for Red Cross to bring the first batch of 6 hostages that will be handed over to the Israeli military. So this is just moments now. We will see. All right, right now we are joined in by Nick, who's a reporter who's joining us live from there. Nick, what is that you can see around you? Because we can see these visuals of Israeli helicopters at Riem in southern Israel waiting for Red Cross to hand over the hostages to them. Give us more updates of what is happening around you.
Yeah, that's right. So now the helicopters are waiting for the Israeli hostages to come back to Israel. For 2 years, their relatives were expecting to them, and today this is the most happiest day in Israel in the past 2 years for sure. And those helicopters will take the hostages to the hospitals in the center of Israel, where the doctors are ready, the special departments for hostages are ready, and they will be expected. In the beginning, they will be checked if maybe the Hamas terrorists put something inside of the body of the hostages, maybe to try to secretly record something or some other devices to to follow them. And after they will be expected, they will be put in those departments until they will feel better and feel comfortable to go to back to their normal life, if we can call it like this, after these terrible 2 years. And here behind me, this is the Israeli main airport, and here Donald Trump, the President of the United States, is expected to land in 9:20 Israeli time. Here there will be a meeting of Trump with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, and also with the President of Israel, Yitzhak Herzog, and there is a lot of media from all around the world covering it. Trump will be received as a national hero in Israel. He will go from here to the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, and the main road from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem that is going via this airport is closed from the morning, and it will be closed until Trump will depart from Israel after about 4 hours. It is a very short visit. During this visit, the most important thing for Trump is to speak to the Israeli public via the speech in the Knesset, historic speech. Trump seeking for a broader peace in the Middle East. For him, the return of the hostages is just the beginning. And after that, he wants to continue what he started in the first term. And this is the Abraham Accords agreements with Arab nations. Trump wants to make peace in the Middle East between Israel and other countries, countries like Saudi Arabia, and also even maybe Indonesia, Syria, Lebanon, even maybe Iran, the biggest enemy of Israel. And Trump also maybe will meet some of the hostages that are supposed to return back home in those helicopters that you showed before. And it will be a historic meeting if it will actually happen, but it depends on the situation of the hostages and which condition they will be, because probably they will be overwhelmed after 2 years in captivity. They are returning back home, and their families and doctors will check if it is possible for them to meet Trump, and if so, he will meet them. If not, Trump will meet the hostages that returned back home before that in previous deals, and they will meet at the Israeli parliament, where Trump will be for a few hours. And for Israelis, Trump it is the biggest friend, the best friend, and also the United States. This is the greatest ally of Israel, and I think also Israel, this is the greatest, biggest ally of the United States. And you can see it here, how warm will be the welcome of the President of the United States, and everybody here waiting for him. He will come soon. And the Army Orchestra already here. They did some repetition, and they played some Israeli army songs, and the welcome here will be really warm. Back to you.
Nick, we can see these visuals as far as the crowd movement is concerned. We were earlier with seeing them a little, seated and a little calm. But there seems to be some movement there, some activity there, some excitement there. So has there been any official announcement or a public address from the police or from the management, or maybe somewhere right now where you are at? Has there anything been communicated?
So right now, it is all depends on Hamas, the exact schedule and what will happen. Firstly, Hamas will give the hostages to the Red Cross. He will deliver them to the special points of meeting, and from there, the hostages will be taken by the Red Cross to the Israeli army, a special unit that will meet the Israeli hostages, and they will deliver them to army base in the south of Israel, where they will go the first expectations, the first inspections. They will be checked up for their health, their medical situation, and also if they have some devices on them that Hamas terrorists put on them maybe. And after that, they will meet their families for the first time. It will be a really moving moment. It will be a lot of emotions because their relatives, parents waited for them for so long. Those young people were kidnapped 2 years ago, and they gone through hell. After that, they will be taken with the helicopters, as we said before, to the Israeli hospitals. 3 hospitals in the center of Israel will receive them. And the doctors in Israel, unfortunately, already have a lot of experience how to deal with hostages, because we witnessed how the other ones returned back home in the past 2 years. Hamas kidnapped 251 Israelis and also from other nations, people, and from all the ages, starting from babies and going through all the ages until elderly people. So this was a cruel moment for the history of the world. And now Israeli doctors know exactly what to do to try and put the hostages on their way back to a normal life. And it will take, of course, time. And that's why I'm not sure they will be able to meet Donald Trump, although Trump and his team really want to meet the hostages this time. Back to you.
Right. Nick, if you could make it easier for our viewers to understand in terms of geography, because we understand that the Red Cross is it's on its way to a meeting point in northern Gaza Strip. And from there, these hostages are going to be handed over to Israeli Defense Forces. So how, in terms of distance, this is going to be covered? How far inside is the Red Cross traveling? And how much they will have to again travel to hand them over to the military there, and subsequent movement to the hospitals. Approximately how much time is it likely to take for the entire procedure?
Inside of Gaza will take probably not more than half an hour. And then the Israeli army will take the hostages to the base in the south of Israel next to Gaza Strip. So it also will take not more than maybe 10, 20 minutes. And after that, the flight from the south, the Gaza area army base to the center of Israel is about 20 minutes, 30 minutes in the helicopter. So those distances are really close. Not far away. And after that, the hostages will be probably in the hospitals this noon if everything will be on time. And Hamas doing everything, I think, in their power to bring the hostages to the Israeli side before Trump will speak at the Israeli Knesset at the noon time, Israeli time, because they want to show him that we did our part in the first point of the deal. And it's important for them because they understand that if they will not be on time, Trump can get angry, and he is very spontaneous, and they don't want to mess up with him. Back to you.
Right. Nick, and any update on... All right. You stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Right now, we are joined in by our senior editor, Niranjan, who's joining us on the phone line. Niranjan, how do you see the developments right now unfolding? We can see the army helicopters.
Well, Aishwarya, I think most important now, our entire focus will be on getting the first pictures of the hostages. Now, we believe that some of the hostages or most of the hostages are alive, that we also know that some of the hostages are reported dead. Now, we don't have a clear picture. Nick is live from, Gaza as we get you the latest broadcast. But all eyes are on whether the war in Gaza is now over. And we are waiting for the pictures now. Some inputs coming in that 7 of the hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. So we have a live picture, live image coming in. 7 hostages have been handed over. That's a breaking news update coming in. And I'm staying with those pictures. You're looking at a live shot there of the chopper in southern Israel. And any time now, we are expecting the pictures of the first 7 hostages. Now, we are trying to see whether we have names of these 7 hostages. Nick, do we have names, identities of the 7 hostages, the first 7 of them who will be released?
Not yet. I don't have the names right now, but definitely I will check it after the live, and I believe soon we will know them. This time there are no celebrations inside of Gaza, those weird ceremonies as they did before when they showed the Israeli hostages and even gave them some documents, medals, and other kind of gifts. It was really weird, and the Israelis didn't like that. And this time it was part of the deal that there will be no ceremonies inside of Gaza. They will be just handed over to the Red Cross. So before they are handed to the Israeli army and coming back to Israel, I think we will not know their names. We will not see them until the Israeli army will release the first footage of them, as it was before. And we need just a little bit more time to see who are the ones that are coming. And we are expecting 20 Israeli hostages to be released in the coming minutes, hours, and we hope all of them will be in good enough condition to continue their life, and we expect them to be rehabilitated as fast as possible.
We have Naomi Feigen, who's joining us live from Hostage Square. Naomi is joining us on the broadcast here on Republic TV. Naomi, good morning. A lot of excitement in Israel. We can see some of the pictures where we saw celebrations, a family celebrating. Celebrations for some, but it's also a sad moment for many who've lost their family members. There will be bodies also perhaps returning today of those who didn't survive. And at the Hostage Square, you're there at the Hostage Square, which seems to be the epicenter of this moment. Why don't you take us through what you are witnessing there at the Hostage Square, Naomi?
So right now, there are so many people. It's incredible. And the energy is, we're also hopeful, and the anticipation is intense, but it's amazing. And there's so many people. It's incredible.
Naomi, why don't you tell us a little bit about? I lost your audio there. Why don't you'll have to be a little louder, perhaps. You're at Tel Aviv. Can you be a little louder, Naomi? We're struggling hearing you clearly there.
Sure, sorry. There's so many people. But it's incredible. It's packed and the streets are all closed off. There's so many people here right now in Tel Aviv. And the energy, we can't wait for everyone to come home, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
Like I can turn around the camera and I can just show you how incredible this is.
We'd love to see it.
It's amazing.
We'd love to see it if you can show us around. Yeah. Is this closure for the people of Israel? Is this what they wanted? Is this the end of the war? Because Donald Trump says it's the end of the Gaza war, but for the people of Israel, is this the end of the Gaza war, Naomi?
I think we're there. We're almost there, but not yet. I still think that as a country, we have to heal. We have to recover, but we'll get there slowly but surely.
Yeah. How many people are there roughly around you? It's a historic moment, a turning point for Israel. How many people are there, and what is on the top of their mind?
You want our people. There's thousands of people here.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Do people feel that this war is stretched for far too long, Naomi? Do you feel that the war stretched on for far too long?
I wish it had been sooner, but I also think it's incredibly important that we did what we had to do. I wish it could have been sooner. I wish it could have been done sooner. But I think that it's very symbolic that it's over almost exactly 2 years after, especially because tonight is the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah, and that's when the war started 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I think it's very symbolic, and I just wish it had ended sooner.
Yeah. Stay with me, because I'm getting in some breaking news updates here in our newsroom. We have the names of the 7 hostages who've been transferred to the Red Cross as the first set of hostages are being swapped. Aitan Moore, Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Angrest, Omri Miran, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Alon Ohel. These are some of the names we've received here on Republic TV of the first 7 hostages who are being released by Hamas, being handed over to the Israel. They've been handed over already to the Red Cross, and the Red Cross will now hand them over to Israel government and the Israeli forces officially. The first batch of hostages have now been released. We're getting the live pictures on APTN. Can we cut to APTN as well, please? Along with Hostage Square, the convoy. We have the shots of the convoy and the hostages being moved in the Red Cross convoy at the Hostage Square. We are looking at the live pictures of thousands of people who've gathered. World leaders are in Israel today, and world leaders will be celebrating this. And Donald Trump and his family has been there for the last few days. Donald Trump also expected to land in a short while from now. And we have Naomi at the Hostage Square. We have Nick also live from Gaza. I'll get Nick, and I'll just go back to Naomi right now in just a bit. Nick, seven of them. Seven hostages have been released. How many are we expecting in all today? How many are in custody of Hamas, and how many of them will be handed over today?
So we are expecting 20 live hostages today, and after the first 7 were released, we expect for another 13 to be released, and additional 28 bodies probably will not be delivered today because Hamas is not doesn't know where all of them. Hamas maybe will deliver just some of those bodies, but Hamas, they don't know exactly where all the bodies, and they will keep looking, and also international mission will help them to recover all those bodies. Unfortunately, it is hard to find them, but all the live hostages will be released. And in the beginning, Hamas kidnapped 251 Israelis, and unfortunately, some of them were killed while they were in the captivity in the past 2 years. Back to you.
Yeah. 20 living hostages set to be returned to Israel. I'm going back to Naomi. That's a live shot of the Hostage Square. And Naomi is also at the Hostage Square. So we'll show Naomi and the live shot there. For the people of Israel, mixed feelings. There will be bodies of hostages that were killed, as Nick was mentioning. Those bodies will be handed back. And then those who are living, the lucky 20 today, who are set to return to Israel as part of the first phase of Donald Trump's ceasefire and the hostage release agreement between Israel and Hamas. And we have the names of 7 of them who've been handed over. We have the stories of all the 20 people. Many of them were also picked up from the Noah Music Festival. They will be returned today, right? Isn't that correct, Naomi? Many of them were at that music festival, and they will be returning home today, finally. Okay, I'll just go back to both Naomi and Naomi, I lost your audio there, but I'm coming back to you. Please bear with me, because I understand that you're in a location where there are a lot of people. So we'll just reconnect, get you on a better audio, and I will be back to you in just a few minutes. I'm going across to some breaking news update now coming in from Battleground Bihar. Right now, we'll go back to Israel in just a few seconds, but we're getting in some news also from Bihar on Lalu Prasad Yadav. There is breaking news now coming in the IRCTC hotels corruption case. The court in Delhi, the Rouse Avenue Court, has framed charges against the former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, former Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi, also the wife of Lalu Prasad, and also RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav and others. The court had framed charges in different sections against the accused as per their alleged roles. Rabri and Tejasvi are charged with sections 420, 120V of the IPC for the offence of cheating and conspiracy. They said that they will face trial. So the trial will now begin shortly. This case pertains to the alleged corruption in the tender of 2 IRCTC hotels in Ranchi and Puri. The court has also framed charges under different sections. All accused charged with criminal conspiracy. Lalu Prasad had pleaded not guilty, but however he has said that he will face a trial. Ahead of the elections in Bihar, ladies and gentlemen, there's a big setback for the Lalu Prasad family. Setback for him personally, setback for his wife, setback for his son, who has now become the face of the party in Bihar. We'll take a short break and come back with a live coverage of both the developments in Bihar and also the life situation at the Israel-Gaza border. Okay, getting in some more breaking news right now. Supreme Court judgment on the Karur stampede. Supreme Court has given the CBI the role of investigation. CBI gives investigation to the CBI, which will be monitored by a former Supreme Court judge, Justice Ajay Rastogi. Story breaking here on Republic TV. Probe committee on Karur will also include 2 IPS officers, not below the rank of IG, and they should be from outside Tamil Nadu. Justice Ajay Rastogi will be the chairman of the probe committee. The CBI is expected to submit a monthly report. The CBI had earlier questioned the state government on hearing and had also questioned the credibility of the SIT formed. Okay, Supreme Court. Judgment on the Karur stampede also out. We'll take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news updates, back-to-back breaking updates. It's a big setback to the Stalin government as well. He had set up an SIT, but that SIT will no longer investigate the Karur stampede where many, many lives were lost, over 30 of them killed. When we come back, the life situation from the Israel-Gaza border. The first set of hostages have been released. We have the picture coming in. The first pictures also with Republic after this short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Red Cross officials reach Gaza border as the process of release of Israeli hostages begin. Hamas releases 7 hostages. Donald Trump heads to Israel as stage set for hostage prisoner swap. Pakistani armed forces shell Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan protesters who gathered at Muridke. Big setback for RJD chief Lalu Yadav and family in land for job scam. Rouse Avenue Court frames charges. NDA finalizes seat sharing pact for Bihar election. BJP and JDU get 101 seats each. Show of strength today in Patna. And ED conducts raids in Chennai against Sun Pharma, manufacturer of cold reef cough syrup.
Okay, we're starting with the first breaking news update that came in a few minutes back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we hit the break, we have the details of the Supreme Court judgment on the Karur stampede, and the Supreme Court has ordered a CBI investigation. CBI investigation being ordered is a huge setback to the Stalin government, because the Stalin government tried to perhaps dodge a central investigation. They had asked for an SIT probe, which meant that one of their own officers and the state government would have the ultimate control over that investigation. Now that is no longer going to happen. Supreme Court has delivered its judgment. Supreme Court has handed over the investigation to the CBI, and the CBI investigation will be monitored by a former Supreme Court judge, Justice Ajay Rastogi. The probe committee in the Karur stampede, where actor turned politician Vijay's rally was on, where nearly 40 people were killed in a stampede. In this investigation, 2 IPS officers not below the rank of IG will be included, and they will be from outside the state of Tamil Nadu, so there is no interference at all. Justice Ajay Rastogi will be the chairman of the probe committee. The CBI expected to give a monthly report to Ajay Rastogi, Justice Ajay Rastogi, the former justice, the retired justice. The CBI had earlier questioned the state government and had also questioned the credibility of the SIT that was formed. I have Sharda now joining us on the breaking news update. Sharda, this is a setback to the Stalin government. This is exactly what they did not want, their own lapses to come out.
You're absolutely right. This comes as a setback for the DMK government in the state of Tamil Nadu, because when the CBI inquiry was given in the Madras High Court, the petition was first denied, and then later the TVK under Adar Varjana, the party general secretary, sent it to the Supreme Court, while the Supreme Court now has agreed for the CBI inquiry and also questioned the state government, and also on the SIT that was deployed by the state government under the one-woman commission, Aruna Jagadishan, for the Karur stampede. Now, the Supreme Court has given the order for CBI inquiry, which is seen as a victory for the Vijay's party, TVK, and is the first political victory that's been won by them. And also DMK government, which is completely opposing the CBI inquiry in this, now is expected to react to this, saying earlier they said that the CBI inquiry is not required, as the IPS officer that they deployed for the particular investigation was never biased, and then he would be giving a right report. But now with the CBI inquiry in place, we have to see how the state government cooperates for this, because there was always a question on how the Karur stampede happened, and there was multiple allegations against the DMK government as well. And now with the CBI inquiry, it sees that the TVK will now strongly fight against the DMK on this Karur stampede, and very soon actor Vijay is expected to visit Karur.
Okay. Yeah. Now, as far as the SIT is concerned, there were serious allegations against the Stalin government. They tried to, of course, get their own police officers to investigate, but in this particular investigation now, with the CBI taking over, 2 officers are expected to be from outside the state of Tamil Nadu. What do we know about, how this is going to pan out in the next few days or weeks? What are you picking up about the orders given by the court, and how this particular investigation is going to be structured?
Well, the Supreme Court on Friday, when hearing to the case, has already decided. They had reserved the order telling that the CBI inquiry probe is necessary, and also questioned the state government on why it stopped from why the hearing was held in the Madras High Court and not in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, where the Karur locality comes in. And that was the first question that the government had to answer in. And however, the Tamil Nadu government has still not answered that and stated that the petition that came that day was only related to the release of the TVK functionaries who were arrested in the Karur stampede, and it was not for implementing an SIT. And the Supreme Court also questioned the state government on why the postmortem of 41 people were done overnight, and also questioned if the doctors who performed it were all forensics experts and not just general doctors. Multiple questions are kept to the state government by the Supreme Court, following which the CBI inquiry is coming now. The state government will have to react to this, and it's expected, whether they like it or not, the CBI inquiry is in place now.
Thank you for that. Let's get you some more breaking news updates now coming in. The latest information from Delhi Supreme Court hearing the Karur stampede case has handed the case to the CBI, which comes as a big setback to the Stalin government. The Stalin government, post the stampede, had handed it to the SIT, and they had faced allegations of attempts of cover-up. More breaking news coming in on the Israel hostage situation. A few pictures that came in a few minutes back from the office of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. His office has put out a statement saying that Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife have added a personal message for the returning hostages to the welcoming kits that have been prepared for them by the Prime Minister's office, Hostages Authority, and which include clothing, personal equipment, a laptop, computer, cell phone, and a tablet. The message and the handwritten note from the Israeli Prime Minister reads, the pictures on your screen, the note written on it, that's a hand note placed on a bed for each of the hostage, says, on behalf of the entire people of Israel, welcome back. We have been waiting for you. We embrace you. Sarah and Benjamin Netanyahu. And the photo has been tweeted by the office of the Prime Minister of Israel. And we're getting in some more breaking news updates right now as we track the release of hostages, the swap of hostages at the Israel-Gaza border. Getting in another update right now of Donald Trump, who's expected any time now to land, tracking the situation very, very closely. And before I go to that picture, let me go across to Dan Pfefferman. Dan Pfefferman is a former IDF veteran. He's a former IDF major joining us on the broadcast here on Republic TV on this historic day in Israel. And Naomi Fagin, she's live at the Hostage Square, capturing and witnessing history as it happens. The people of Israel turning up in large numbers. Dan, I'm looking at that handwritten note, and we're looking at all of Israel celebrating this moment. And for someone who's been a part of the IDF, we've seen the nature of operations, the manner in which Israel rallied together to fight back, not give in, not give up, and just hammer the terrorists until your brothers came back home. It's been a long battle. Many can question whether it was too long, but the fact is, the hostages are coming back.
Yeah, this is a very good day for Israel, for the people of Israel, really for any freedom and peace-loving people in the world. 2 years ago, actually tonight, we mark the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. This was the same holiday in which 2 years ago Hamas attacked, unprovoked, attacked southern Israel, killed, murdered 1,200 civilians, and kidnapped 250 people, held in the most atrocious of conditions. People that did not see a healthcare worker, a Red Cross worker the entire time, people who were forced in starvation, on the brink of death and tortured, and held in a dark dungeons, 50 meters underground. They're now seeing the light of day. They're now coming home. This is not an easy deal. 250 terrorists with blood on their hands, convicted terrorists, are being released. 1,700 more people who were taken, who were involved with Hamas, were taken from the war, are being released. And we know from, as in the past, many of them will go back to being terrorists. But this is the price we're willing to pay to get back our hostages who have suffered long enough. Their families have suffered long enough. We in Israel want nothing more than for this to actually be a peace deal. But this is not, while we are finally able to breathe as a nation, as these hostages are finally coming home, we have to also be sober here that Hamas is not interested in peace at all and will find a way to turn its weapons against us. Will find a way to stay in power. Will find a way to get out of this agreement. And so it's a good day for the country, but it's still going to be a very long road ahead against a very determined enemy who's still on our borders, unfortunately.
Yeah. Naomi Fagan is joining us live from the Hostage Square, and stay with us, Dan. I'll get in a word from her as well, because she's there and she's very, very relieved, if that's the way I can put it. Naomi, I saw a lot of Israelis behind you, waving the flag, holding pictures of the hostages. It's a mixed day, isn't it? I mean, of course, on one hand, there is good news of those living hostages coming back home. But for many others, some bodies are not even found yet. And the pain of those families, of course, very, very hard to explain in a live coverage. Naomi.
It's exciting, of course. We don't have drums in my life, but the relief that people can be able to do is nice. So at least we can start to feel slightly.
Yeah. And
we're all singing together. It's incredible.
Yes. Yes. I have a poor audio there with Naomi. I'll just go back to her. Dan, most of the hostages who are coming home today were at the music festival where the Hamas terrorists struck, right? And that's been the one location which was targeted, which became the epicenter of the entire Hamas attack in October 2023. It's been a long wait, and most of them are young, and we saw some of the images of how they were picked up. And it's going to be a long time before not just Israel, but people around the world forget this attack that took place in 2023.
Yes. In the two previous prisoner releases, we released prisoners, they released hostages. The children came back, the elderly people came back, the women came back, and the 20 that were remaining until now were young men primarily. And unfortunately, what is going to happen? Unfortunately, what's already happening is you're going to have a lot of people on the internet. You're going to have the Hamas and the Qatar and the Iran social media machines pushing out these fake narratives, trying to revise history. They've already done that since day one, and get the world to forget exactly what happened. We here in Israel, we don't forget such things. These people have a long road of healing ahead of them. This is going to be a very, very difficult process. We know those who came back, even after 50 days of being held in Hamas captivity, have immense emotional damage, emotional scars, not to mention physical damage. These are people who have been starved, who haven't been able to move. Their muscles are atrophied. They're going to have major psychological issues. They've been starved for 2 years. They haven't seen sunlight in 2 years, and this is a very important moment for them, for their families, for society really to come back. We have not been able to really The war has been perpetuated for this long in large part because of Hamas refused to release these last hostages. And so this is a very important moment for the country to be able to heal, to start the healing process. Until now, this has been an open wound for Israeli society.
Yeah. And we had a few pictures come in a short while back. In fact, pictures from the US President's office, pictures that showed, and there are live pictures now coming in from the Hostage Square as well. We'll stay on those live pictures of celebrations at the Hostage Square coming in on Associated Press, APT and live feed. And the US President is in Israel today. And a photo that was put out of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, watching the hostage release live on Air Force One as he made his way to Israel. There was a picture that was put out by the US President's office of how he was monitoring this entire hostage release situation live. Dan, what is the role? I mean, the way you see it as a neutral observer, I don't know whether it's possible to be neutral in this entire issue, but as an observer of how the story is played out, what in your view is the role or the contribution of America and American President Donald Trump in ensuring that these hostages are released?
Yeah, America played a huge role. President Trump played a huge role here. You had to have, Hamas is not beholden to anyone. This is a terrorist group. This is a jihadist, extremist terrorist group who listens to nobody. They don't even care about the well-being of their own people. And so you had to have American diplomacy, leadership, and force in getting Hamas's sponsors and backers in Qatar and Turkey in order to pressure them to finally be able to make this deal. You had to have military, you had to have America opening up diplomatic breathing room for Israel to be able to continue waging this war that built up enough pressure and weakened Hamas and isolated Hamas in order for them to agree to this deal. And so American leadership, American pressure, American diplomacy was absolutely critical in all of this. And this likely could not have happened in such a way without American leadership. And of course, it's good to mention the channel that and I operate on this is Middle East 24, and your viewers can get round-the-clock coverage of this on Middle East 24 on social media.
Yeah. Okay, Dan, be with me. I have a few visuals that came in a short while back that I'd like to tell our viewers about, of how Palestinians are returning to Gaza City over the weekend and how they saw what was left of their homes as they grapple now with the scale of destruction. And those live pictures of how Gaza City looks today have sent shockwaves across the world. There have been reports of starvation. Now, I don't know how much of that was true, but there are reports of how the entire city was devastated. And the people of Gaza witnessing how Israel's bombardment had left the entire region, of course, almost in ruins. Here's a story on that.
As a new Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal takes hold in war-battered Gaza, Palestinians return to the Gaza city. And they grapple with a large scale of destruction that is left of this city.
لا حياة، لا ماء، لا شيء، دمار كامل، مربع بحاله، حي بحاله، حي المنارة بأكمله، هذا راح دمار من دون ذنب أو أسية. لا في عنا فدائي ولا عنا مقاوم ولا عنا أي شيء الله خلقه. فالأولاد في الشوارع قاعدين. ولا مرة في التاريخ يا راجل، لغاية لما جيت وشفت المنظر مش مصدق، بقول هذا مش بيتنا. هذا مش بيتنا. احنا تايهين على البيوت. وبالفعل أول ما دخلنا المنطقة تهنا على البيوت. لأنه فيش لا شوارع ولا حياة ولا شيء بالكون له علوم.
Huge chunks of the city and swathes along the Gaza Strip are found in utter ruin. Palestinians lament over these broken down remnants of the city as they return after being displaced by Israel's 2-year-long war on Hamas.
رجعنا على المنطقة امبارح المغرب ما قدرناش نخش من الطرق مسكرة. جينا اليوم الصبح، المنطقة منطقة سيئة جدا، لا تصلح للحياة أو للعيش الإنساني أو البشري أو أي حتى الله يعز السامعين لا تصلح للعيش الكلاب فيها. منطقة صعبة فيها الحياة، لا وجود ماء ولا وجود صرف صحي ولا وجود حتى نتفة رمل تفردها تقعد ترتاح عليه.
Houses and other structures have been flattened to the ground, roads bulldozed, and piles of rubble were across the area like an ocean of concrete. The World Bank believes that rebuilding Gaza will require more than $50 billion. First responders and residents also began searching the rubble of destroyed homes across the strip to recover the bodies of those who were killed by Israel's bombing. The health ministry said that more than 100 bodies were recovered and brought to hospitals between Friday and Saturday. Rescue teams were struggling to remove the rubble amid a lack of heavy equipment. The war began when Hamas-led terrorists stormed into Israel on October 7, 2023, killing some 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostage. In Israel's ensuing offensive, more than 67,000 Palestinians reportedly have been killed in Gaza, according to Gaza's health ministry, which doesn't differentiate between civilians and terrorists of Hamas, but say around half of these deaths.
Viewers, coming up on the other side, Trump heads to Israel as stage set for hostage prisoner swap.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th...
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that...
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी। और आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई वो 2025 का 10 मई आज हिंदुस्तान भूल गया। हम कहते हैं अपने सिपह सलार को, अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, आज का ये हजारों का मजमा, ये अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, अपने आर्मी चीफ को, पाकिस्तान के अजीम सिपह सलार को हम सब मुतालबा करते हैं।
Thank you for staying with us this Monday morning. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra, at 11:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next half an hour, I beg your pardon, we will be getting you the live visuals from Israel, where thousands have gathered at Hostage Square, awaiting the first pictures and a warm welcome for those who have been freed after 2 years since the Israel-Hamas conflict. So that and a lot more for you, but first the headlines. Red Cross officials reach Gaza border as process of release of Israeli hostages begin. Hamas releases 7 hostages in first batch. Trump heads to Israel as stage set for hostage prisoner swap. Big setback for RJD chief Lalu Yadav and family in land for job scam. Rouse Avenue court frames charges. Supreme Court gives investigation of Karoo stampede to CBI to be monitored by former SC Judge Justice Ajay Rastogi. Pakistani armed force shell Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan protesters who had gathered at Murid Ke. ED conducts raids in Chennai against Resan Pharmaceutical manufacturing of Coldriff cough syrup. And it's a big setback for RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family. Just a month ahead of the Bihar elections, the Rouse Avenue court has now framed charges against former Railway Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, former Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi, and RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav and others. This case pertains to alleged corruption in the tender of 2 IRCTC hotels in Ranchi and Puri. The court has framed charges under different sections. However, all the accused are charged with criminal conspiracy. Lalu Prasad Yadav pleaded not guilty and he says that he will face the trial. That is the big breaking news that we are getting in at this hour, just a month ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. A Delhi court has now framed various criminal charges against the RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife Rabri Devi and other and his son Tejasvi Yadav and several others in the IRCTC scam case. And let's go across to my colleague Prakash Singh joining me on the broadcast with more information. Prakash, give us more information on what the court has exactly said.
Well, it's a 17-year-old case, and the charges have been framed after 17 years by the Rouse Avenue court in the IRCTC scam. This case was opened during the UPA 1 government when Lalu Yadav was the railway minister, and there were allegations that tenders were manipulated for allotting a plot of land for hotels for a certain group in Ranchi and Puri. Can you fix the echo, please, PCR? So the plot of land was allotted to a certain group of hotels. Plot of land was allotted to a certain group of hotels, and the court has observed that it was done at the behest of Lalu Yadav, and thereafter a certain plot of land was also given as a Benami transaction to Lalu Yadav and his family members in Patna, in which Lalu Yadav was constructing the biggest mall in Patna. Now, thereafter, the case was lodged, and when the ED and the CBI conducted raids at Lalu Yadav premises in 2017, then a checkbook was found in which Tejasvi Yadav had signed on the document. What happened after 2009? when Lalu Yadav relinquished the post of railway minister, the certain plot of land which was given in lieu of the tenders were transferred as Benami transactions in shell companies in which Tejasvi Yadav was the director. And now the charges have been framed against Lalu Yadav as the main conspirator, along with several officers of the IRCTC, along with Rabri Devi, who is the beneficiary of the proceeds of the crime, as well as Tejasvi Yadav, along with 16 others. The charges have been framed. Now, the case will go on as a criminal conspiracy. Lalu Yadav will have to face trial. Lalu Yadav said in the court, in Rouse Avenue Court, that he is not guilty. He will face the trial. Obviously, it's a huge setback for Lalu Yadav and his family members. Personally, because now the case will go for trial and they will have to fight it out. But politically, it will not be a big issue as far as Bihar elections is concerned. It's just a perception battle, because for the past 35 years, corruption has been a big issue in Bihar as far as Lalu Yadav. But Lalu Yadav has gained from a strength to a strength in politics of Bihar. And now his son Tejasvi Yadav has donned the mantle of the leadership role within the RJD. So, yes, it's a huge setback. Personally, politically, it's not going to affect much more. Yes, BJP will have an issue in elections to raise on corruption for sure. Back to you.
Yeah. Prakash, you mentioned the political implications of this legal setback for the RJD Supremo. In fact, that was going to be my next question. How do you see the BJP, capitalizing on this issue and making a part of their campaign ahead of the first phase of elections?
Well, BJP will definitely use this issue as a election plank for sure. But there are corruption cases against several Bihar BJP ministers, which has been raised by Prashant Kishore, including Deputy CM Samrat Chaudhary as well. So those issues will also be raised. And yes, Lalu Yadav, everybody knows that he's been involved in the fodder scam as well as IRCT scam. There is one more scam, land for job scam, in which gifts were taken in the form of land. So politically, it will not have much implication, because I will give you an example of how 2G scam was one of the biggest scam in the country, and A. Raja and Kanimoy were charge-sheeted in that case as well, but they were acquitted in that case. So that's how the court also functions in our democratic setup. Back to you.
All right, Prakash, thank you for giving us those very crucial details. We're tracking very closely the fallout of this setback to Lalu Prasad Yadav in Bihar ahead of the assembly elections. And on to news from Maharashtra. A massive fire broke out in several shops in Mumbai's Kurla West region late last night. Over 10 fire tenders were rushed to the spot, as we understand, but no casualties have been reported. Here's a quick report.
Major fire in the Kurla West area of Mumbai, engulfing several shops. The sudden blaze late night at around 2:30 a.m. triggered panic in the area. More than 10 fire brigade vehicles were deployed to control the flames. Firefighters battled the inferno through the night as smoke filled the surroundings. Most of the shops that caught fire were motor spare parts stores. Goods worth lakhs were destroyed in the blaze. After nearly 4 hours, the fire was finally brought under control. Cooling operations are still underway at the spot. No injuries have been reported so far, but property damage is extensive. The cause of the fire is yet to be ascertained. Officials say that an investigation is on to determine how the blaze started.
And we More breaking news coming in. The Tamil Nadu Health Department has now revoked the license of Srisan Pharmaceuticals from manufacturing medicines. The state government has ordered a comprehensive inspection of other pharmaceutical manufacturing companies in the state, and these inspections will soon begin. This comes after the showcase notice was given to the owner, and 7 days have now lapsed since the order. Meanwhile, ED raids are also underway in different locations related to the pharmaceutical company. That is the latest development that we are picking up as far as the investigation into the deaths linked to this killer cough syrup is concerned. And shortly after we told you that the Supreme Court has ordered I beg your pardon, shortly after we told you that investigation is now picked up, and several states have now revoked the licenses of companies that manufacture this killer cough syrup. We are now learning that action has stepped up in Tamil Nadu, and the Tamil Nadu Health Department has now revoked the license of Srisan Pharmaceuticals. And in a latest development, the Enforcement Directorate searches are currently underway at locations linked to Srisan Pharmaceuticals in Chennai, the company behind the manufacturing of the killer cold reef cough syrup that caused the deaths of 23 children in Madhya Pradesh.
The Enforcement Directorate has carried out raids linked to Srisan Pharmaceuticals in Chennai. The searches were carried out at the Kanchipuram factory manufacturing unit of Srisan Pharma. The agency also raided the residence of S. Ranganathan, owner of the pharma company. During raids at the residence of S. Ranganathan, ED seized documents, laptops and financial books, potentially revealing illicit profits from the substandard drug sales. The ED's Chennai unit also searched several locations connected to the company under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Further searches were carried out at the residences of top officials of the Tamil Nadu Drug Control Office. This comes days after the owner's arrest following the deaths of at least 20 children in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan due to the consumption of the toxic syrup. The cough syrup has now been banned in several states, including Uttar Pradesh and Punjab.
The deadly cough syrup cold reef was manufactured from the state of Tamil Nadu and Kanchipuram by the Srisan Pharmaceuticals owner Rangaraj Govindarajan, and the ED is now conducting raids in multiple locations in Chennai, especially his house which is located in Kodambakam. It's expected that the ED raids will go till the end of the day to find out these documents that the food inspector had taken while taking a bribe. The ED raids are also conducted in the food inspector's offices Karthikeyan in July, and after the police has got the information that he had got money to give the clearance certificate for the cold reef cough syrup. Now the ED raids are continuing to happen here in 7 different places that is related to the Srisan Pharmaceuticals owner, following which it's expected that a detailed report will be submitted to the central government.
And on to the biggest story of this hour. US President Donald Trump has said that the war in Gaza has ended as he departed for Israel, marking his first visit since brokering a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, where he is expected to deliver an address at the Knesset before co-chairing a high-level peace summit in Egypt. The declaration came as a US brokered ceasefire between Israel and Hamas held for a third consecutive day. The list includes the same 20 hostages whose names had already been given to Israel earlier as part of the negotiations and who were confirmed to be released as part of the deal covering living hostages. In fact, as we speak, there are Red Cross vehicles that are at the Gaza border waiting for batches of hostages to be released. 7 out of 20 hostages have been released so far, ladies and gentlemen, as we keep with those pictures coming in live from Khan Yunis in Gaza. And to give us more perspective, we have Terry Newman, Israeli entrepreneur and chairman of the public board of directors of PINA, joining me live on this broadcast. Terry, very good morning to you. Thank you for speaking to us. Big breakthrough in the peace deal 2 years after the war broke out. Your first response?
Good morning, and yes, it is a marvelous morning. 7 of the 20 hostages have already been passed into the hands of the Red Cross from Hamas into the Red Cross, and they are on their way back to Israel. And we're expecting another 13 to be handed over in about 2 hours' time. This is a major day, but we are very happy, but we also are aware that this will be a very challenging day also, because we're going to be getting people who have been through 2 years of hell, who've been held by a horrendous terrorist organization to which the Red Cross has not seen any of them for the last 2 years. But it is a happy day, so we will take our happiness and we will bring them home. But I think this is a test for the world. Are we going to allow hostage taking to become a normal and accepted part of war or not? Taking innocent civilians, is that an acceptable part of war? Yes or no? In the past, we've seen that methods of terror that have been used against Israel in the past have then made its way to other parts of the world, from suicide bombing, from drone attacks. I very much hope that we, as a civilization, put our foot down and say hostage taking is not acceptable. And then I think, as you said in your report, the other big issue is President Trump is here. He'll be speaking to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, and then he'll be going to Egypt for a major meeting there. This is all about putting the IMEC back on the table, the Indian, Middle Eastern, European Economic Corridor. That is really the big test. When we know the war is over is when we know that this IMEC is back on track, because that is what was the trigger for the war. If you remember, in September of 2023, in your country, in Delhi, Prime Minister Modi signed on the IMEC and started it. And we have to make sure that regional integration, linking up India through the Middle East into Europe and to the States, happens.
Yep. Terry, you mentioned Trump over there. As we speak, he's en route Israel aboard the Air Force One. He's very definitively, very confidently said that the war is now over. This is a statement that he gave before he boarded that plane. How do you view this playing out, and can the prisoner exchange and the release of Israeli hostages really guarantee the fact that the ceasefire deal will hold once this exchange is over?
That's an excellent question. Donald Trump, and we have to say thank you to President Trump for what he's done. He speaks in hyperbole. So he said the war is over. He has a 20-point plan. This is the first point. So on point 1, there is agreement where Israel, we will get our hostages back. In return, we are releasing nearly 2,000 terrorists, of which 250 were being held for having murdered people in cold blood. So also it's a very difficult day in that respect, because families of people whose loved ones have been murdered, they're seeing the murderers being released onto the streets. And there is also concern that they will do it again, because some of them are multiple, they've murdered on multiple occasions. But this is Donald Trump's real test now. Can Donald Trump turn this hostage release into a springboard for a regional peace deal? And he has written the book, The Art of the Deal. He has said on many occasions he wants to do something that hasn't been done for 3,000 years. He wants to create eternal peace. It has to be a realistic peace. I think he gets that. It has to be a peace that's based around economics. And so I hope it happens.
Yes. Terry, I'll have to thank you at that point. Thank you for giving us your perspective as we keep tracking those live visuals from the Gaza border and the hostage square in Tel Aviv. On the other side of a very quick break, staying with those live pictures that are coming in from the Gaza border as 13 more Israeli hostages are now set to be released by Hamas. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations, who was a huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and
And US President Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen, is on a high-stakes diplomatic visit to Israel and Egypt, the move which he claims will solidify the historic peace deal between Israel and Hamas. Later today, he's set to visit Cairo and attend a peace summit.
We're going to make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel, and we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating...
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलज के किनारे पे सतलज की लहरों में सतलज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी और आज भी वो किधर धमकियां लगाते हैं। 10 मई वो 2025 का 10 मई आज हिंदुस्तान भूल गए। हम कहते हैं अपने सिपह सलार को, अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, आज का ये हजारों का मजमा, ये अपने फील्ड
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And we're getting you live updates from the Gaza peace deal. We see that Hamas has handed over the first 7 hostages to Red Cross as part of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal. Viewers, getting you all the live updates, all the analysis right here on Republic TV. It's time for the headlines first. Red Cross officials reach Gaza border as process of release of Israeli hostages begins. Hamas releases 7 hostages. Trump heads to Israel as the stage is set for the hostage prisoner swap. Big setback for our JD chief Lalu Yadav and family in the IRCTC scam case. Rouse Avenue Court frames charges. Supreme Court gives investigation of Karoo stampede to CBI to be monitored by former Supreme Court Judge Justice Ajay Rastogi. Pakistani armed forces shell Tehreek-e-Laibak Pakistan protesters who gathered at Muridke. AD conducts raids in Chennai against Sri Sun Pharma, the manufacturer of cold reef cough syrup. Viewers, getting some top updates coming in right now. Law enforcement agencies, including Pakistan Rangers and the large contingents of police from 5 districts, were dispatched to Muridke early on Sunday and reportedly surrounded the Tehreek-e-Laibak, the Pakistan protest camp, in what appears to be a preparation for large-scale operation. Viewers, Pakistan's government on Sunday urged the religious political Tehreek-e-Laibak Pakistan party to call off or postpone its protest march towards Islamabad. Last night is when the clashes turned violent, and reports suggest that nearly 100 TLP workers have been killed. So this is what you see right now. A lot of updates coming in on Republic TV, and also getting you these visuals. Which are coming in. So Pakistan is on the edge as the Pakistan's police have launched a massive crackdown on Tehreek-e-Laibak Pakistan, or called TLP, protesters overnight in Muridke. A lot of violent clashes that have left many demonstrators injured. Security forces are using bait-in charges and fire tear gas. These are some pictures from Muridke, Pakistan, where we're showing what exactly had taken place. So getting those pictures coming in for you. Where we see the police in Pakistan's Punjab is launching big crackdown on a TLP rally. Many people are injured. I want to go across to Goswami, who is joining us live right now. Tensions are flaring in Pakistan's Punjab province. Large-scale operation against Tehreek-e-Laibak Pakistan. Goswami.
Yes, large-scale operation has been launched early this morning against Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan and its leader Saad Rizvi by the Pakistani law enforcement agencies, including the Pakistani Rangers and the district police. What we are getting to know that many of their protesters have been injured. Even some of the videos have also surfaced in which the TLP activists can be seen saying that more than 500 of their activists have been killed and their bodies are being taken to unknown location by the Pakistani federal authorities. Important to mention that this crackdown comes hours after the meeting of Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif with the Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi with regards to the internal situation that is developing in Pakistan, and then they decided that there will be no negotiations, no talks that will be taking place with the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, and they will be going all out against the TLP protesters that are on the streets of Lahore, especially in Muridke, when we have seen them that in thousands and thousands of protesters, they have gathered in large numbers and they are staging protest. But now what has happened that as we speak, there has been a crackdown that has been intensified, and several videos have also surfaced from Muridke, wherein people can be seen that how they were pushed, they were actually fired upon by the Pakistani law enforcement agencies, in which over 1,000 people have been injured and hundreds of them are said to be, are feared to be killed in this action that Pakistani administration has carried out. Because the fears were that once Saad Rizvi along with the TLP activists managed to reach Islamabad in their anti-Israel march that they have called in response to the killings in the Gaza that have taken place, they will lay siege like they have done in the past, also have a history of laying Pakistan to hostage-like situation in for 21 long days, and there have been past precedents that once TLP reaches Islamabad, they take a new turn, and then it becomes that situation that entire Pakistan comes to a standstill as they intensify the siege in Islamabad. So this time, to stop them from reaching Islamabad, force has been used. But one thing is very sure, that the last message that has come from Saad Rizvi, he has urged the policemen and the Pakistani Rangers not to open fire, and has said that he will not actually bow down to what Pakistani establishment wants him to do. So one thing is very clear. Another thing that is for now, that there have been intensified crackdown that is going out in Muridke on the directions very likely of PM Shehbaz Sharif, because he held a meeting with Mohsin Naqvi before leaving for Egypt, where the Middle East summit is going to take place, and the President Trump will be part of that. So now the situation continues to be tense, as many of the key leaders are also said to be critically injured of the TLP in the Pakistani crackdown that has taken place.
Yes, I wanted to hold on, Goswami, because we are getting these visuals, and I just want our viewers to listen in and see what exactly is happening as Pakistan is on the edge.
Yeah, जी रिजवी साहब
सारे तमाशाई लोग हुण निकल आए ने, सारे तमाशा वेखण आ गए ने, सारे खत्म हो गया सारा कुछ।
कहते हैं जी लीडर, इसे कहते हैं जी लीडर। अंश भाई खुद आ चुके हैं जी, अंश भाई सैलिंग वाली जगह खुद आ चुके हैं अंश भाई, कहते हैं।
Back to Gursimran is joining us live right now. Gursimran, you know, it's very obvious that that Pakistan has lost the plot right now, because what we see is that a nation, a country which says that we do not sponsor terrorism, and it tries to show a very different image of itself on the international fora and forum, is right now struggling internally.
See, if we speak of the internal situation that was also assessed by the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif yesterday, one thing is very clear, that the situation is now not conducive for the Pakistani establishment, because first we have seen what has happened in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan has actually brought down the Pakistani establishment on the knees. Second, the situation in the Balochistan is also actually grappling with tensions for the Pakistani side, and in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, we have seen that how roughly a 4 days long protest by Awami Action Committee forced Pakistan to come down on knees and to actually accept 42 out of 38 demands. So it was way bigger than the demands they actually Awami Action Committee has sought for, that Pakistan agreed to. And now the situation in Punjab and Sindh, that were only the left alone areas, the provinces of Pakistan, that is also heading towards the same situation, with Lahore being almost taken into the hostage-like situation by Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, and with the TLP coming from a background that has pure backing of Pakistani army and the ISI, it becomes really very challenging for the previous Imran Khan government in 2021 when he banned them. So similar situation lies for Shehbaz Sharif also, but this time they have tried and they have ordered the use of the force. But now it has to be seen that how things pan out, because TLP has given a clear call that all the workers of the TLP, they need to come out to the streets of Pakistan against these atrocities that have been committed upon their leaders and the activists, those who were marching against the atrocities committed by Israel on the people of Gaza.
Yes, Goswami, thank you for getting those details coming in. We see that there is a lot of problems that Pakistan is facing right now, as Pakistan is on the edge. Many detained as TLP crackdown intensifies. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. US President Donald Trump is continuing to claim his tariff threats stopped a potential India-Pakistan war earlier this year. He's also calling the Gaza truce his 8th conflict solved, and says next he'll turn his focus to Pakistan-Afghanistan tensions. Here's more.
Donald Trump yet again touting tariffs as his weapon of peace, claiming he stopped a nuclear escalation between India and Pakistan with threats of massive tariffs. Trump said he warned both countries of up to 200% duties if they went to war.
I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled that war.
Trump also called the Gaza ceasefire his 8th conflict solved. And now he's saying he'll shift focus to the Pakistan-Afghanistan border next. The remarks come as Trump pushes his record on global conflicts, even invoking a Nobel Peace Prize snub. Trump's remarks come even as India has denied any US role in the truce.
Let's go to the live updates we're getting. This is the release, the hostage release. US President Donald Trump has said that the war in Gaza has ended and he departed for Israel, marking his first visit since brokering a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Live pictures coming in from Tel Aviv in Israel. Also, speaking about Trump is expected to deliver an address later on before co-chairing a high-level peace summit in Egypt. Declaration came as a US brokered ceasefire between Israel and Hamas held for a 3rd consecutive day. The list includes the same 20 hostages whose names had already been given to Israel earlier as part of the negotiations and who were confirmed to be released as part of the deal covering living hostages. Now we have put those live pictures out for you. Because already in Tel Aviv, we are seeing that hundreds of people have already gathered at Tel Aviv's hostage square, awaiting the release of the hostages from Gaza. And these hostages are being handed over to the Red Cross. Then they will be handed over to the Israeli military. And pictures coming in right now these are live pictures, by the way. These are live pictures, by the way, viewers, where we are getting you live updates. Already the Israeli military has said that 7 hostages have been freed by Hamas and have returned to Israel. The 7 will be transferred to a military base in southern Israel to be reunited with their families. They will be then taken by helicopters to Israeli hospitals. They are the first of the 20 living hostages that Hamas earlier said it would release. Israel is expected to free over 1,900 Palestinian prisoners. The exchange comes as part of the ceasefire reached in the 2-year Israel-Hamas war. So Hamas has released 7 hostages, the first to be released as part of the ceasefire that paused 2 years of war between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military confirmed that they are right now in custody and there was no immediate word on their condition so far. Hamas said that 20 living hostages will be exchanged for over 1,900 Palestinian prisoners held by Israel. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us, senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is joining us live right now. Abhishek, already we see in Tel Aviv, we see hundreds gathering at Hostage Square waiting the release from Gaza.
Well, yes, and on the other side of the border or the Gaza Strip, we have seen the movement of the Red Cross, and I believe some of the hostages and their names have been shared, have already been handed over to the Red Cross. They would soon be on this side, and they would be meeting their families, reunion happening. There is already a lot of anticipation building up. We have been seeing these pictures for the last few hours now from the Hostage Square. That's in Tel Aviv, where at the city square they had, earlier it was called Freedom Square, now it's called Hostage Square, because all those activists who had been campaigning actively for the release of the hostages and the cessation of hostilities, and in fact very aggressively demanding that Israel stop its war on its side so that hostages can come back home. They would be happy and satisfied that finally this is happening. President Donald Trump has just landed a while back. We are seeing those pictures of his arrival, Air Force One landing there at the Tel Aviv David Ben Gurion Airport. And yes, so a build up there, about 20 odd hostages left alive of the 50 that were still in captivity of Hamas. In a way, it's a moment of reflection for both the sides. As I mentioned, there was a strong sentiment even within Israel, and those people really wanted Israel to pull back from the war and stop all military action so that the hostages could have been released earlier. Ultimately, with the tremendous push coming in from the White House and President Donald
All right,
Trump.
Abhishek, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry to interrupt you right now because I'm being joined by Elon Levy, who is the former Public Diplomacy Directorate of the Office of the Prime Minister of Israel, live with us from Hostage Square. That's exactly where hundreds are waiting for the release. Mr. Levy, what is happening there?
Scenes of jubilation and excitement. This square has been packed since before sunrise, with Israelis who have come to watch live coverage of the surviving hostages still in Gaza. People are singing, people are jumping for joy, people are crying with happiness because this is a moment that we have been fighting and dreaming of for 2 years already. 7 of the hostages have already been released. They're now in Israeli territory. And we're now waiting for the remaining hostages to be released from Hamas captivity. And everyone here is so excited to see them back.
You know, this is a big moment that we are covering live right now. And, you know, this is also very important, Mr. Levy, because this deal serves as a model for other conflicts which involve hostages. And you're right over there. I'm sure that there are a lot of family members,
You're on
a
TV
lot of
in India.
people who have been waiting for
India.
years for this moment.
This is a historic day. President Trump was able to negotiate a deal, a ransom, for Israel to get the hostages back. And Israel is paying a very heavy price to get back the innocent hostages who were abducted from their beds and from a music festival. Israel is releasing hundreds of convicted terrorists, people who are the masterminds of suicide bombings, very dangerous people, to get the hostages back. But look, this crisis is not over. because the Hamas terrorist regime that started this war 2 years ago with the October 7th massacre is still standing. It still has its weapons, it still has its tunnels, and it is launching a brutal crackdown in the Gaza Strip now, where it is executing opponents on the streets. If we're going to have peace, we need the full implementation of the Trump plan. It means Hamas must be disarmed and Gaza must be demilitarized. Hamas hasn't agreed to that, but the whole world is on board with his plan to get this done diplomatically. And Israel hopes that this can be done the easy way and Gaza can be demilitarized so that this will be the last Gaza war. And Hamas or Palestinian terrorists can never attack Israeli families again and never drag the region into war ever again.
Right. So you feel, Mr. Levy, that this ceasefire feels like a real step towards safety and it's not just a pause? Do you think it's really the end of the conflict that we have been seeing, Mr. Levy?
Oh, this ceasefire, you're on TV in India, say hello. This ceasefire is the release of the hostages. That was one of Israel's major goals in this war that Hamas started. But the crisis is not going to end until Hamas is disarmed and demilitarized. Or we're going to have another Gaza war in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years. And nobody wants that. Let's remember who we're dealing with. We're dealing with a jihadist terrorist regime that perpetrated the most barbaric atrocities, beheadings, burning people alive, rape. And they threaten to do it all over again because their goal is to destroy Israel and to murder everyone in this country. So we're now giving the diplomatic option a chance to demilitarize Hamas peacefully. But Israel is saying if that won't be done peacefully, then Israel is going to have to deal with the remainder of Hamas in the Gaza Strip so that it can't take more hostages in future.
Mr. Levy, I just want to once again go back to where you are because I want our viewers to understand where you are. This is a hostage square. Large screens have been set up where you are, large screens to display the hostage release. What is the latest right now? What are the large screens showing? We know that a lot of people have gathered where you are. Lots and lots of people have gathered where you are.
Let me tell you what Hostage Square is. Hostage Square is just the plaza in front of the Tel Aviv Art Museum. But for the last 2 years, it's been the scene of daily protests and memorials for the hostages and spontaneous gatherings for Israeli citizens who want to embrace the families and show them they are not alone. Israel is a very small country of only 10 million people. And so this crisis affects everyone very personally. The hostages are household names. Everyone knows their names. Everyone knows their stories. Their families are household names as well. Everyone knows them. And what we're seeing on the screens now is live coverage of the hostages being released. We've had a last-minute surprise. Some of the hostages who are still in Hamas captivity were allowed to call their parents on FaceTime. So those parents waiting to get their children back received video calls of their children in captivity just a few hours before they're going to be released. The square is packed with people. This has been a scene of so much heartbreak for the last 2 years. And finally, Israelis are happy. The world has said a lot of things about Israelis and what they wanted in this war. A lot of really nasty lies about Israel. When this is what the Israeli people have wanted all along. We just wanted to see the hostages home and to know with confidence that Hamas cannot take hostages ever again. That's all the Israeli people wanted.
Right. And the celebrations, I believe, Mr. Levy, celebrations, I believe, will last till the last hostage comes home. I'm sure the celebrations will last till then. What is Israel's plan after the last hostage comes home?
Well, look, let's get all the hostages home first. Because of the 48 hostages, you're on TV in India, of the 48 hostages, 20 are alive. 7 just came out, so it's only 13 hostages still there. But 28 hostages were murdered in captivity. And Hamas has been holding onto their bodies for a ransom. And Hamas is going to claim now that it can't find some of the bodies. And the hostage families believe that Hamas is going to hold onto the bodies. It knows you're on TV in India. That Hamas is going to hold onto some of the hostages. It knows where the bodies are to try to use them as bargaining chips in the future. So we need pressure on Hamas from the whole world to free all of the hostages, not to pretend it doesn't know where the bodies are of some of the hostages it murdered. It needs to free all of the hostages, the living and the dead. The living need to come home to their families to begin a process of healing. And those who are dead, the families deserve a right to bury them and have the dignity of burial. Let me just see what is happening behind me. We have the first image of Lishai Levi greeting her husband, speaking to her husband, Omri. Omri is the father of 2 little daughters. He was abducted from his home on the morning of October 7th. Not a soldier, a civilian. The whole family was held at gunpoint on the morning of October 7th. He was abducted into the Gaza Strip. All we saw of him was from a hostage video from Hamas. And he's finally on his way to greet his wife and his 2 little daughters who have been waiting for 2 years to get their daddy home.
Yes. I think that the first hostages will be entering Israel as we are having this conversation, Mr. Levy. But what do the people of Israel feel about the 1,900 Palestinian prisoners which will be released in exchange? Is that a price too high? What does Israel feel about this?
Israelis know that we are swallowing a very bitter pill. Israel is paying a very heavy price for these hostages' freedom. Let's be clear what's happening now. This was not a diplomatic deal or diplomatic negotiation. Hamas took hostages, it held a gun to their heads, and it extorted Israel for a ransom. We are now releasing very dangerous terrorists. Many have blood on their hands. Yahya Sinwar, by the way, the former leader of Hamas, was released in one such hostage release. He was released for he was one of the ransoms for the release of an Israeli soldier in 2011. And then he became the commander of Hamas who perpetrated the October 7th massacre. So Israelis fear that these terrorists are going to go back to reoffending and to planning attacks against Israel because they belong to groups that hate Israel and want to destroy it. So Israel knows it's going to be a huge challenge to keep these people away from terrorism, to deter future crimes, to stop them trying to abduct more Israelis or blowing up buses. But Israelis feel we had no choice. We were blackmailed. We had to pay a ransom, but at least the hostages are home.
Right. Mr. Levy, we're also showing pictures from the airport right now. These pictures are coming in from the airport as we see that Donald Trump has just arrived. We are seeing pictures coming in of Donald Trump right now. And speaking of Donald Trump has said that the Gaza war is over, and he will be addressing the Israeli government as the hostages are returning. It's going to be, this is something we'll be looking out for because the President Trump is arriving in Israel and he will be expecting to address the Israeli parliament as the first steps of the US brokered ceasefire between Israel and Hamas continues to come into effect. So those live pictures coming in of Donald Trump who has arrived and just getting you a little context to what exactly is happening as Donald Trump has arrived. Already we see that the hostage release process has begun already. And hundreds are waiting where Mr. Levy was telling us what is happening there. Hundreds are waiting at Hostage Square and celebrating this big moment. Israeli officials say that remaining hostages taken by Hamas on October 7th, 2023 are being returned to Israel as part of the prisoner exchange. 20 of those hostages are thought to be living out of approximately 48, and there is a prisoner exchange for 1,900 Palestinian prisoners. So the exchange is taking place. We are getting these pictures coming in for you as Donald Trump will be addressing the Israeli government in a short while. For now, he has just landed. Donald Trump has just landed in Israel as Hamas is releasing the hostages under the Gaza peace deal. All right, just showing these pictures coming in, U.S. President Trump has arrived in Israel to address the parliament ahead of his scheduled visit to Egypt for a world leader summit on ending the Gaza war. This is coming at the backdrop of the hostage release situation, which is happening. Niranjan is joining us, our executive editor. Niranjan, Donald Trump just arriving ahead of his address in the Israeli parliament.
Well, he's been there for the last, his team rather has been in Israel for the last few days. Family members as well have been in Israel for this moment. And they have been trying to prepare for this moment, because if there is one war where he has actually intervened, it could be the Israel-Hamas war. Because he's been pushing Benjamin Netanyahu to the point where, it became at one point extremely, a nervous sort of conversation. It came down to nervous moments between both Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump in the last few weeks. And Donald Trump has been trying to push for this truce deal to come through and for both Hamas and Israel to accept the Gaza peace deal. Now, even before he landed, he's been tracking the developments. There was a picture that was put out by by his office, by the POTUS site, that spoke of how he was watching the developments even before he landed from Air Force One. And these are pictures of him landing at the Ben Gurion airport. They're welcomed by Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israeli Prime Minister is there. Bibi is known for fondly speaking to Donald Trump. Both of them share a very, very close relationship. This morning you also saw the first pictures of the 7 hostages being released. The 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross and then further to the IDF and are now firmly in Israel's custody. 20 living hostages in all, and those are pictures of his family there. Ivanka Trump, they're all there. They've been there, in fact, camping for the last few days, and she's sharing a message with him, going close to his ears, perhaps passing on a message of what she's seen in Israel for the last few days as a build-up to this moment. And they've been tracking the developments, preparing the stage, so to say, for this moment when he lands in Israel to the good news that the war is finally over. The Gaza war is finally over. Those were Donald Trump's words early this morning when he had, the final word that yes, the hostages were en route. Yes, the hostages would be finally handed over to the Red Cross and then further to the IDF. I think we have some music as well there, a tribute, welcome for the US President. If we can cut across to that audio, we'd like to do that for a few minutes, if there is an audio there. Or you can just, we'll put up the audio a bit so that there is a background ambience, so you can hear what's happening there, a little bit of the ground feeling when you listen to that music, the reception that he got at the Ben Gurion airport on landing. Donald Trump still at the airport speaking to his family, his close aides, a few hours after the first 7 Gaza captives were handed to the Israeli military. Palestinian prisoners have now been freed. Trump is expected to, in a short while from now, address the Israeli parliament amid a ceasefire which many still believe, by the way, that it's still fragile. You don't know how Benjamin Netanyahu will react once Donald Trump leaves from here. It's a good headline for now, but will the headline stay? Will the ceasefire last? Some of the questions that remain. And following this, of course, there is a summit in Egypt which will seek global peace commitments as well. And world leaders have been invited to Egypt. And even the Prime Minister of India was invited, but of course we will not be there because Pakistani Prime Minister has also been not strangely, but invited by America, given their close ties with Pakistan lately. And Hamas this morning, ladies and gentlemen, handed over the first group of the last surviving Israeli hostages who were taken captive on the 7th of October 2023 in what has been seen as a key step in ending 2 years of devastating conflict. As part of the ceasefire deal that was pushed by Donald Trump through and through, he's personally been monitoring it, pushed Benjamin Netanyahu. There were details, in fact, that was reported by the US press about a very hostile conversation between him and Benjamin Netanyahu when Netanyahu continued to bomb Hamas as early as the last week, asking Netanyahu why he was pushing it, what it would take for Netanyahu to simply come to the table and call complete ceasefire. And the pictures from the hostage square in Tel Aviv telling you the full story of the mood of the people of Israel, because they've been waiting for the hostages to come back, and Trump has made that happen. Hundreds of Israelis at the hostage square for the last 24 hours, waiting for the last surviving 20 hostages to be brought back, to be transferred out of Gaza by the Red Cross and to be handed over by the IDF. And right now, as we speak, Ben Gurion Airport, one of the most high-profile locations on earth right now, as world leaders arrive, and from where they will proceed further to Egypt and have a meeting to mark the end of the Gaza war. It's come to an end after 2 years. The families of the hostages have been speaking. You see the picture there of the hostage square. That's the mood there as thousands of them gather in the heart of Tel Aviv to welcome their brothers, their sisters. Many of them, in fact, the last batch of the living hostages who are coming out today off Gaza, out of Palestinian control into Israel, are the ones who are picked up and taken captive by Hamas terrorists from the music festival. Most of them youth who are being released today, those who are alive. And of course, in the next few days, there will also be bodies that will be handed over by Palestinian Hamas to the families of the victims who've been waiting to simply just bid a respectful goodbye to their loved ones who were killed by Hamas in custody. 7 handed over, and the 13 confirmed living hostages, along with the bodies of 26 dead hostages, and another 2 whose fate is unknown, who they say the search is still on, are expected to be released on Monday, that's today, along with nearly 2,000 Palestinian detainees, convicted prisoners. And in Gaza, about a dozen masked, black-clad gunmen, members of the Hamas, have been at the Nasser hospital, where a stage and chairs have been laid out to welcome the returning Palestinian prisoners who are being returned by Israel. That also is happening. And the release marks one of the most important parts of what is being called the first phase of the ceasefire agreement, which concluded last week in the Egyptian resort of Sharm El-Sheikh, where Trump and other world leaders will be proceeding in a few hours from now. And the 2 years of the war have left Gaza in ruins, pictures of which have been beamed live for the last few weeks for the world to see of what remains in Gaza. With nearly all its people now in what is being called one of the world's largest humanitarian disasters, most of the buildings don't even exist. It's a city of rubble, reshaped. The Middle East, through the Israeli conflicts with Iran, Lebanon's Hezbollah, and Yemen's Houthis. And these are pictures, ladies and gentlemen, coming in right now as Donald Trump lands at the Ben Gurion Airport. That's his beast there, which will be taking him further next to the Israeli parliament, where he will address the people of Israel through its parliament on what has been a decisive war. It's decisive because nothing much remains of Gaza. Most of the Hamas leadership is eliminated. Live shot, close-up shot of Donald Trump speaking to Benjamin Netanyahu. Both of them very polarizing figures in their own countries. I have Ariella Rosenthal joining us on this live broadcast as we get you the live pictures from Israel. Ariana Rosenthal is the Director of International Relations at Ashdod Municipality. She's joining us live from Ashdod. She's been live with us here on Republic in the last 2 years when Israel has had its toughest phase since October 7, 2023. Ariella, is this ceasefire that in your view will last? Is this a permanent ceasefire? Is this really the end?
Well, finally, I'm happy just of this historical day, the first phase of the ceasefire that has been agreed between Israel and the Hamas under the umbrella of the U.S. and other countries in the Middle East. I must say that I'm so emotional this morning that I really want to be optimistic. But on the other hand, I just look at now at the release of the hostages, and then, the Hamas are calling families via a phone number that is not even signaled to show them their beloved ones, and it's sick. But we must not forget that these are terrorists that wanted to demolish and eliminate the people of Israel on the 7th of October. So I'm very hopeful that this is a new era, but I'm also skeptic on the other hand, because, terrorists don't change their suit in a day.
Yes, absolutely. Would this have been possible without the intervention of Donald Trump? I mean, if many feel that if there is a war that he actually ended, he monitored, followed through, tried to get consensus on, it's been this war, isn't it? He's been successful and he's played a big role, which also showed in one of the videos of thank you that was beamed, that was displayed on a beach as his plane lands, that very defining video that we saw. Donald Trump's role has been decisive, isn't it, in this war almost coming to an end?
Well, President Donald Trump, Israeli made the change, and the people of Israel are very thankful to President Donald Trump. But on the other hand, we must not forget that the IDF soldiers actually created a situation in which this hostage and this agreement could be implemented. So it's not, of course, only diplomatic ties, but also the military actions that Israel has done against and in Hamas, in Gaza, that have actually given the atmosphere in which we understand from the media that the Hamas understood that suddenly, after 2 years, them actually keeping the hostages has become a burden to them and not actually reaching their wishes. Israel will not be eliminated. We are a country that is very, very strong. This peace deal is good for our people. We're thankful for that. And of course, this is the first stage of the peace deal, but hopefully we'll see action and not only words in the near future. Then we will see if it's actually succeeded or not.
Do the people of Israel, Ariella, felt that this war stretched on for far too long, longer than it should have been?
Well, the people of Israel were a very strong society. I don't think that you've ever seen any other nation in the world that has worked and, really tried so much to bring back their hostages. This just shows that the people of Israel are a people that want peace. We are people that want cherish life and not death. And it doesn't matter if the hostages are going to come, of course, live, but also the deceased will come back. The people of Israel fought very hardly. But at the end, we understand that if the leadership of Hamas does not be dismounted from the worship and from ammunition, and actually countries in the Middle East and around the world would understand that there is a right for the state of Israel to live in security and in peace, maybe finally the people of the world, the international community will understand that maybe the people of Gaza will have a better future. But that means that they will not invest in war, but in peace. That means in education, in infrastructure, giving their people a better future. A future not of war, but of peace. But this change must be, when I look around the world and I see all these
Schumer shut down because he's become sort of irrelevant and he wants to make himself relevant again.
And in terms of the politics of this historic peace deal that we're on the way to go sign right now, you would think it's good for everybody, but at a rally this weekend, they were cheering for you and they were booing Netanyahu. What's up with that?
I don't know, but we're going to make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel, and we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
Mr. President, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has not gone so far as to say the war is over. In your view, is the war
is over?
over?
War is over. The war is over. Okay, you understand that? Good.
Is the ceasefire going to hold? Are you confident the ceasefire will hold? Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think so. I think it's going to hold. I think people are a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries, okay? Not just recent, it's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we're going to make sure it holds.
Mr. President, what will Gaza look like a year from now?
The International Stabilization Force, that's part of the...
strong force. I don't think it's going to have a big impact, because I think barely we're going to have to use it. I think everybody knows their place. It's going to be great for everybody. It's going to be great for the surrounding countries, Arab, Muslim, all of them. It's going to be great for Israel. Everybody is happy, and I think it's going to stay that way. Peter?
And if the ceasefire does hold, how long until we get to the part of the 20-point peace plan where developers can go in and make Gaza the Riviera of the Middle East?
Well, I don't know about the Riviera for a while, because you take a look at what you have. You have to get people taken care of first. But it's going to start really essentially immediately. I mean, they're going to have to start by removing a lot of structures that you see that are down to the ground. I mean, it's blasted. This is like a demolition site. Almost the entire site is. So you have to get rid of what you have there. You have structures that are very dangerous. They're falling down. If they haven't fallen, they're going to fall down of their own volition. So that process, Peter, is going to start pretty much immediately in that way.
What will it look like a year from now, in your view?
Well, a year, that's very quick. But over the years, it'll look very good. It'll be, it's got the first chance it's had in centuries of being peaceful. It's always been a very, very strange area. It's always been loaded up with problems, religious problems, problems like no other place probably in the world. And I think it's going to normalize. All you can say, if it normalizes, that would be fantastic.
The governance structure, sir, that you have set up in that peace plan, how soon will that new governing body be in place?
Very quickly. And everybody wants to be a part of it. You're talking about the Board of Peace?
That's right.
Everybody wants to be a part of it. I've had calls from all of the leaders of countries. They all want to be a part. I mean, the leaders themselves, they're not going to send somebody. They want to be a part of it.
Do you know who's going to be a part of it?
I do.
Can you share?
No, not yet. It's a little early.
Tony Blair. Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it since the... Have you spoken to Tony Blair about it?
Yeah, but I want to find out that Tony would be popular with all, because I just don't know that. And I like Tony. I've always liked Tony, but I want to find out that he's an acceptable choice to everybody.
What guarantees have you been able to both the Israelis and the Israelis?
And I don't think they're going to want to disappoint me. I have a lot of verbal guarantees that aren't down in writing, but they were given to me, and I believe they're going to be held very strongly. That's why I think it's going to be successful.
Hi, good to see you. Good to see you, Mr. President. Thank you. Good to see you. I'm sure you've seen reports of Hamas rearming, instituting themselves as a Palestinian police force, shooting rivals. What is your message?
Where they are standing, because they do want to stop the problems, and they've been open about it, and we gave them approval for a period of time. You have to understand, they've lost probably 60,000 people. That's a lot of retribution. They've lost 60,000 people, and the ones that are living right now were, in many cases, very young when this all started. And we are having them watch that there's not going to be big crime or some of the problems that you have when you have areas like this that have been literally demolished. You know, you have 2 million people, and probably it'll be less than that, but you have close to 2 million people going back to buildings that have been demolished. And a lot of bad things can happen. So we want it to be safe. I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President,
Who knows for sure, Katie? But I think it's going to be fine.
Mr. President.
Yes. Hi. What is the latest that you've heard about the hostages, when they will be released? Do you expect to meet with any of them?
The hostages might be even a little early, but I don't want to say that. So they have the hostages. I understand all 20, and we may get them out a little bit early. Getting them was amazing, actually, because we were involved, and they were in places that you don't want to know about. Deep.
Some of the top Biden administration folks who were there, like Antony Blinken, seem to want some credit for the peace deal. Blinken says it's good that President Trump adopted and built on the plan that the Biden administration developed. What do you think about that?
Everybody knows it's a joke. Look, they did such a bad job. This should have never happened. This wouldn't have even happened. That was weak leadership, terrible. And the same thing with Russia, Ukraine. If just a decent president, not a great president like me, not a great president. If a decent president was in, you wouldn't have had the Russia-Ukraine. And this is, I would say, even more so. This was bad policy by Biden and by Obama. Remember when Bibi came and he begged that you not do what they were doing with Iran? You remember that, right? Begged them. And they wouldn't even listen to him. Everything they did was the opposite of what you should have done. And it's nice that they try and take a little credit. That was years ago, and the mistakes were made years ago, and it was both by Biden and Obama.
And so what did you do so differently? Because I know a lot of it was behind the scenes. So what did you do so much differently than Joe Biden and to end the war?
I resonated with the Arab leaders, the Muslim leaders, and the Jewish leaders. For whatever reason, you tell me why. You know, he said that in my first news conference, I answered more questions of him than Biden did in 4 years. And I think that's pretty close to being true.
No, there were no Pinocchios in the fact check.
That's right.
Mr. President, your relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu has been through some ups and downs.
Yeah.
You had to get a little tough on him. Where is that relationship now, and can you tell us about it?
And ladies and gentlemen, that's the initial reaction coming in from Air Force One of US President Donald Trump just a while ago, who has landed now in Tel Aviv. We'll be bringing you the latest details as the US President now gears up to address the Israeli parliament. Do not go anywhere. We'll be live and breaking right after this short break.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good. Tough savings because we are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for no.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Tehreek-e Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master.
News Republic Jack Pollywall studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome and thank you for staying with Republic. You're watching live and breaking at 1 p.m. with me, Tanisha Avasthi. And before we head into the top story, let's have a major announcement that we have to make. Coming up this week on Republic Media Network is one of India's biggest thought leadership conclave, the Our Bharat Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. Our theme this year is Shakti Shali Atmanirbhar Bharat. Join us as we bring together voices from politics, culture, defense, spirituality and enterprise, all united by one vision. This week on October 15 at Republic Media Network headquarters from 9:30 a.m. onwards. Be there. United States President Donald Trump addresses the Parliament of Israel and will be departing for the Peace Summit in Egypt later. Red Cross officials reach Gaza border as process of release of Israeli hostages begin. Hamas releases 7 hostages. It's a big setback for RJD chief Lalu Yadav and family in the IRCTC scam case. Rouse Avenue Court has framed charges against Lalu and his family. Supreme Court gives investigation of Karur stampede to CBI to be monitored by former SC Judge Justice Ajay Rastogi. Pakistani Armed Forces fire upon Tehreek-e-Labaik Pakistan protesters who gathered at Muridke. Enforcement Directorate conducts raids in Chennai against the Srisan Pharmaceuticals, the same factory and the manufacturer of cold drip cough syrup that led to the deaths of many innocent children. And it's Operation Returning Home, ladies and gentlemen, for the 20 hostages that had been captured by Hamas. Today, Donald Trump he's in fact already landed in Israel. He has met Netanyahu. Both of them are holding a crucial meeting, and the exchange of hostages will be taking place in just some moments from now. Netanyahu, along with Donald Trump, there at the airport, they will be heading straight towards the Israeli parliament, where Donald Trump will then be addressing. Trump's Air Force One had landed in Tel Aviv just few minutes ago. The returning of the hostages, there are nearly 7 hostages that will be released in batch 1. We learned that the IDF spokesperson has said that the exchange of Israeli hostages has already been conducted, and that the hostages are there with the Israeli military. All right, Nick is reporting live from Tel Aviv on that note. Nick, what's the latest update on ground?
Yeah, that's right. So you can see here behind me, this is the Air Force One. Just 1 second. Yes, now you can see the picture. Here behind me is the Air Force One, and here Donald Trump landed just minutes ago, and he met the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and also the President of Israel, Yitzhak Herzog. Both of them welcomed Trump here, and the Air Force One will stay here in the Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv until Trump will return just in a few hours. It will be a really quick visit of Israel, just 4 hours, and he will take off from here to Egypt to a meeting with European leaders and with Arab countries leaders. And here, Trump gets a warm welcome. There is a red carpet, and the heads of the Israeli government welcomed Trump. And the main road from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem is closed, and now Trump on the way to the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, with all the cortege, all the cars, the tons of cars that are escorting Trump and the Israeli head of states, and the whole road is closed for them. So they will make this trip safely and quickly. And in the Israeli parliament, it will address the nation of Israel. He will say how much effort he put in order to bring back all the hostages. And this Air Force One also flew over the hostage square in the center of Tel Aviv to show its support to the families and relatives of the hostages, all those who from captivity and those who for 2 years continued their struggle to bring the hostages. And today it is happening while Trump landing in Israel, Hamas releasing the Israeli hostages. And this is happening in a historic moment for the whole Middle East. Maybe this is the start of a bigger, broader peace in the region, peace that people here waited for, we can say for 100 years, for 80 years, but maybe even for thousands of years if we are going back to history. Since the first time the Jews were exiled from Israel about 2,600 years ago by the predecessors of Arabs from the Babylon Empire. And now this is a historic moment. People here excited, and they still believe, they believe again that peace can be achieved. And Donald Trump putting all of his efforts to continue the Abraham Accords agreements that he started to do in his first term with the United Arab Emirates and with other countries. And now Trump wants that Israel will do peace agreements or normalization with more countries, even like Lebanon and Syria, 2 neighbors of Israel that had many wars over the years with Israel, many conflicts. And maybe now at this historic point, they could become more friendly countries and maybe find a way to live peacefully all together. And also the Palestinians could have maybe their own statehood, although Netanyahu refuses to this plan. He doesn't want to see Palestinian state because he thinks it will be a threat for Israel. But yet Trump wants to ensure Netanyahu and Israel that this time it will be safe for the Jewish people, and maybe this is the best thing that could be done to rebuild Gaza and to put their normal government that will not be governed by terrorists, but by regular people, technocrats, and maybe with supervision in the beginning at least of Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of Britain in the past, previous Prime Minister of Britain, and also with supervision of other countries from the EU, United States, Arab countries. And all of them together maybe will start today a new chapter in the bloody history of the Middle East. And maybe this will be a big change. And maybe we will see in the future more peaceful land here and more peaceful times. Maybe it will come. And as you can see, the plane of Trump is still ignited on. We can hear the motors working, and
all right,
he will come back soon here and will take off to the Egypt.
Yes, Nick, I request you to stay with me. I will come back to you, but before I do that, let's also listen into Donald Trump's reaction that he just gave a moment back and after he landed at the airport.
It's gotten to be almost customary, but we're taking care of it. We've got the military paid in full, and we're doing a lot of things. We're ending some programs that we don't want. They happen to be Democrat-sponsored programs, but we're ending some programs that we never wanted, and we're probably not going to allow them to come back. I think they made a mistake. I think they made a big mistake. This is really a Schumer shutdown because he's become sort of irrelevant, and he wants to make himself relevant again.
And in terms of the politics of this historic peace deal that we're on the way to go sign right now, you would think it's good for everybody, but at a rally this weekend, they were cheering for you and they were booing Netanyahu. What's up with that?
I don't know, but we're going to make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time. I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel, and we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries, and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
Mr. President, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has not gone so far as to say the war is over. In your view, is the war over? The war is over. The war is over. The war is over. Okay, you understand that? Good.
Mr. President, is the ceasefire going to hold? Are you confident the ceasefire will hold? Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think so. I think it's going to hold. I think people are a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries, okay? Not just recent. It's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we're going to make sure it holds.
What's the latest that you've heard about the hostages, when they will be released? Do you expect to meet with any of them?
Hostages might be even a little early, but I don't want to say that. So they have the hostages. I understand all 20, and we may get them out a little bit early. Getting them was amazing, actually, because we were involved, and they were in places that you don't want to know about.
All right, joining me live is Jonathan Conricus. He's been a Lieutenant Colonel with the IDF formerly. Jonathan, it's good to have you back with us. As far as the development is concerned, it's a very, very important day for the people of Israel. People have been seen celebrating. But when I ask you, since you have served in the IDF formerly, how do you see the ceasefire going ahead from here on? Do you think it's going to stay? Do you think the ceasefire is here to stay? Or will the Hamas flout the norms yet again?
Well, hello. Thank you for having me on. I very much appreciate that, contrary to other international networks where I've been interviewing over the last hours, you don't say peace deal. And I think you say correctly, it is a ceasefire and a hostage release deal. And I think the words here are very important. It can become a peace deal if Hamas implements everything that it's supposed to do as per the agreement that they have agreed. If they disarm, if they relinquish control over the Gaza Strip, and if Gaza will be managed by this international board of peace, as the president calls it, then we might be looking at something else. And then I think that the ceasefire will hold, and I think Israel will have every interest to make that process as successful as possible, because it will bring prosperity and prevent the reoccurrence of violence. However, if Hamas doesn't disarm, and currently what we're seeing in Gaza is Hamas thugs executing Palestinians, executing Arabs, dissidents, people who criticized Hamas, rival factions. They're doing horrible things, mass executions, broad daylight, public squares. That is what Hamas has been busy doing in the last 24 hours since the ceasefire. And that is not a good sign.
Yes. All right, Jonathan, I thank you very much for being here with us and speaking to us. I'm extremely sorry I have to cut you short on that, because there's an important development that's happening here in West Bengal, where I believe the BJP is addressing a press conference, and this is in relation with the Durgapur rape case that took place just last week. Let's listen to what the BJP has to say.
एक बार फिर उन्होंने इस बात को डिनाई करा। फिर हम बात करते हैं संदेश खाली की। संदेश खाली में तो आप जानते हैं अनगिनत महिलाओं के साथ दुष्कर्म हुआ, वो भी टीएमसी के ही नेताओं ने करा, टीएमसी के ही ऑफिस में हुआ। लेकिन माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी ने क्या कहा? उन्होंने कहा किचु हुई ना, किचु हुई नहीं, यानी कुछ नहीं हुआ। फ्लैट आउट डिनायल करा। उन्होंने सीधा ये कहा कि उनकी पार्टी ने कुछ नहीं कहा। उन्होंने ये बोला कि ये मेड अप इंसिडेंट्स हैं। मित्रों, आपको याद होगा इस देश की जितनी भी हमारी न्याय प्रणाली है, हमारे कोर्ट्स को इंटरवीन करना पड़ा, तब जाके वो दरिंदा और उसके साथी हिरासत में लिए गए। और हम लोग भूल नहीं सकते कि कितनी उद्दंडता के साथ वो रेप अक्यूज चलता जा रहा था, क्योंकि वो जानता था कि उसको टीएमसी की और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी का आश्रय है, उनकी शह भी है। आरजी कर 2004 एक बार फिर ममता बनर्जी ने रेप को जस्टिफाई करते हुए कहा कि रेप के इंसिडेंट तो होते रहते हैं, महिलाएं और पुरुष, लड़के और लड़कियां अब हाथों में हाथ डालकर घूमते हैं। पहले अगर ऐसा कुछ होता था तो उनको तुरंत डांट दिया जाता था, उनको रिप्रिमांड कर दिया गया था। इट इज लाइक एन ओपन मार्केट विद ऑप्शंस, ये है उनकी स्टेटमेंट। I'm repeating, it's like an open market with options. उन्होंने फिर से महिलाओं को ब्लेम करने की कोशिश करी। यह है टीएमसी की दकियानूसी मानसिकता। आरजी कर में 2004 में जब आम आदमी ने, जब वहां के मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स ने न्याय मांगने की कोशिश करी, प्रोटेस्ट करे, तो ममता बनर्जी ने उनको मोटिवेटेड कह दिया। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं ममता बनर्जी से कि आप लोग तो मां, माटी और मानुष का नारा लगाते हैं। आपके इस संवेदनहीन, आपके इस कुशासन और आपकी इस दकियानूसी मानसिकता के कारण आज बंगाल में मां शर्मिंदा है, माटी लहूलुहान है और मानुष बेहाल है। आप सभी के माध्यम से मैं पुनः ममता बनर्जी की सरकार और स्वयं ममता बनर्जी को अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी कि रेप को जस्टिफाई करना बंद करें और उस बच्ची को जस्टिस की तरफ बढ़ें। धन्यवाद।
साथियों, एक जुड़ा हुआ विषय है और आपके संज्ञान में ये लाना बहुत आवश्यक है। अभी कुछ दिनों से हम देख रहे हैं पश्चिम बंगाल में दलित समाज की बच्ची के साथ इस प्रकार से असंवेदनशीलता की पराकाष्ठा। कांग्रेस के दोनों नेता शांत। कर्नाटक के मैसूरू में 10 साल की आदिवासी लड़की बालिका उसके साथ दुष्कर्म, कांग्रेस के दोनों नेता शांत। पश्चिम बंगाल में ही कुछ दिनों पूर्व सांसद महोदय खरगेन मुर्मू, उनको विभत्स हिंसा का सामना करना पड़ा, कांग्रेस पार्टी शांत। लेकिन जानबूझ करके एक फेक नैरेटिव बनाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। अप्रत्यक्ष अनरिलेटेड इंसिडेंट को जोड़ करके एक पॉलिटिकल कलर देने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। कांग्रेस पार्टी भारत के राजनीतिक इतिहास में उनसे ज्यादा दलित विरोध, वंचित विरोध, शोषित विरोध का इतिहास किसी का नहीं रहा है। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोग जो आज दलित समाज के हितैषी बन रहे हैं, हम उनको बताना चाहते हैं कि आप आत्ममंथन करके देखिए, हमारे नेता भारत रत्न परम पूज्य महामानव बाबा साहेब अंबेडकर के साथ आपने क्या दुर्व्यवहार किया था, यह देश का दलित जानता है। वो तो अंततोगत्वा उनके देहांत के 4 दशक के बाद भाजपा समर्थित सरकार ने उनको देश के सर्वोच्च सम्मान भारत रत्न सम्मानित किया। ये सूची है। बाबू जगजीवन राम जो बिहार से आते थे, रविदास समाज से आते थे, उनको अपमानित किया। इस हद तक अपमानित किया कि नीरजा चौधरी जी की पुस्तक हाउ प्राइम मिनिस्टर डिसाइड्स में उनको कहना पड़ा, अ दलित कैन नेवर बिकम अ प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ दिस कंट्री। हाल में हमने देखा किस प्रकार से हरियाणा में दलित समाज की बेटी, उनकी नेत्री कुमारी शैलजा जी को बैनर और पोस्टर से गायब कर दिया गया। कांग्रेस पार्टी आज मनुवाद की बात करती है, दलितों की हितैषी बनने की बात करती है। हम आपसे बोलना चाहते हैं, वी नारायण स्वामी आपके समाज के नेता थे, दलित समाज के आते थे, और कांग्रेस पार्टी के युवराज राहुल गांधी जी अपना चप्पल उनसे उठवा रहे थे। आज एक वीडियो वायरल है, राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के विधायक सरोज यादव एक पासवान समाज के व्यक्ति को बोल रहे हैं, उसने फोन किया है, उस पर ऑडियो क्लिप है कि तुम पासवान होकर के बोलेगा। कुछ दिनों पहले आरजेडी के विधायक भाई वीरेंद्र ने क्या कहा था, एक दलित समाज के कर्मचारी को जूता से मारेंगे। दलितों का स्थान जूते में है, हमें भूलना नहीं है। लालू यादव जी अपने जन्मदिन पे बाबा साहेब अंबेडकर की तस्वीर, उनकी पोर्ट्रेट उनको गिफ्ट किया गया, अपने पैरों से हटा दिया। ये लालू यादव जी, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोग आज दलित हितैषी होने का जो ढोंग कर रहे हैं, जो नाटक कर रहे हैं, उनको आत्ममंथन करने की आवश्यकता है। कर्नाटक में दलित समाज के कल्याण के लिए पैसे आते हैं, ट्रांसफर कहां हो जाता है? खड़गे जी के प्राइवेट ट्रस्ट में। आज कांग्रेस पार्टी का शासन कर्नाटक में है, दलितों की हत्या हो, दलितों के साथ अन्याय हो, कांग्रेस पार्टी शांत। पश्चिम बंगाल में उनके साथी की सरकार है, वहां पे दलितों पे आक्रमण हो, कांग्रेस पार्टी शांत। बिहार में उनके पार्टी के, उनके संगठन के, उनके गठबंधन के लोग दुस्साहस करे, अपमानित करे, कांग्रेस पार्टी शांत। ये देश का दलित, देश का वंचित, देश का शोषित और देश का पीड़ित समझ गया है। कांग्रेस का असल चाल, चेहरा और चरित्र दलित विरोधी है, वंचित विरोधी है। मैं यहां तक कहता हूं दैट दे आर द न्यू फ्यूडल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। ये नव सामंतवाद का प्रतीक है कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो नया है। और वहीं दूसरी तरफ आप हमसे सवाल करते हैं, आप बीजेपी और संघ से पूछते हैं। मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि देश के इतिहास में पहली बार संविधान के सर्वोच्च स्थान पे आदिवासी की बेटी को जाने का मौका मिला तो भारतीय जनता।
So that was the BJP's press conference, who was hitting out at Mamata Banerjee for the back-to-back rape cases that's happened in the state of West Bengal, and no strong action has been taken by the government so far. We move on to other stories that we are tracking. In our latest development, the Enforcement Directorate had conducted searches that are still underway at locations that are linked to the cold rift factory in Chennai, the company behind the cold rift cough syrup that allegedly caused the deaths of 23 children in Madhya Pradesh. Here's a ground report from Chennai on that.
The Enforcement Directorate has carried out raids linked to Sreesan Pharmaceuticals in Chennai. The searches were carried out at the Kanchipuram factory manufacturing unit of Sreesan Pharma. The agency also raided the residence of S. Ranganathan, owner of the pharma company. During raids at the residence of S. Ranganathan, ED seized documents, laptops and financial books, potentially revealing illicit profits from the substandard drug sales. The ED's Chennai unit also searched several locations connected to the company under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Further searches were carried out at the residences of top officials of the Tamil Nadu Drug Control Office. This comes days after the owner's arrest following the deaths of at least 20 children in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan due to the consumption of the toxic syrup. The cough syrup has now been banned in several states, including Uttar Pradesh and Punjab.
The deadly cough syrup cold riv was manufactured from the state of Tamil Nadu and Kanchipuram by the Sreesan Pharmaceuticals owner Rangaraj Govindarajan, and the ED is now conducting raids in multiple locations in Chennai, especially his house which is located in Kodambakam. It's expected that the ED raids will go till the end of the day to find out these documents that the food inspector had taken while taking a bribe. The ED raids are also conducted in the food inspector's offices Karthikeyan in July, and after the police has got the information that he had got money to give the clearance certificate for the cold riff cough syrup. Now the ED raids are continuing to happen here in 7 different places that is related to the Sreesan Pharmaceuticals owner, following which it's expected that a detailed report will be submitted to the central government.
That has been released by the Hamas. The first picture of Ul-Al after being released by Hamas. These are the first pictures of one of the hostages that was there in Hamas's custody. He has now been handed over to the Israeli military. The first visuals live on Republic. This is from the Khan Yunis area in Gaza, where the man in the black jacket is the first hostage that has been released. These first pictures are now out. All right, just a moment back, we saw the visuals of how Donald Trump had landed in Israel. He had met Netanyahu. This is a ceasefire, aftermath of the ceasefire that is being done. The Gaza peace deal, as Trump claimed, is finally into action. The returning of 20 hostages will be conducted today. This started at 6 a.m. in the morning. And right now we see the first pictures of the released hostage there on your screen. "20 hostages will be released by Hamas today, out of which one has already been released. Now, 7 in the first phase will be released is what we know. The other will be released in the second phase of the exchange of hostages. This is one of the hostages that has been released by Hamas, the Israeli military there, who is at the spot receiving one of the hostages. Now, soon after handing over 7 hostages of 20, Hamas's military wing issued a statement claiming that it remains committed to the ongoing ceasefire and a hostage for prisoner deal with Israel. Now, according to the local media reports, Hamas's military wing, the Al-Qassam brigades, issued a statement shortly after the 7 hostages were reportedly handed over to the Red Cross. The group said, and I quote, "It remains committed to the agreement as long as Israel adheres to its part of the deal." Meanwhile, they have also been quoted saying that the agreement was reached is the fruit of the people's steadfastness and resistance. The statement also said that the occupation could have returned most of its captivities alive many months ago, but it all continued to stall. The Israel Defense Forces, meanwhile, confirmed that the Red Cross has received all 7 hostages, and that's the first picture of the first hostage that has come out. It is in talking terms with the Israeli military. The Hamas the hostage that was there in captivity of the Hamas. In fact, on an ex-post, the IDF had issued a statement saying that according to the information provided by the Red Cross, 7 hostages have been transferred into their custody and that they are on their way to IDF and ISA forces in Gaza. Now, the IDF is all prepared to receive additional hostages who are expected to be transferred to the Red Cross later on. In fact, we learned that Hamas had also claimed that it had sought to end the war of annihilation months ago, but they accused Israel of obstructing the peace efforts. According to, again, the local reports of Israel, 7 hostages have already been transferred to the Israeli Defense Force by the Red Cross. The released hostages include Gali and Ziv Barman. Others are also named Matan, Alon Oel, Omri, Itan, and others. After that, once the hostages have been handed over to the Israeli military, we learn that they will undergo medical and psychological examinations at Israeli hospitals. The remaining 13 giving hostages will be released around 10 a.m. as per the local media reports. On the Health Ministry Director General also said that the health system has been fully mobilized to receive both the freed hostages and the bodies of deceased captivities to be returned to the country. Alongside the hope and joy, ladies and gentlemen, there's also immense sorrow for the families of hostages who will be brought to eternal rest in Israel. In fact, Abhishek is also joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, on our screen, we're showing us the first pictures of the hostage that has been handed over to the Israeli military now. But when we talk about the ceasefire, is the ceasefire here to stay?
Well, these are pictures in live of the release and the transfer to just 7 of them, Ethan Moore, Gali and Ziv Berman, both related, Matan Angrest, Omri Miran, Alba, and you see their faces, the kind of relief that's there, obviously. If I return home to and to more of the one that means fear of lingering fear of death and remember of the hostages that were taken by Hamas. Some of them also lost their lives in Israeli military action when the Israeli Defense Forces were trying to extricate the same hostages from Hamas captivity. In those tunnels, we have seen those pictures. Often inside those tunnels, the huge network of 100 kilometers below Gaza, a city under a city, in complete Hamas, where they operate their military campaigns and operations. The Red Israeli Defense Forces,
All right, we'll go to Abhishek in a short while from now, but the first images of the released hostages are on your screen. These are the hostages which are being released. The first hostages have been handed over by Hamas and they're returned to Israel. Pictures coming in, first on Republic. 20 of them are being transferred. The first images are coming in. And one of the hostages there is Alon. One of the hostages has been released, Israeli, German, and Serbian citizenship. Hamas footage showed him being taken away as a hostage during the Nova festival. I'm going back to Abhishek. Abhishek, every hostage who has been released, whether it's Alon, whether it's Gali and Ziv Berman, whether it's Guy, Gilboa, Dalal, Matan, Angrest, Omri, Miran, all of them have a story to tell. And finally, they're coming home.
Well, absolutely. Finally, they're home. Their families would be happy, satisfied with relief, large across Israel, there would be a sense of relief and satisfaction that finally this has happened. Much of the credit should go and should be given where it is due to President Donald Trump of the United States, the manner in which he really made it a keystone of his engagements vis-a-vis West Asia, or that somehow a ceasefire is reached between Israel and Hamas, despite a certain stickiness shown by the Netanyahu government. In fact, till this for which President Trump has traveled to East, and he would be a trip where this would be signed or formalized other. The Netanyahu government had actually that military action can hostage completely finish off Hamas in that bargain, or a primary objective being to completely eliminate Hamas. And we are getting these pictures. Shivangi, I am joining you just a bit.
Right. All right. Abhishek is with us. And pictures coming in right now of all 20 hostages which have been released. First images of hostages coming in right now on Republic TV. And like we're telling you, everyone has a story. Everyone has been waiting for this moment. It's a big, big moment coming in right now where we see that Hamas is releasing the hostages. We are also being joined by a guest right now. Let's go straight across to a guest who's joining us. We are joined by Akviva Spiegelman, media and international affairs consultant, location, joining us live from Israel. I want to come across to you, Akiva Spiegelman, and these pictures are coming in, but they have been years in the making.
These are extraordinary times and extraordinary pictures. Today we've seen now all 20 hostages are released and are in the hold of the IDF, and they're in Israel and they're home. And it's just unbelievable. After 2 years of fighting, after this war, we can finally collectively breathe. And it's a fresh breath of air. And there are still a lot of things we need to work out, including how exactly Hamas dismantles from its weapons and releases its chokehold on the people of Gaza, really. They are the perpetrators of this whole thing. This started on October 7th when they killed, raped, and murdered innocent people, thousands of people in their homes on a holiday. Tonight, we're going to be celebrating that same exact holiday, exactly 2 years later. And it's amazing to see that we've gone through a lot, and now we've gone through a very significant stage of having our hostages finally return home. Their families, we see them standing, which is remarkable. After what they've been through, they've been abused, they've been underground. You can see they're very pale. But they're home now, and they're safe, and the whole country now has a big sigh of relief. Everyone together.
Yes. Also, we see that these images are not just being watched here where we are in India. It's being watched all over the globe. People watching all over the globe this historic moment. What do you really want the viewers to know about the hostages and their families? We have seen how they have suffered, how they have waited for this day to come.
It's important for people around the world to understand they've been through the only appropriate word would be to call it hell. For the last 2 years, they've been held underground, prisoners. One of them, we are fairly certain that he lost an eye during this time. They haven't received any medical treatment during this time. The Red Cross was insignificant. Other than driving them back into Israel, they were not a factor. They shouldn't be held accountable for Hamas's wrongdoings, but they really did not do anything to help. They received no medication. There are some that are returning home today that we didn't even know if they were alive until a few days ago. We haven't heard from them, we haven't seen them. And so people need to understand that although they're standing and they look healthy, there's a long process of healing here. There's PTSD, which needs to be taken into account. There's health issues, 2 years without medication, without proper daylight are very damaging for the human system. And so as good as they look right now, there's a lot under the surface to really look into and to make sure that they're still healthy before they could return to society. They're going to be going through a lot of medical treatment now once they arrive in Israel. They're going straight to hospital once they see their families. They're going to be in rehabilitation for a long time. And it's important to understand Hamas is trying to show as if the released hostages are on the same level as the released prisoners. The prisoners that are being released have blood on their hands. They've murdered Israelis. They've been in charge of making sure to hurt Jews and Israelis in Israel, and they aren't innocent people. So Hamas trying to show that they're equal is a big psychological game that they're playing. Now we see President Trump entering the Knesset. That's also a historic thing for us. He's only the fourth American president to be speaking in the Knesset all time. And he really did a lot to make sure this happened. So we have to thank him, and we have to still remember that the job is not done yet. We still have dangers that we need to take into account. There's still fears that Hamas will at some point strike us again. But there's a long process here on all levels. People need to understand as the hostages are home, and that was a very important part of this war. But now we need to make sure that Israel is safe from all borders.
Yes. Mr. Spiegelman, we also, as we look at these pictures, we think about what happened on 7th October 2023 when the Palestinian groups attacked on southern Israel, where many people lost their lives, and a lot changed that day. And from there all the way till here, till today, pictures also coming in from the Israeli parliament. Donald Trump, who will be speaking in a short while from now at the Israeli parliament, addressing the Israeli parliament. But Mr. Spiegelman, from there till today, though Trump says that the war in Gaza is over, but according to you, is the Gaza war truly over?
I don't think so. I think, as you can see, Hamas is still holding on to Gaza. They're the only militant body that during a ceasefire puts on uniform, meaning during the entire war they were fighting in civilian clothes, and now in the ceasefire they took the streets again. And so they're still very much in charge of that area. They still, in their charter, which they released years ago, one of their main goals is to destroy Israel. And so as happy again that we are seeing the hostages come back, we know it's only the first step of many that need to be done in order to guarantee real safety, not only for Israel, but also people in Gaza themselves. They've suffered under this as well. We have to take that into account. Plain people in Gaza have been persecuted, killed by Hamas, thrown off buildings. Not going to get into all the details of who gets killed there, but they are a brutal entity. And until they're not destroyed and release Gaza of their threshold and their chokehold, then we really can't just keep going. We know that they're going to try to hurt us again. There's always attempts. There's daily rocks being thrown at cars in different areas in the country. There are attempts to hurt Jews all the time. Hamas is not going to become some diplomatic mission. They're still a terrorist entity. And as much as we'd like the war to be over, it is far from being over. There's still much work to be done. This is the first phase of many. And we can't ignore the fact that Hamas is still very much in power in Gaza.
Right. Okay, staying with these pictures also coming in from Israeli parliament. And Mr. Spiegelman, speaking of US, because we are showing pictures to our viewers from inside the Israeli parliament, because we see that Donald Trump is in Israel and we're waiting for that address of his in a short while from now. How do you really view the role of US? Because we see that he's bartered a peace deal there. But how do you really see his role?
Their role has been extraordinary in bringing this process to a start. But we need to also remember that Israel, I think I've said this before on air with you, we are not a 51st state, and our safety comes first. And later on today, there's going to be a big summit in Egypt with a lot of different countries that were very much uninvolved and even damaged the negotiations when they decided to promote a Palestinian state. And that damaged the negotiations. And so the U.S. has been very vital partner in making sure this happens. But at the end of the day, we're very much in charge of our own destiny. And we will rely on the U.S. and their assistance, and it's been extraordinary, and it probably wouldn't have happened under any other president. And yet Israel still needs to do what it has to do. And I think the U.S. needs to respect the fact that calling the shots from abroad is not a feasible way for Israel to exist. And so as much as I appreciate the work they've done, and we all do, we see President Trump, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, these people are really bringing peace to the Middle East. That's what they're trying to do, and it's noteworthy and it's admirable. But when it comes to security, Israel will still have to do whatever it has to do in order to guarantee its safety. And so we're happy to have them as a partner. We're happy to have them as a leader even in this process right now, because without them, it probably wouldn't have happened. And yet they still need to leave us the leverage and the space to make the changes that we need to make, because we feel the difference on the ground.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Akiva Spiegelman joining us from Israel. Keeping these pictures on for you, these are coming from the Israeli parliament. Donald Trump will be addressing the Israeli parliament very, very soon. He has met Netanyahu as soon as he landed in Israel. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers. Live coverage continues from Israel.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one.
The lanes of Dharavi are not just narrow, they are full of crowd, full of people. It is difficult to even walk through the streets. Children, they play in these tiny streets, making it even busier. People carry baskets, pushcarts, heavy loads, they try to balance it. If two people carry weights, it is very difficult for them to pass through each other. And if we talk about the market days, it is even worse. Even to try and cover a small distance takes a lot of time. open areas are almost missing. There is hardly any sunlight coming and reaching the floor. Children play cricket in these tiny streets and enjoy their life. If I talk about this bicycle, it can hardly pass through the narrow lane. Because people, they enjoy on their doorsteps. They talk to each other, share their memories and daily lives. Because they don't have garden, they don't have courtyard. So people enjoy their life in little spaces that they have here.
मेरा नाम संदीप महादेव शिंदे है। मैं धारावी में रहता हूँ। मेरे को धारावी में बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। प्रदूषण रूम वगैरह सब प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम है। यहाँ पे कोई ध्यान देता नहीं है। खाली मेरे को यहाँ पे अच्छा हो जाए ऐसा मेरे को लगता है। धारावी में छोटा रूम है, इसके वजह से बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है। हमको रहने के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, सब बच्चे के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, स्कूल का प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, लाइट का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे है। ये मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे आके देखना चाहिए सब जन क्या है गवर्नमेंट में। हमारे तरफ ध्यान देना चाहिए, साफ़ सफाई करना चाहिए। धारावी में वो हो नहीं रहा है पहले की तरह, देखना चाहिए धारावी में आके।
Even the daily life is hard here. Imagine carrying groceries or shifting your furniture in these narrow lanes. It's a task. Even if you go out with your family, you have to cross a lot of obstacles on the way. But the life goes on. This is the spirit of Dharavi. People, they share their food, they share their walls and their stories too. At the same time, these festivals are being celebrated in the true spirit in these narrow lanes. This is what Dharavi teaches you, life. The streets of Dharavi connect everyone, shops, workers, families. But they also tell the story of life full of struggle and life too. Here, every corner is filled with stories about managing, adjusting and surviving, connected and alive.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
Living my best life. Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Tehreek-e-Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked 16 posts across multiple provinces of Pakistan under its Al-Khandaq operations. The Taliban destroyed Pak's Durand line security. The group killed 58 Pak soldiers and held 5 as captive.
The armed forces of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan tonight conducted a successful
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years. with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good. On tough savings because we are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And here are the headlines that we're tracking at 2 p.m. this Monday afternoon. United States President Donald Trump arrives in Israel, all set to address the Israeli parliament and later head to Egypt. Hamas releases all the 20 hostages who were held captive for the last 2 years. Entire release process overseen by the Red Cross officials. It's a big setback for RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family in the IRCTC scam case. Rouse Avenue Court frames charges. Big setback to Stalin government as the Supreme Court gives investigation of the Karur stampede to CBI to be monitored by the former Supreme Court Judge Justice Ajay Rastogi.
आपके इस संवेदनहीन, आपके इस कुशासन और आपकी इस दकियानूसी मानसिकता के कारण आज बंगाल में मां शर्मिंदा है, माटी लहूलुहान है और मानुष बेहाल है.
There is massive uproar over the Durgapur gang rape case. The Bengal leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, leads a BJP protest in West Bengal against the TMC government. Meanwhile, in Delhi, BJP holds a full-fledged press conference on Mamata Banerjee. All right, coming across to some live visuals that we are getting in from Tel Aviv, from the Khan Yunis area in Gaza, where the release of the hostages, the exchange of the hostages is taking place. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a big update, a big moment for Israel, in fact, when it comes to the peace plan that Donald Trump had, in fact, proposed. The Israel military has taken control over the 20 hostages. Remember, 20 hostages were held in captivity over the last 2 years by the Hamas soon after the war had broken out. But through mediation, through talks and dialogues, that has been sorted today. And we learned that the release of hostages has already taken place. The family is celebrating. Live visuals we were getting in there from APTN, if you can have that back on our screen, where Donald Trump has been the mediator here. He is currently in Israel, and in just some moments from now, we will also be addressing the Israeli Parliament on the release of hostages. Hamas has released all 20 Israeli live hostages to the Red Cross on Monday. That is today, as a part of the new Gaza ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. The hostages were released in 2 phases. In the first phase, there were 7 hostages that were released in the morning. And the second phase, 13 more hostages were released. Now, they will be returning home after 2 years of the deadly war. Meanwhile, the United States President Donald Trump, the mediator of the ceasefire, arrived in Israel ahead of his scheduled visit to Egypt for the Gaza Peace Summit. Those are live shots from the Israeli parliament, where Donald Trump will be addressing the Israeli and the top officials on the peace plan that he had proposed, that was lauded by all the world leaders, including the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, as well. Now, as a part of the agreement, 20 living Israeli hostages were released in exchange for more than 19 100 Palestinian prisoners held in Israel. So this is an exchange that took place today at the Khan Yunis area, and this was facilitated by the Red Cross officials. Now, with the release of the first 7, 13 more Israeli hostages have been returned. However, they have still not been handed over to the Israeli military, and that is under process right now. And we had also received the name of the 7 individuals, nearly 20 individuals, the hostages who were released by the Hamas. Ahead of the release, remember, there were some of the hostages who spoke to the families through video calls. The call was full of emotions as families saw their loved ones after nearly 2 years of the deadly war. The Israeli Defense Forces, in fact, had also posted an update on social media under the title Operation Returning Home. So this operation, ladies and gentlemen, the Israelis have termed it as Operation Returning Home, confirming that there were 7 released hostages that were being accompanied by the IDF and the ISA personnel on their return to Israel, where they would undergo initial medical assessment on the health conditions. We are not very sure on how the Hamas would have treated him in the last 2 years, but this is a positive step, ladies and gentlemen, as far as we talk about the deadly war that continued for 2 years. Netanyahu there, who had accompanied Donald Trump while he landed at the airport, he had received Donald Trump, and both of them are right now in the Israeli parliament, where Donald Trump is all set to address Netanyahu along with other Israeli top officials. Now, though the details about the hostages' conditions, like I said, were not immediately available, there were news of the release that was met with cheers and applause at the hostage square in Tel Aviv. There were crowds that gathered in cities and towns across the country watching the live broadcast of all the events that were unfolding. In Tel Aviv, meanwhile, there were large public screens that drew thousands of people, many of them waving flags and holding signs with the names and faces of those that are still held in Gaza. Outside the southern Israel, the Reem military base, that is, a small crowd had already gathered by sunrise today, holding the Israeli flags, wrapped in silence and prayer, waiting for the safe return of their loved ones. And there were no immediate details, however, that we received about the hostages' condition. But for many, simply knowing that they were brought alive was a measure of peace that many families had felt today. The crowd earlier had applauded and sang while they watched the live coverage of the hostage release. And on the first window, ladies and gentlemen, right now, those are the first pictures of one of the hostages that was there in Hamas's captivity and that was released and was received by the IDF at the Khan Yunis area in Gaza. All right, so that is the story that we are tracking very closely, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, before Donald Trump addresses the Israeli parliament, let's also have a quick check of all the other stories that we are tracking here nationally in India before Donald Trump's begin his address. Flagship financial services arm of the Tata Group with a strong brand equity, Tata Capital, got listed on the National Stock Exchange this morning. But even after being the biggest IPO of 2025, Tata Capital's debut on the Dalal Street was weak. Shares of the Tata Group company listed at a mere 1% premium. The stock opened at rupees 330 on both BSE and NSE.
Today marks the beginning of a new phase. As we stand here as a listed company, we are conscious of our responsibilities and aware of the expectations that come with this moment. We will strive to deliver sustainable growth and create enduring value for all our stakeholders. Before I go any further, I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to all Tata Capital directors and colleagues, both past and present, for helping us build this company over the years. This moment truly belongs to each of you.
Sanitation workers staged a protest in front of the Thoothukudi Cooperation Office in Tamil Nadu. They were demanding a regularization of the employment and disbursement of employee benefits such as ESI and PF, which are being deducted from their salaries, including payment of full wages as fixed by the government and more. Due to the protest, sanitation worker across the city has been affected. Massive fire broke out in several shops in Kurla West area of Mumbai last night. More than 10 fire brigade vehicles were deployed to help extinguish the blaze. According to the affected shopkeepers, the fire started at around 2:30 a.m. and most of the burned shops were a motor spare parts store. After approximately 4 hours of effort, the fire was brought under control and cooling operations are underway. The cause of the fire is still being investigated. A Kala Buragi Bandh call was given by Kalyana Karnataka Horata Samiti today. And this was by nearly 40 organizations as well, including various pro-farmers, pro-workers and Dalit organizations that are demanding a special package and other demands for the district in the wake of food and excess rainfall. And in the latest development in the killer cough syrup, we learned that the Enforcement Directorate searches are currently underway at locations that are linked to the Srisan Pharmaceuticals in Chennai, the same factory that was responsible for manufacturing of the killer cough syrup, the cold rift cough syrup. Now, the company behind the cold rift cough syrup that allegedly caused the death of 23 children in Madhya Pradesh is currently under ED lens. Here's a report from Chennai this morning. The Enforcement Directorate has carried out raids linked to Srisan Pharmaceuticals in Chennai. The searches were carried out at the Kanchipuram factory manufacturing unit of Srisan Pharma. The agency also raided the residence of S. Ranganathan, owner of the pharma company. During raids at the residence of S. Ranganathan, ED seized documents, laptops and financial books, potentially revealing illicit profits from the substandard drug sales. The ED's Chennai unit also searched several locations connected to the company under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Further searches were carried out at the residences of top officials of the Tamil Nadu Drug Control Office. This comes days after the owner's arrest following the deaths of at least 20 children in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan due to the consumption of the toxic syrup. The cough syrup has now been banned in several states, including Uttar Pradesh and Punjab.
The deadly cough syrup Cold Rift was manufactured from the state of Tamil Nadu and Kanchipuram by the Srisan Pharmaceuticals owner Rangaraj Govindarajan, and the ED is now conducting raids in multiple locations in Chennai, especially his house which is located in Kodambakam. It's expected that the ED raids will go till the end of the day to find out these documents that the food inspector had taken while taking a bribe. The ED raids are also conducted in the food inspector's offices Karthikeyan in July, and after the police has got the information that he had got money to give the clearance certificate for the cold rift cough syrup. Now the ED raids are continuing to happen here in 7 different places that is related to the Srisan Pharmaceuticals owner, following which it's expected that a detailed report will be submitted to the central government.
Breaking news now coming in, and this is in regard with the Taliban Foreign Minister Muttaqi's visit to India. We learned that the Afghan, Hindu and Sikh community in Delhi welcomed the visit of a Foreign Affairs Minister of Afghanistan to India and hoped that this visit will enhance ties between both the countries. And it informed the minister about the history of Hindus and Sikhs in Afghanistan and their current demographics there. Meanwhile, we also learned that they have also requested the minister to facilitate and government of Afghanistan to assist and invite a joint delegation of prominent Hindus and Sikh leaders from India to Afghanistan for the restoration and maintenance of historical gurudwaras and mandirs located there. The delegation will be coordinated by the Indian World Forum. And another thing that they've written in the letter is about how, as during the previous regime, minorities were given representation in the government, and considering the same, at least 2% person, one from each Hindu and Sikh community, should be appointed high-ranking positions in the government. Meanwhile, what's also written in the letter is that the government should also consider in appointing and engaging Afghan national Hindus or Sikhs at an important position in their mission in India too, as this will strengthen the bilateral relations as well. The government will ensure the restoration of property rights and state of minorities which were grabbed during the previous regime. All right, Chandrakala is joining me live from the national capital on that. Chandrakala, this is a very important development as far as India-Afghanistan relationship is concerned. What more details are you picking up?
Yes, the Afghan Hindu and Sikh community here in New Delhi has just met the Afghan foreign minister who is on a visit to New Delhi. Well, there are a few points, there are a few demands being put out by this by the Hindu-Afghan Hindu and Sikh community. They have welcomed this move, of course, India-Afghanistan resetting ties, and the fact that they have pointed out 7 such points. Of course, they have requested the minister about the history, informed about the history of Hindus and Sikhs in Afghanistan and their current demographics there. They have also requested the minister to facilitate and the government of Afghanistan to assist and invite a joint delegation of prominent Hindus and Sikh leaders from India to Afghanistan for the restoration and maintenance of historical gurdwaras and mandirs located there. Of course, they have also pointed out that during previous regime, minorities were given representation in the government, and considering that, of course, they have come out with a view that, of course, at least 2 persons from both the community, that's Hindu and Sikh Hindu and Sikh community, should be appointed at high-ranking positions in the government. The fact that there are a few other points, the demands that being put out by the Afghan Hindu and Sikh community, they are also saying that the government should also consider in appointing and engaging Afghan national Hindu or Sikhs at an important position in their mission in India too, as this will strengthen the bilateral relations too. The government, they have also requested the government to restore and to ensure restoration of property rights. That's very important, of course, of property rights and estates of state of minorities which were grabbed during the previous regime. So these are the few demands being put out by the Afghan Hindu and Sikh community here in New Delhi, as we know that a lot of such, of course, during when the Taliban took over, we saw how many Afghan Sikhs have migrated to India, and there are already many Afghans who are already staying in India from last 20 years. And apart from the Afghan Sikh and Hindu community, of course, the traders union, the Afghan business leaders who are mostly into dry fruits business have also met the foreign minister here at the embassy. And the important points that were being discussed between all these leaders, of course, business leaders as well as the Sikh and Hindu community. The business leaders basically have requested the Afghan foreign minister to have a word with the Indian government as far as reopening of Wagha border is concerned, and also the Chabar port, as of course business are being facilitated through via those routes, and also facilitate their business for better business of dry fruits. Basically, as we know that Afghanistan is famous for dry fruits, there are a lot of such business leaders, businesses in Delhi. Many business are being set up in Delhi from previous years, many years, as far as dry fruits are concerned. So yes, there were 3 group of people, of course, the business leaders, the Afghan and Sikh community, of course, from different gurdwaras which are in Delhi, have also met the foreign ministers. Apart from them, of course, the foreign minister have also met the Afghan students and Afghan leaders back in Deoband, we have seen. And yes, these are the few updates right now we are peaking right at this moment. Over to you.
Chandrakala, in fact, also one very important point that the Hindu and Sikh leaders in India have raised is that they want their religious places to be reopened, to be resettled, like gurudwaras and mandir in the place of Afghanistan. And Chandrakala, I want to come to you on that. How willing is Afghanistan to listen to the demands of Hindu and Sikh people who have put forth these demands, nearly 6 to 7 page demand to the Afghan foreign minister who is currently in India?
So what we are learning at this moment is that, of course, it is a very important point being raised by the Afghan Hindu and Sikh community, of course, about the restoration of religious places, mandirs and gurudwaras in Afghanistan, which was definitely the foreign minister has expressed optimism as far as restoration of these places are concerned. So right at this moment, a very, very positive discussion took place between them, and as we know that the Afghan foreign minister has also spoken to External Affairs Minister, where the External Affairs Minister has also reiterated about the reopening of the Wagha border as far as the trade and business are concerned between both the countries. So yes.
All right, Chandakala, thank you very much for getting us those details as far as Muttaqi's visit to India is concerned. And with that, we move on to some other stories that we're tracking from a key proxy in Afghan jihad and a trusted United States ally in war on terror to diplomatic isolation across the Muslim world. Pakistan's journey is a complex story of shifting alliances, double games and political instability. Now, this video explores how Pakistan, once seen as the Islamic fortress and a nuclear power within the Muslim bloc, lost credibility after events like the Osama bin Laden raid and changing geopolitical dynamics. Discover why economic pragmatism replaced ideological brotherhood and what lies ahead for Pakistan's uncertain future in the world.
Once a proxy in the Afghan jihad and the American war on terror, today Pakistan finds itself isolated across much of the Muslim world. How did a country once hailed as the fortress of Islam, the only nuclear power in the Muslim bloc, lose so much diplomatic ground? To understand Pakistan's isolation, we go back 2 decades. After 9/11, Pakistan became Washington's frontline ally. President Pervez Musharraf promised, "We are with you in this war against terror."
That in search of all the Al-Qaeda operatives who are non-Afghan, non-Pakistani, pretty easy to identify. We have entered, as far on the Pakistani side, an area known as the FATA, the federally administered tribal areas where the government never entered for over a century. This is the first time that the Pakistan Army and our civil armed forces have entered this region, and we are in the process of opening out this region. Now, if at all any Al-Qaeda operative is hiding in this region, we are after them. Now, whether Osama bin Laden is here or across the border, your guess, sir, will be as good as mine. So I wouldn't like to venture into a guess. But the possibility of his maybe shifting sides on the border is very much there. But as I said, we are fully inside the areas which are treacherous areas. We have an ingress there, and there is no doubt in my mind that the military...
Yadav is going to Bihar to change Bihar with a charge of 420 being framed against him by a competent court. अब 420 क्या होता है आपको तो बताने की जरूरत नहीं. धोखाधड़ी, सजा 7 साल, कॉन्स्पिरेंसी 120B. तो कौन सा बिहारा बनाने वाले हैं जब आपकी ये छवि है और आपके खिलाफ कोर्ट ने ये पाया है. मित्रों, लालू प्रसाद के पूरे अगर हम शासन को 3 वाक्यों में कहें, चारा खाना, अलकतरा पीना बिटुमिन, और सरकारी संपत्ति की बांटने में टेंडर में हेरा फेरी करना और जमीन प्राप्त करना, और चौथा 3 नहीं 4, चौथा जमीन दो नौकरी लो, ये 4 मॉडल है। और इस मॉडल की एक विशेष बात यह है कि सारा बेनिफिट परिवार को ही आना चाहिए, बाहर को नहीं। ये क्लियर। आज थोड़ा मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, जमीन की तो चर्चा बहुत हुई है, जमीन दो नौकरी लो। और इसको ध्यान रखिए, किससे? मजदूर से, क्लास 4 से। तो गरीब लोगों की हकमारी की गई और उनसे जमीन लिया गया नौकरी के पहले। यह है सामाजिक न्याय। थोड़ा आपको मैं आज ये जो होटल का मामला है, इसको थोड़ा मैं आपको आज रिफ्रेश करना चाहता हूं। ये चार्जशीट में सारी बातें हैं। रेलवे की बहुत प्रॉपर्टी है, तो रेलवे के 2 होटल थे अंग्रेजों के समय के। एक रांची में था, झारखंड में, BNR होटल, बहुत फेमस होटल था, और दूसरा होटल था पुरी में। तो इन होटल को मेंटेनेंस के लिए रेलवे ने कहा अब हम नहीं करेंगे, किसी और को देंगे लीज पर। वहां से कहानी शुरू होती है। कहानी क्या शुरू होती है? पहले कहा एडवर्टाइज करेंगे, बाकी कहेंगे, फिर लालू प्रसाद के निर्देश हुए कि नहीं ये कर दो, फिर लीज का टर्म चेंज कर दो। और करते कराते पटना के सुजाता होटल के ऑपरेटर्स को उसके लिए काबिल बनाया गया, एलिजिबल, कि तुम अप्लाई कर सकते हो। और उसके पश्चात रोचक बात क्या हुई? रोचक बात यह हुई कि सिर्फ एक टेंडर, इनके टेंडर को सही पाया गया, बाकी सबको रिजेक्ट कर दिया गया। अब ये इतनी बड़ी बात हो गई तो ऐसे ही हो जाएगा क्या? तो इस होटल वाले के जो 2 ओनर थे, कोचर ब्रदर्स, उनकी पटना में 3 एकड़ जमीन थी। 3 एकड़ जमीन कहां पर? पटना के बेली रोड पर, हाई प्रोफाइल जगह पर, जिसकी कीमत 93 करोड़ थी। तो स्टैंप ड्यूटी कम की गई, बाकी कम की गई, और फिर उसको बेच दिया गया एक कंपनी के नाम, जो कंपनी श्रीमान प्रेम गुप्ता की पत्नी के द्वारा संचालित थी। हाँ, और उसके बाद उसको और कम दाम में बेच दिया गया यादव बंधु को, परिवार को, राबड़ी और तेजस्वी जी में, राबड़ी जी और तेजस्वी जी में। अब आप समझ गए पूरा चेन ऑफ लिंक। रेलवे का होटल लो मेंटेनेंस के लिए, और जमीन दो, नौकरी लो और जमीन दो। रेलवे का होटल लो और जमीन दो, ये है लालू प्रसाद जी का मॉडल। क्लियर? ये कहानी कैसे खुली, ये भी बड़ी रोचक कहानी है। तेजस्वी यादव उस समय डिप्टी सीएम थे। अब कहा गया वहां पर बिहार का सबसे बड़ा मॉल बन रहा है। अब सबसे बड़ा मॉल बन रहा है तो वहां से मिट्टी निकली, और मिट्टी चली गई बोटेनिकल गार्डन में। क्या तुम टहलते हो नहीं टहलते हो वहां? अब इतनी मिट्टी आ कहां से गई? तो मालूम हुआ कि वन विभाग की मिट्टी थी, यहां लागी गई है। तो आई कहां से है? तो उस जमीन से आई है। वो जमीन किसकी है? तो फिर परतें खुलती गई। समझ गए आप? ये क्या मतलब है? कोई लूट की हद होती है क्या? आपको मालूम है कि जैसा चर्चा कई बार किया है कि मैं चारा घोटाले को एक्सपोज करने वाला वकील था। PIL में नहीं बहस की थी हाई कोर्ट में, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में तो और बड़े वकील लोग आए थे। 2 साल लड़ाई हुई थी। लालू जी को सजा हो चुकी है, संभवतः 12 साल की सजा है ना, 12 साल की सजा है। हमें लगा एक बार काफी डकार लिया चारा, अब तो ठंडा होना चाहिए ना। तो अलकतरा घोटाले का भी वही हाल है, अब उसमें भी सजा चल रही है। हमने कहा अब तो शांति होनी चाहिए, तो फिर जमीन के बदले नौकरी। हमने कहा अब भी शांति होनी चाहिए, तो रेलवे के होटल में भी भ्रष्टाचार, उसके अलॉटमेंट में। कितनी भूख है, कितना लूटेंगे लालू प्रसाद उनके परिवार, ये सवाल हम उठाना चाहते हैं। मैंने सुना है कि शायरी लिखी गई है तेजस्वी यादव के द्वारा मैं उसकी, जब तक सांप्रदायिक ताकतें देश पर काबिज होगी तब तक हमें संघर्ष करना पड़ेगा। तो छोटे हैं, मैं उनको क्या बोलूं, जो लोग उनके लिए लिखते हैं उनसे कहिए थोड़ा बेटर शब्द का प्रयोग करें। जब उनके पिताजी के खिलाफ चारा घोटाले की लड़ाई लड़ रहे थे हम लोग, तो वहाँ भी यही शब्द होता था, सांप्रदायिक ताकतें दिल्ली में बैठी हैं और वो सामाजिक न्याय के सिपाहियों को तंग कर रही हैं। अरे भैया, सबूत बोलता है। इससे बड़ा छलावा और क्या हो सकता है कि सरकारी संपत्ति को लूटना, पद पर रेलवे मंत्री हो या मुख्यमंत्री हो, पद पर बैठ के उसका दुरुपयोग करके अपने जेब को भरना और बाद में कहना हम लोग तो सामाजिक न्याय के संघर्ष करने वाले हैं। इससे बड़ा कोई छलावा हो सकता है? इन लोगों ने जिस तरह से किया है वो बहुत शर्मनाक है। मुझे लगा कि उनके जवाब में मैं एक बात कहूं। मेरा मोबाइल कहाँ चला गया? अभी तो ही था मेरे पास। सौरभ जी, माय मोबाइल गिव मी। मैं आज के कोर्ट का आदेश पढ़ना चाहता हूं आपके सामने। दो, देखिए, ये आज का आदेश। The court noted that probable fraud must be tried as cheating, and the loss to the exchequer is not a euphemism but a monetary loss. The conspiracy is sublime but is not hidden from the court's view. इसको कॉन्स्पिरेसी को छुपाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, लेकिन कोर्ट की आंखें उनको देख रही हैं। The court noted that preliminary probe findings suggest that Lalu Yadav entered into a conspiracy with the other accused and abused the position and influenced the process of issuing and awarding tenders in return for undervalued purchase of land. तो तेजस्वी जी, मैंने कोर्ट के आदेश को पढ़ा है, आज के आदेश को। मित्रों, कुछ और जानना जरूरी है। ये तेजस्वी यादव जी का 20 के चुनाव का एफिडेविट है ना, मेरे पास है। अब जरा देखा जाए, 1993 से 2007 के बीच में, उससे उनकी उम्र कितनी रही होगी मुझे बताने की जरूरत नहीं है। बिहार से जुड़े पत्रकार समझते होंगे कि उस समय बच्चे ही रहे होंगे। हाँ, उनके पास कृषि योग्य 9 भूमि थी, 9 लैंड, 3 इन पटना, 6 इन गोपालगंज। एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड 9, नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड 2, बोथ इन पटना। Commercial 2005, 1 plot in Patna. Residential plot 2005, 1 plot in Gopalganj. अब ये 9 प्लॉट कहां से आ गया? हाँ? नहीं, नॉन एग्रीकल्चर 9 and agriculture and agricultural 9 and non agriculture 2, 11 कहां से आ गया? कमर्शियल भी है, पटना में है। माने हमारे ऐसे लोगों को भी इतनी प्रॉपर्टी बनाने में थोड़ा सोचना पड़ेगा। हाँ, और ये तो जान के मैं 2007 की बात कर रहा हूं। तो तेजस्वी जी की कब का डेट ऑफ बर्थ है गुरु? यानी 90 का है ना। तो अगर 90 का है तो 1993 मतलब 13 साल, 3 साल, और 2007 तो 93-2007 के उनके उम्र कितनी हो गई बताओ? 17 साल। अब 17 साल में 11 प्रॉपर्टी, इवन बिफोर ही बिकेम ए मेजर, 18 साल के पहले। हमारे स्वर्गीय दोस्त सुशील मोदी ने, गिव मी दैट बुक, आज मैं उनको बहुत श्रद्धांजलि के साथ याद करूंगा। आपको मालूम है कि चारा घोटाले हो, अलकतरा घोटाले हो, इसमें पिटिशनर वो थे और मैं वकील था। हाँ, संघर्षशील व्यक्ति थे। और एक केस और फाइल हुआ तो मेरे बाबू लालन सिंह भी थे। अब देखिए, लालू लीला, उन्होंने एक किताब लिखी है, लालू लीला। और इसमें उन्होंने कहा है तेजस्वी यादव की 14 प्रॉपर्टी, ये देखिए सब डिटेल से पूरे परिवार का, इसका कोई कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट नहीं किया गया अभी तक। अभी ना मैं राबड़ी जी के बारे में, जो राबड़ी जी के खिलाफ भी आज चार्ज फ्रेम हुआ है। राबड़ी जी को एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड 3 है, 2 गोपालगंज में, 1 पटना में, और नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड 4 है। नहीं, ज़्यादा है, सुनिए आप। नॉन एग्रीकल्चर प्लॉट पटना में 4 है, कमर्शियल 1 है ऑल इन पटना, और रेजिडेंशियल 5 है। तो 5, 1, 6, 4, 10, 3, 13। राबड़ी जी करती क्या है भाई? ये सोर्स ऑफ इनकम क्या है? मैं 2 ही पर कॉन्सेंट्रेट कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि बाकी परिवार के लोगों का भी ऊपर भी एसेट बियॉन्ड द नॉन सोर्स ऑफ इनकम चल रहा है ना। लेकिन आया कहां से? और ये मैं ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा हूं, सबके एविडेंस है मेरे पास, क्योंकि आपने खुद फाइल किया है। और मैं एक रोचक बात तो आपको बताना ही भूल गया। ये देखिए, ये है राबड़ी जी का एफिडेविट, जब उन्होंने एमएलसी के रूप में कंटेस्ट किया था तो बिहार लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल में। ये तो और भी जोरदार है। अब देखिए, उनके पास कम से कम 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 प्रॉपर्टी है भाई, पावर ऑफ अटॉर्नी। तो ये जो मैंने बताया राबड़ी जी को 11 नहीं, 3, 4, 3, 7, 1, 8, 5, 13, उसके अलावा 5 प्रॉपर्टी है पावर ऑफ अटॉर्नी से, ये उनका अपना है। कमाल है भाई। कौन कहता है बिहार गरीब है ठाकुर साहब? बताइए ना, कमाल है। मैंने तो काफी किया, आगे फिर करूंगा। तो मेरा कहना है कि आज जब कोर्ट ने फ्रेम किया है कि लूट किस प्रकार से हुई, तो इस लूट की कहानी को बताना जरूरी है।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the BJP press conference hitting out at Lalu Yadav. Remember, it is a huge jolt for RJD right ahead of the assembly elections. Lalu, in fact, has been charged with the IRCTC scam. Moving on to another breaking story that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. Anti-Israel protests in Pakistan has erupted. Over 100 killed is what the local reports are saying. Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, is witnessing one of its bloodiest internal crackdowns in the recent years. In fact, at least 100 people are feared dead, according to the local media reports. This is after security forces opened fire on Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, that is the TLP protesters, in multiple cities. Now, the Islamist group is known for its massive street mobilizations and was seen marching towards Islamabad in a show of rage against Israel's military campaign in Gaza. Now, in a stunning development that we are also getting to know, Shehbaz Sharif seems to have flown out to Egypt for a scheduled summit, a move that has sparked absolute disbelief and anger back in Pakistan. And this is a show of how, despite the national turmoil that seems to be raging in Pakistan, the Shehbaz Sharif government seems to be completely out of touch, completely disconnected from the ground reality. In fact, Army Chief Asim Munir's control over the security situation also appears to be slipping fast. The videos are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The videos speak for themselves. It shows how violence is spilling onto the streets, how the police and the paramilitary units are outnumbered and on the defensive in the key cities.
There is internet blackouts, there is communication curbs, and there are reports of mass detentions. And this is coming as Pakistan seems to be witnessing one of its most violent uprisings in the history.
भाई को इधर करो यार भाई
We see the visuals on your screen, viewers. Pakistani media reports are also claiming that the TLP chief, Saad Rizvi, has been shot at. They have claimed that hundreds of people have been killed. They have stated that the TLP chief was shot at several times by the Pakistani forces. And even as Pakistan burns, ladies and gentlemen, Shehbaz Sharif has decided to travel to Egypt. All right, I'm being joined by my colleague Gursimran on the phone line. Gursimran, we can see the visuals on the screen. There is a massive unrest in Pakistan. In fact, Pakistani media reports are also claiming that the TLP chief has been shot at. And also, talk to us about how Shehbaz Sharif is completely disconnected from what is going on in his own country, completely disconnected from the ground reality, despite the internal turmoil that is, burning Pakistan right now. Shehbaz Sharif has decided to travel to Egypt.
Yes, Shehbaz Sharif, in a bid to become an international leader, has left for the Egypt to take part in the Middle East peace conference that is to be headed by US President Donald Trump. But back home, the situation is concerning for the Pakistani authorities, and we are seeing that with each passing minute, there have been a situation that Pakistan is grappling with. A new front is being opened with every single passing day. And yesterday, after the meeting that has taken place between Shehbaz Sharif and Mohsin Naqvi, who happens to be the Interior Affairs Minister of Pakistan, it was decided to launch a major crackdown on the Tehrik-e-Labbaik Pakistan. And today morning at the Fajr prayers, we saw when the Azan was taking place, the Pakistani Rangers and Lahore police, they launched a massive assault on the protesters that were on the roads, and hundreds of the protesters have been killed, including the chief of Tehrik-e-Labbaik Pakistan, Khadim Rizvi's son, Saad Rizvi, has also been shot at. This has been confirmed in a video that the eyewitness came on record stating that he saw the Saad Rizvi being hit by the bullet, and then he was holding a coffin with him, because there was another video of Saad Rizvi early this morning in which he said that we have taken coffin into the hands, but have urged the police not to fire at them because they are also Muslim, and they are saying that it is against the principles that they should fire at the without arms protesters, those who are on the roads for a peaceful protest. But we saw that massive bloodshed that took place in Muridke, and the visuals that are emerging speaks volumes about what transpired this morning when there was an internet clampdown. There was almost it was dark in the morning at around 4:30 when the protesters marched into this area of Muridke where the protesters were sitting. The container in which Saad Rizvi was there, that was crushed with the bulletproof vehicle. That is also what the eyewitness have said. So if we speak of the situation presently continues to be tense, and in different parts of Karachi, Lahore, there have been various fronts that have been opened. The protesters are on the road, they have blocked the roads. Even at many instances we are witnessing where the cops are being trashed by the protesters against this action that the police has taken with regards to opening firing at the protesters.
Well, certainly, Gursimran, in fact, the visuals speak for themselves. Also speak to us about how, Shehbaz Sharif seems to have left for Egypt despite what is going on back in his own country. And also this seems like a good time for Pakistan to take a hard look into the mirror, given the fact that it's losing its stronghold within its own country. Gursimran.
Yes, if you speak of the hold, it was never that he was an elected representative of the country. We have seen what has happened to the Imran Khan, and the combination of the Pakistan Muslim League, Nawaz, along with the ISI and the Pakistani army were behind Shehbaz Sharif getting into the power. So there are different reasons to it. But when it comes to the internal security scenario of Pakistan is grappling with a new challenge every single day, because what we have seen in last 20 days, that starting from the Pakistani on airstrikes in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, they have opened every front, with the TTP intensifying Operation Al-Khandak, Baluch rebels, the Baluch Liberation Guards and the Baluchistan Revolutionary Guards. They have also intensified the operations. So we have seen Awami Action Committees 5-day deadlock that they came on the roads. That has also pushed Pakistan on the knees. And now what we are witnessing that the Punjab front has also opened with the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan. TLP has a history that they never budge to what is going on.
भाई को इधर करो यार भाई
कहते हैं जी लीडर, इसे कहते हैं जी लीडर।
चलो 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 पैन चलो कुत्ते
Gursimran, we can see the visuals on the screen. There is there's a lot of ire on the streets. People are they are outnumbering the police. And of course, Pakistan seems to be facing a diplomatic isolation across the world, given the fact that, that its own journey has come into shifting alliances and double games and political instability. And given the fact that Shehbaz decides that this is the time for him to go to Egypt for a summit, speaks volumes about the fact that Pakistan's internal policy is completely out of place right now. Gursimran.
See, you have rightly mentioned that Pakistan, in a bid to try to get closer to the United States, has almost made every neighbor of its own as its enemy. It was not only the India, but the distance it has made from the China, and now the situation that it has developed with the Afghans. Also, that clearly shows that Pakistan has becoming a natural threat for the countries in the South Asia. If we speak of India, if we speak of the China, they are distancing themselves, and also even in case of the Ceasefire corridor, we have seen that the China is there, one of the countries that has invested a lot. But in return, every passing day, we are witnessing the Chinese being attacked in that very area. Now coming to the Afghan situation, that is before everyone, that the way Afghan defense spokesperson have spoken that if Pakistan dares to do any mischief, they will be given a befitting reply. And yesterday's attacks that have taken place all along the Durand line, 2,430 kilometers all along Durand line, that clearly shows that the point of contention, Durand line issue, is being raked up by the Afghans in a manner that they reserve the right to actually carry out any of the offenses when it comes to this very area. And at that time, after holding a meeting on the internal security, Pakistani Prime Minister chose to leave for Egypt so as he can be closer to the US President.
Absolutely. Gursimran, also what I want to know from you is there any sort of international response that has come so far, especially from Egypt, where Shehbaz is headed currently?
See, if we speak of the international response, it is yet awaited. The conference is yet to begin because the world leaders, especially from the Middle East, they are yet to arrive because the Arab leaders, they have left for Egypt, but they are yet to reach. Donald Trump is presently in Israel. He will be reaching Egypt tomorrow morning because he's on a 3-day visit to Israel and to visit Middle East. He will be reaching Egypt tomorrow. So it has to be seen what comes out of the peace summit, but the peace summit will primarily focus on what has happened between Israel and Gaza, and it is less likely that it will speak on the internal situation of Pakistan.
Well, all right, Gursimran. Also, is the army chief, Asim Munir, is he directly, overseeing the response, or has the control shifted to the provincial forces, especially given the fact, if you could see the outrage that is spilling onto the streets? So has the control been shifted to the provincial forces yet?
See, if you speak of the presence, it is the Pakistani Rangers and the Lahore Police, along with the other district police, that is carrying out these operations. There has not been any direct involvement of the Pakistani army, but since Pakistan is a state that is completely controlled by army, so there lies a possibility that Mohsin Naqvi and the army chief Asim Munir may be taking the shots. But for now, it has not been confirmed whether the Pakistani army has been inducted into the operations. Reason being that this is an hinterland situation, the interior efforts that are being made to actually contain this situation. And when it comes to the Pakistani army, we are witnessing that Pakistani army is grappling with the situation, where we have seen that the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan has just claimed that they carried out 19 attacks in past 24 hours, including the attacks in North Waziristan, 7 attacks, South Waziristan, 3 attacks, Trine Pani, they have carried out 5 attacks. So total of 19 attacks they have carried out. The Pakistani army has been actually engaged in multiple fronts by Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, that they actually cannot look beyond anything that is somewhere inside the borders. They have been engaged in the borders close to the Durand line, so that any of the attempts of the Pakistani army to look into the hinterland, that is not possible, at least for now, because they have the pressure of Afghan on the other side of the Durand line, and in the hinterland it is Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan and also the Balochistan Republicans Guard, that Revolutionary Guard, that are already making it really very difficult by carrying out back-to-back terror attacks.
Well, right, Gursimran. Also, Pakistani media report is claiming that Tehreek-e-Labbaik chief Saad Rizvi has been shot at. So has TLP issued any sort of official statement or a video since the reports of him being shot at has come out?
Speak of the reports that has been confirmed by some of the eyewitness accounts, that have been also some videos that have surfaced on the Pakistani media in which they are saying that Saad Rizvi was fired upon. What is his condition, that is yet to be known, because as per the eyewitness account, he was first shot at and then he took the coffin into his hands. That video came, he was looking fine when this video of a coffin came. So it can be said that he might have been hurt, but what is his condition, it is yet to be made clear by the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan. But the the gathering that was there at Muridke, that was completely, actually, people were killed, they were fired upon, they were injured, and then they were taken in a rush by the Pakistani forces to which location, that continues to be an undisclosed location. That is what the Tehreek-e-Labbaik protesters are saying.
Right, Gursimran. Also, what we are getting to understand is that the clashes are not just concentrated in just one or two cities. Thank you, Gursimran, for getting us those updates. We'll be very, very closely tracking the unrest that is currently burning Pakistan. All right, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, we'll continue to track the story very, very closely. PM Shehbaz has left for Cairo amid the unrest in Pakistan.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Tehreek-e-Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked 16 posts across multiple provinces of Pakistan under its Al-Khandaq operations. The Taliban destroyed Pak's Durand line security. The group killed 58 Pak soldiers and held 5 as captive.
The armed forces of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan tonight conducted a successful retaliatory operation against the centers of Pakistani forces along the Durand Line. in response to the repeated violations of Afghanistan's sovereignty by the Pakistani
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good. On tough savings because we are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look.
This is Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल. हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की.
Tehreek-e-Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked 16 posts across multiple provinces of Pakistan under its Al-Khandaq operations. The Taliban destroyed Pak's Durand line security. The group killed 58 Pak soldiers and held 5 as captive.
The armed forces of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan tonight conducted a successful retaliatory operation against the centers of Pakistani forces along the Durand.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with the headlines at this hour. US President Donald Trump arrives in Israel, all set to address Knesset and depart for peace summit in Egypt. Big setback for RJD chief Lalu Yadav and family in IRCTC scam case roused. Setback for Lalu Yadav ahead of Bihar polls. Charges framed in the IRCTC scam.
Supreme Court gives investigation on Karur stampede to the CBI to be monitored by former Supreme Court Judge Justice Ajay Rastogi.
आपके इस संवेदनहीन, आपके इस कुशासन और आपकी इस दकियानूसी मानसिकता के कारण आज बंगाल में मां शर्मिंदा है, माटी लहूलुहान है और मानुष बेहाल है.
Massive uproar over Durgapur rape case. Bengal LOP Shubhendu Adhikari leads BJP protests against the TMC government. Union Minister Suresh Gopi offers to resign, says wants to resume acting. Now, viewers, a deal brokered by the US, Qatar and Egypt and Turkey involved the release of 20 living hostages of Israel in exchange for nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. The picture that was released is showing the profound emotional impact of the release, particularly in Tel Aviv's Hostage Square, which has become a... All right, I'm getting a breaking input. It seems it's Trump and Netanyahu meeting. All right, the picture's on your screens right now. These are pictures released from Israel and Netanyahu and US President Donald Trump holding a meeting after the 20 hostages have been released by the Hamas today. And this is Benjamin Netanyahu meeting the US President Donald Trump. All right, we have Dan Pfefferman, former IDF major, joining us on the broadcast for more. Well, it's a moment that has taken a long, long time, Dan. There have been, of course, so many protests. Until date, it was reported that, Benjamin Netanyahu was being booed by the people, while Donald Trump has been received really, really, with a warm welcome, and people are hailing Trump today. It's a really, really big development. How do you read into this, and what hopes are now up as far as the Israelis are concerned?
Yeah, thank you. And also with the Middle East 24, just to mention. This is a big day for the people of Israel. This is a big day for anyone who actually wants to see peace in the region and an end to the fighting between Israel and Hamas. President Trump has always been a very popular figure here in Israel. And of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu, while democratically elected, is a controversial figure. And certainly when he goes to Tel Aviv, he might be less popular than in other parts of the country. But this is a big day. And this is a day that all Israelis, from left to right, religious to secular, are celebrating. This is a day that friends of humanity and of Israel all over the world should be celebrating if they're not. This is 20 hostages who were held for the last 2+ years in the worst of conditions imaginable are finally seeing the light of day and seeing their families. And so this is a big development, and Trump used his leadership and the might of American power to do what apparently other world leaders couldn't figure out how to do, and that is bring pressure on Qatar, on Turkey, to pressure Hamas to agree to this deal. And of course, Israeli military pressure on Hamas was key in bringing it to the table here.
And Dan, what do you understand? What should be the next step of action? Because these are 20 hostages, and there are many more families also who are still waiting. And there is, of course, lots that is needing to be done. So, in your understanding, what should be the next ideal step or the plan of action?
Well, I mean, according to the plan that was agreed, you already had the Israeli withdrawal within the Gaza Strip but outside of civilian areas. You're now seeing the release of the hostages, the release of the dead bodies of hostages. There's a good 28 more of those needs to be transferred to Israel as well. And you're already seeing Palestinian prisoners. These are convicted terrorists, also those captured from Gaza throughout the war connected to terrorism or Hamas, are going to be released, some to Gaza, some to the West Bank, some to other countries that agreed to take them. And those are the next steps. What really needs to be happen, and the only way that this works, is if the other parts of the Trump 21-point plan are going to be implemented, and that is the disarmament of Hamas, the removal of Hamas from political power. And before any kind of reconstruction of Gaza begins, you have to have a de-radicalization process of the Gaza Strip and of Palestinian society. This is a society that is wholly radicalized against Israel, that largely supported Hamas, and those who didn't support Hamas only stopped supporting Hamas because of the destruction brought on Gaza by the IDF reaction to the October 7th attack. And so you have to de-radicalize, disarm, remove Hamas from power. And if you don't do those three things, then this is not a peace plan, and this unfortunately will not last.
So that's where I was actually coming to now, because Donald Trump has declared that the war in Gaza has ended, which of course Benjamin Netanyahu has said that there are still many challenges, and this is not really the end. What are the people of Israel right now wanting, and also the defense forces? What sort of challenges still exist in your understanding? And if you could just say in one line, has this war really ended?
This specific war has ended. This specific round of fighting that began on October 7th has ended. The question is the broader Hamas-Israel war ended? And so what needs to happen, the Israeli people need a day to breathe. The Israeli people need a day to celebrate. The Israeli people need a win here, and this is just a huge collective sigh of relief. Dozens of families and friends of these hostages will be able to rest tonight. The hostages themselves who have suffered immensely will be able to finally begin the healing process. And so this is important. But from a strategic perspective, from a political perspective, from a security perspective, let's not be under any illusion that the long-term war against Hamas has ended, because Hamas refuses to see it ending. Until the day Hamas actually disarms and exits the scene from Palestinian politics, this war cannot end, because they are determined to see the destruction of Israel, no matter what the cost is to their own side. And so that is why we have to have a sober outlook on this. We have to continue to make sure to remain vigilant. Now comes a time for diplomacy. Now comes a time for the international force, the stabilization force that was talked about in the Trump plan. How does it take over Gaza? How does it bring in Palestinian security forces and Arab security forces that will actually stand up to Hamas and oversee this disarmament process? And then the most important thing for long-term peace is a de-radicalization of the Gaza Strip, a re-education of the Palestinian people who are fundamentally committed to the destruction of Israel and to continuing to wage war against Israel. And until those things are done, this specific war might be over, but the broader war will not be over. Israel would be glad to see it over. Israel left Gaza in 2005. Israel has made multiple attempts to end the long-standing conflict between itself and the Palestinians, and the Palestinians need to agree to end the conflict. And so far, they haven't. Maybe the shock of these last 2 years, the destruction of these last 2 years, the death of these last 2 years can be an impetus for real change here. But I think the big key that we've never really had in this region is how do you get the regional powers to play an active and positive role in really taking on radical groups like Hamas, into raiding in Hamas itself, and into ensuring this disarmament process. Hamas has said, even since the agreement was signed, they refuse to disarm, and there might even be rebranding themselves, but they're not going to go quietly off to the scene, and you're going to need a concerted response and some kind of force in order to actually remove them, so that we can move on to the next phases.
Right. Dan, just stay on with us. We have this reaction from Donald Trump that we're going to play out. Viewers, just take a listen in.
It's gotten to be almost customary, but we're taking care of it. We've got the military paid in full, and we're doing a lot of things. We're ending some programs that we don't want. They happen to be Democrat-sponsored programs, but we're ending some programs that we never wanted, and we're probably not going to allow them to come back. I think they made a mistake. I think they made a big mistake. This is really a Schumer shutdown, because he's become sort of irrelevant, and he wants to make himself relevant again.
And in terms of the politics of this historic peace deal that we're on the way to go sign right now, you would think it's good for everybody, but at a rally this weekend, they were cheering for you and they were booing Netanyahu. What's up with that?
I don't know, but we're going to make everybody happy. The one thing I can tell you is everybody is happy, whether it's Jewish or Muslim or the Arab countries. Every country is dancing in the streets, and it's a point in time I don't think you'd ever see it again. They've never seen it for 3,000 years. If you like one group, you don't like the other group. And if you like the other group, you don't like the first group. And this is the first time they've ever seen where everybody is unified, because as you know, we're going to Egypt after Israel, and we're going to meet all of the leaders of the very powerful and big countries and very rich countries and others, and they're all into this deal. Everybody's into it. It's never happened before. So I would say this is a lot tougher, but we'll see how it all works out.
Mr. President, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has not gone so far as to say the war is over. In your view, is the war
is over?
over?
The war is over. The war is over. Okay, do you understand that? Good.
Mr. President, is the ceasefire going to hold? Are you confident the ceasefire will hold? Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think so. I think it's going to hold. I think people are a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries, okay? Not just recent, it's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we're going to make sure it holds.
What's the latest that you've heard about the hostages, when they will be released? Do you expect to meet with any of them?
The hostages might be even a little early, but I don't want to say that. So they have the hostages, I understand all 20, and we may get them out a little bit early. Getting them was amazing, actually, because we were involved and they were in places that you don't want to know about.
Right, all right. So now we go back to Dan Pfefferman. Dan, well, we just heard the U.S. President, as we were just discussing about that, the war is over. But, you know, from the threat of Hamas in total and those backing Hamas and the likes, you know, they still exist, those powers still exist. You feel that here Trump's diplomacy along, you know, Israel and Trump, you know, Netanyahu and Trump can actually come together to counter those forces, or is it very complicated still?
Things are always complicated in the Middle East, and what you're going to need is a lot more than Trump and Netanyahu. Of course, Trump has shown himself to be the core of all of this. Netanyahu has a big role. Netanyahu, of course, has to keep a nation together, that try to hope that we don't descend back into the petty politicking and infighting that we had prior to this war. There's going to need to be smart diplomacy to engage with the regional powers. The Saudis, the Emiratis, the Egyptians, the Jordanians are going to need smart diplomacy, smart leadership, smart communications from the Israeli government in order for them to fulfill their roles. They're going to have to pressure Qatar and Turkey, and in turn Qatar and Turkey and Egypt are really the main levers here on Hamas. If you want to see de-radicalization, that's the Emiratis and the Saudis. If you want to see disarmament, then you're going to want to see reconstruction, and it's going to be a lot of Gulf Arab money. And so Netanyahu has to ensure that Israel plays a very smart and restrained role. If done correctly, under American leadership, we very well could see the expansion of the Abraham Accords now that this war is wrapped up, and that Israel, in theory, has committed to re-engaging the political horizon with the Palestinians. But of course, a lot, if not all of this is going to depend on, is there going to be a resolution and unity and commitment by the regional and international powers to actually disarm and remove Hamas from power, the terrorist group that started this entire war, the terrorist group that for 2 years refused to end this war.
Thank you so much, Dan, for joining us with your reading of the situation, viewers. The update later, in the latest the update, we have that Benjamin Netanyahu also will be attending this summit, the Gaza Peace Summit in Cairo. That's, of course, a very big development. Viewers will keep a close eye, but now we shift our focus to other stories. Now, India and Canada ties are progressing steadily, and this has been highlighted by External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, as he met the visiting Canadian Foreign Minister Anita Anand in New Delhi today. This is Anand's first official visit since taking charge, and two sides focusing on building a fresh strategic framework for cooperation across key sectors. Here's a report.
India and Canada opening a new chapter in their diplomatic engagement on Monday, as Canadian Foreign Minister Anita Anand met External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in New Delhi.
Namaste. Thank you so much for the warm welcome that we've received this morning. We are so grateful to be able to further the Canada-India relationship with you here in New Delhi today.
This is Anand's first official visit since taking charge, and the discussions centered around rebuilding trust and advancing a strategic partnership.
Our meeting today continues the constructive conversations that we have been having since our telephone call on the 26th of May. India-Canada bilateral relations have been steadily progressing in the last few months. We are working to restore and reinvigorate the mechanisms necessary to advance our partnership.
Both sides discussed a wide-ranging roadmap covering trade, energy, critical minerals, agriculture, nuclear collaboration and security cooperation.
Both sides, for our meeting today, have prepared an ambitious roadmap to advance our cooperation in various domains, including trade, investment, agriculture, science and technology, civil nuclear collaboration, AI, critical minerals and energy.
Anita Anand echoed the sentiment, calling for an elevated and enduring partnership. This renewed diplomatic energy follows Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney earlier this year at the G7. With both countries looking to reset and rebuild the ties after a turbulent phase, today's meeting sets the tone for a structured and strategic India-Canada engagement.
US President Donald Trump continues to claim that his tariff threats stopped a potential India-Pakistan war earlier this year. In fact, he also goes on to call the Gaza truce his 8th conflict solved and says that next he's going to turn his focus to Pakistan versus Afghanistan tensions. Here's a report.
Donald Trump yet again touting tariffs as his weapon of peace, claiming he stopped a nuclear escalation between India and Pakistan with threats of massive tariffs. Trump said he warned both countries of up to 200% duties if they went to war.
I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled that war.
Trump also called the Gaza ceasefire his 8th conflict solved. And now he's saying he'll shift focus to the Pakistan-Afghanistan border next. The remarks come as Trump pushes his record on global conflicts, even invoking a Nobel Peace Prize snub. Trump's remarks come even as India has denied any US role in the truce.
Viewers, 15 Pakistan soldiers have been killed in Afghanistan's Helmand province after the Taliban forces retaliated to Pakistani airstrikes in Afghan territory, including Kabul. Here's a report.
Tehreek-e-Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked 16 posts across multiple provinces of Pakistan under its Al-Khandaq operations. The Taliban destroyed Pak's Durand line security. The group killed 58 Pak soldiers and held 5 as captive.
The armed forces of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan tonight conducted a successful retaliatory operation against the centers of Pakistani forces along the Durand Line, in response to the repeated violations of Afghanistan's sovereignty by the Pakistani military and airstrikes on Afghanistan's territory. The operation concluded around midnight. If the Pakistani side violates Afghanistan's sovereignty again, our armed forces are prepared to defend the country's borders and will respond decisively.
हम जैसे हिंदुस्तान के साथ अच्छा ताल्लुकात चाहता है, पाकिस्तान के साथ भी अच्छा ताल्लुकात चाहता है, लेकिन ये ताल्लुकात दोनों तरफ से हो सकता है, एक तरफ से तो नहीं हो सकता है। इसलिए हमारा ख्वाहिश ये है कि ऐसे गलती को तकरार नहीं करना चाहिए। अफ़गानियों का हौसले नहीं आजमाया, उसको ज़्यादा छेड़ना अगर लोग करता है तो वो एक बार अंग्रेज़ से पूछे, फिर सोवियत यूनियन से पूछे, फिर अमेरिका से पूछे, फिर नाटो से पूछे, ताकि वो आपको थोड़ा सा समझाए कि भाई अफ़गानिस्तान के साथ ऐसा खेल करना ये अच्छा नहीं है।
Once Pak's extreme loyalist, Taliban was formed back in 2007 under the leadership of Baitullah Mehsood. Since Mehsood has died, the organization currently functions under Noor Wali Mehsood. The TTP was formed in response to Pakistan's military operations in its federally administered tribal areas. Today, the terror group's primary objective is to overthrow democracy in Pakistan and establish Sharia law instead.
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੜੇ ਜੋਸ਼ ਜਜ਼ਬੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਬਹਿਣਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਤੇ ਇਨਸ਼ਾਅੱਲਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਐਲਾਨ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕਿ ਅਗਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਖੰਦਕਾਂ ਕੀ ਤੇ ਕੰਟੇਨਰ ਕੀ ਤੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ।
To achieve this, the group has carried out deadly attacks on Pakistan's security forces, politicians and civilians, destabilizing large parts of the country's northwest.
الله أكبر تكبير تكبير
According to the UN report, TTP has increased attacks on Pakistan ever since it has returned to power in Afghanistan.
We only fought you with 10% of our strength, and you fled from your outposts. If you dare violate Afghanistan's territory again, we will use 100% of our power against you.
Right, time for a short break, viewers, but on the other side we get to you Donald Trump's address in Knesset, the Israeli parliament.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
General Dan Kane. Two key players. President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner, Lauren. And Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife Ivanka. thank you guys for everything that you have done to bring about this day. Ambassador of the United States to Israel, my dear friend and my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee. שגריר ישראל בארצות הברית, יחיאל לייטר. שגרירים וראשי משלחות זרות, ראש עיריית ירושלים משה ליאון ורעייתו סתווית, סגל א' של המדינה, ראשי גופי הביטחון, אלה שנמצאים איתנו ואלה שבשטח, הרמטכ"ל רב אלוף אייל זמיר, המפכ"ל רב ניצב דניאל לוי, נציב שירות בתי הסוהר רב גונדר קובי יעקבי, הוא נמצא בשטח, הוא מאלה שנמצאים בשטח. נציב...
All right, so Donald Trump there is all set to address the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, and this before he heads to Egypt along with Netanyahu for the Gaza peace summit. This after he announced that the war in Gaza has ended. This speech comes in amid the Gaza hostage relief, and he is now Netanyahu just held a meeting. Netanyahu and Trump held a meeting there in Tel Aviv, and now they are in the Knesset, all set to meet, all set to address. And U.S. President there, you can see with much fanfare, has been received in the Knesset upon his entrance to the building. The moment he entered, he got a lot of a wide applause there. And Trump will be addressing a speech there, and even ahead of when he was going to land in Tel Aviv, he said that this war has ended. And in fact, Israeli MPs there now applauding him. Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, who's Jewish, also is present there with Ivanka Trump, who is the daughter of Donald Trump. And this as all living hostages released, as Trump is all set to address Knesset. And this is on the end of the war in Gaza. And this is the latest we have right now. And there are much of support that is coming in right now. Hostages crossing the line now and entering the Israeli territory. And this is, of course, a moment, landmark moment that has come after 2 long years. Remember that Netanyahu has faced opposition from his people, from the Israelis, from the families of those hostages. That is very, very not a good. That has not really augured well for him politically either. But he has taken Trump's assistance, and this is what we see now, that those 20 hostages today have been released by Hamas. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us live on the broadcast. Abhishek, well, we see that Donald Trump is being received with much fanfare, and he's all set to address the Knesset. But this, of course, remains to be seen how Netanyahu and his government actually goes about, because they are not saying that this war is actually ended.
Well, you see, President Trump has already announced that the war is over. That's what he did after landing, and he's now all set to speak. I believe he's getting up to speak. Fourth president to be addressing the Knesset from the United States. And let's give credit where it's due. President Trump did play a substantive role in pressing both the sides to come to the table. Of course, apart from the United States, Qatar and Turkey were also part of the deliberation. and also many of the other Arab nations, including Saudi Arabia and UAE, for example, behind the scenes. But most visibly, President Trump really took the lead in making sure that in a time-bound manner a ceasefire is imposed, and then, of course, the hostages come back. 20 of them returned by Hamas. Remember, at last count, 50 or 52, of which only 20 have returned, which means the mortal remains of the rest would come. Relief, emotional release, so to say, for the families, for the victims, for the hostages who have come back. It really depends. Released, in fact, pictures of only 7 of the 20 that, according to Hamas, have been released. So maybe the rest are in the process of being sent back in a phased manner. 13 of them through the International Society of the Red Cross. But what is important is that President Trump really wants to make sure that his presence is writ large, and his role is writ large in the entire proceedings. He has traveled all the way. Before him, his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, himself a Jew, and they have been camping in Tel Aviv for the last few days. And I think we can cut to the pictures and listen to what's happening in Knesset as the speaker there introduces President Trump before he speaks.
משחר הקמתה נאלצה מדינת ישראל.
So there you have Donald Trump. There's a standing ovation for Donald Trump. This is, of course, a moment that has been something that even Donald Trump, of course, has been waiting. Abhishek, isn't it? We've seen that he did not get the Nobel, of course, but this, of course, is something that really, adds to his, one of the greatest success in his presidency, isn't it, Abhishek?
זכיתי להיות יושב ראש הכנסת הראשון המקבל הזמנה רשמית לבקר בפרלמנט של מדינה ערבית.
All right, I think we've lost that line with Abhishek. We'll try and reconnect. But as we speak, he's just Donald Trump will be addressing the Knesset anytime soon, and then he will head to Egypt, where leaders from more than 20 countries will join the summit on Gaza's future. Netanyahu will also attend the summit. Remember, as the Egyptian presidency has announced, even the White House official has announced that. Donald Trump all smiles, everybody, of course, all smiles, and Israel has, of course, reasons to celebrate this moment that has come after 2 long years, and after this, both the leaders will be heading to the Sharm El-Sheikh Peace Summit on the invitation of Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, discussing the prospect of what's next there in Gaza and for the peace in Gaza and West Asia. And all right, I'm told that senior executive head Abhishek Kapoor is back. Abhishek, now from here on, the next is that peace summit in Gaza, peace summit in Egypt, and what we now know is that even Netanyahu will be accompanying Donald Trump there.
Well, yes. So Israelis have really gone out of the way to make Donald Trump feel special, and so be it his landing at the beachfront to Tel Aviv, the manner in which some of the beaches were decked up with what we call as rangoli, and President Trump shown there on the beaches, on the sands, painted, his pictures painted. Jerusalem is showing the President Trump, or rather showcasing President Trump as Cyrus the Great, because remember, going back to ancient times, Cyrus the Great had liberated that area of Canaan and Palestine, and liberated the Jews and established their state. He was a Persian himself. Look at the irony, of course, that today Iran and Israel happen to be permanently at loggerheads, but that's a different story. As of now, the focus entirely on the Israel-Hamas deal and the rescue of the hostages, 20 of them back. As per Hamas, they have been delivered, all of them, to the Red Cross. 7 have already come to the Israeli side. Behind all the jubilation and excitement and happiness and relief and emotional release of families, victims, hostages, this is also a moment to reflect on both the sides, whether what they have gone through over the last 2 years. Remember the terror act of October 7, 2 years back, carried out by Hamas, led to a cascade of suffering on both the sides. So it's not just that for an act of Hamas only Israelis suffered. It's subsequent retribution mode that Israel went into and the manner in which it carried out its war, inflicting considerable damage to Gaza. We are hearing, for example, and we have heard it for a while, that President Trump and the White House under him, they are interested in rebuilding Gaza. He always talks about the beachfront, or the beautiful beachfront that come up there. We are already also hearing the role of Tony Blair, for example, the former UK Prime Minister, that there are already deals being struck between the Egyptians and the Americans and the Saudis and the Turks to make sure that this really tapers off and the peace bought with the ceasefire and brokered by these regional powers, spearheaded by U.S. President, of course, does not really fall back to the earlier times, and that you build on it. It's a very complex process from here on, and you have Hamas as an actor, you have Israel as an actor, and of course you have Fatah, or the Palestinian Authority from Ramallah as another actor. Remember, and it's unfortunate that the terror wing of the Palestinian movement has had greater say, at least for the last 2 decades post Yasser Arafat, vis-a-vis the moderate wing led by Mahmoud Abbas, who's the president of the Palestinian Authority, tentatively ruling from Ramallah. Had it been reversed and had the Fatah been a stronger voice between the of the Palestinians, maybe things would have been different and maybe would have been closer to solution. Be that as it may, Trump is starting to speak. Let's listen to him. President Trump is speaking in Knesset.
Mr. President, you stand before the people of Israel not as another American president, but as a giant of Jewish history, one for whom we must look back 2.5 millennia into the mists of time to find a parallel, Cyrus the Great. You, President Donald J. Trump, are a colossus who will be enshrined in the pantheon of history. Thousands of years from now, Mr. President, the Jewish people will remember you. We are a nation that remembers. Far from being a local struggle, what we are witnessing is a global struggle, a global battle between the forces of extremism, radicalism, and fundamentalism, and those of freedom, liberty, and democracy. What the world needs now is not appeasers who feed the crocodile in the hope that they will be eaten last, like the kind we have seen recently at the UN General Assembly. And by the way, President Trump, your team has checked the teleprompters. It is working beautifully. What the world needs now are more leaders who are brave, resolute, strong, and bold. The world needs more Trumps. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to take this moment to address Prime Minister Netanyahu. ראש הממשלה, עמדת בכל שנות כהונתך, אבל בפרט בשנתיים האחרונות מול לחצים אדירים. סטיב וויטקוף, שליחו המיוחד של הנשיא טראמפ, שלחם יחד איתך בשוחות על החזרת החטופים, אמר עליך, העבודה הקשה באמת הייתה של ראש הממשלה. הוא זה שהיה צריך לקבל החלטות קשות.
Now, we'll come back once Donald Trump is addressing, the speaker, of course, addressing in Hebrew right now, viewers, and we will try and connect with El-Sheikh once again to get more of an understanding, viewers, and just to understand that how Donald Trump is being hailed as the Cyrus, the return of the Cyrus, the Great, and of course that's its own significance in the Hebrew Bible. He's been hailed as this savior, the one who freed the Babylonian Jewish exiles almost 50 years later, who returned to Judah. And this of course is another what we see, that Cyrus, who had become a legendary figure in Jewish history, although even if he was not Jewish himself now, and we see that he's being hailed as an avatar of sorts of the Cyrus the Great, it seems, and that of course now Donald Trump is being hailed by the Israelis in the Knesset as well as the ancient Persian king, and that of course is a long time wait. You can see the visuals of those hostage families who are dancing and celebrating as those the remaining hostages have been released. Of course, it remains to be seen if it's a pause or is it permanent, if the peace remains forever or is just a pause. That of course is a question that we're asking, if the ceasefire is going to last. And Donald Trump has announced it's the end of the Gaza war. It remains to be seen what happens next. There are complex things at work, and the Knesset now is all set to hear Donald Trump's address, and that's a landmark moment for the Israelis there, and Donald Trump of course is being felicitated, welcomed, and given a standing ovation as well by Benjamin Netanyahu, his son-in-law Jared Kushner there, Ivanka Trump, Netanyahu and his wife Sarah Netanyahu also in attendance to this moment, and photographs of the 13 who have already been released on the screens, and the families there rejoicing. It's been 2 long years at least that they've been waiting for their loved ones to come back alive, and it's the day. Today is that day that they've been waiting for 2 long years, and you can see the visuals coming in. The operation returning home is successful, and Donald Trump will be soon addressing the Knesset before heading to the peace summit in Egypt. The summit in Egypt, as all 20 hostages have been released. Putin and Netanyahu had also held conversations today, so gifted a golden dove also as a memorabilia of sorts after this peace has been brokered by Donald Trump. And it's one of the biggest accomplishments of Donald Trump, of course. This is coming in his second presidency, and Israel now receiving 20 live hostages held by Hamas.
Your election to the presidency marked a turning point, not only for the United States, but for the entire world. Through your strength of character and unwavering resolve, you brought an end to bloody conflicts in no fewer than 8 regions across the globe. In less than 9 months, you became one of the most consequential presidents in history. You saved countless lives that would have been lost without your leadership. And as our sages teach, whoever saves one life, it is as though he has saved an entire world. You have proven that true peace is achieved through strength, and that only those who are prepared to use force in the present can prevent the need to use it in the future. Mr. President, you, more than any other individual, are deserving of the highest recognition for your efforts in promoting peace. Therefore, I hereby announce that together with our good friend, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we will rally speakers and presidents of parliaments from around the world to submit your candidacy for the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize next year. There is no one more deserving than you, President Trump. No one. אדוני הנשיא, אנחנו ניצבים בפני ההיסטוריה ברגע נשגב שיחקק לדורות. זה יום מאוד מרגש לאזרחי ישראל, יום שכולנו ייחלנו לו.
All right, so that was a big announcement in the Knesset as endorsement from Israel once again for the Nobel Peace Prize. He missed out on that Peace Prize this year, but as they just announced that Israel will be pushing for Trump Nobel Peace Prize next year. So Trump has his hopes alive for next year. That's the big update we have right now, as he is felicitated, he is welcomed there in the Knesset, and it's a fresh push for Donald Trump to get the Nobel Prize, this time for 2026 edition. Viewers, we will continue to get you the live updates from the Knesset, as Trump is all set to address the Israeli parliament.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Tehreek-e-Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked 16 posts across multiple provinces of Pakistan under its Al-Khandaq operations. The Taliban destroyed Pak's Durand line security. The group killed 58 Pak soldiers and held 5 as captive.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal.
lanes of Dharavi are not just narrow, they are full of crowd, full of people. It is difficult to even walk through the streets. Children, they play in these tiny streets, making it even busier. People carry baskets, push carts, heavy loads, they try to balance it. If two people carry weights, it is very difficult for them to pass through each other. And if we talk about the market days, it is even worse. Even to try and cover a small distance takes a lot of time. Open areas are almost missing. There is hardly any sunlight coming and reaching the floor. Children play cricket in these tiny streets and enjoy their life. If I talk about this bicycle, it can hardly pass through the narrow lane. Because people, they enjoy on their doorsteps. They talk to each other, share their memories and daily lives. Because they don't have garden, they don't have courtyard. So people enjoy their life in little spaces that they have here.
मेरा नाम संदीप महादेव शिंदे है। मैं धारावी में रहता हूँ। मेरे को धारावी में बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। प्रदूषण रूम वगैरह सब प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम है। यहाँ पे कोई ध्यान देता नहीं है। खाली मेरे को यहाँ पे अच्छा हो जाए ऐसा मेरे को लगता है। धारावी में छोटा रूम है, इसके वजह से बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम होता है। हमको रहने के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, सब बच्चे के लिए भी प्रॉब्लम है, स्कूल का प्रॉब्लम है, पानी का प्रॉब्लम है, लाइट का प्रॉब्लम है, सब प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे है। ये मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे आके देखना चाहिए सब जन क्या है गवर्नमेंट में। हमारे तरफ ध्यान देना चाहिए, साफ़ सफाई करना चाहिए। धारावी में वो हो नहीं रहा है पहले की तरह। देखना चाहिए धारावी में आके।
Even the daily life is hard here. Imagine carrying groceries or shifting your furniture in these narrow lanes. It's a task. Even if you go out with your family, you have to cross a lot of obstacles on the way. But the life goes on. This is the spirit of Dharavi. People, they share their food, they share their walls and their stories too. At the same time, these festivals are being celebrated in the true spirit in these narrow lanes. This is what Dharavi teaches you, life. The streets of Dharavi connect everyone, shops, workers, families. But they also tell the story of life full of struggle and life too. Here, every corner is filled with stories about managing, adjusting and surviving, connected and alive.
No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace. We've done it before. We've done it before in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, Today, the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th, on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into our towns and kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 Americans, men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. My friends, Mr. President, Donald, these monsters take babies as hostages. In response to this barbaric attack on October 7th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our people, to defeat our enemies, and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the front lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamas and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Dev, Hania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory, the price of these victories, has been heavy. Nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the inconsolable grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The state of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamas terrorists and weapons. 2 of Ari's comrades were killed in this action and 10 were injured. Ari was presumed dead, but made a miraculous recovery despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua. You are the spirit of David. You are the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa of Kibbutz Netiv HaAsara is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Koren and Shai, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life, but I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't see this film except once. Yet Sabine, their mother, has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause." This is what she's doing once again in Los Angeles. Sabine, you can hear me now, so I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, you embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You too are the spirit of Israel, and we all salute you. Mr. President, you asked me on our many conversations during the 12-day war with Iran, you asked me, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are strong. Israelis are a nation of lions with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers, and the people give strength to me and to my colleagues. The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we formed the State of Israel and the Army of Israel, we pledged never again would be defenseless against our enemies. And that resolute strength not only assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures peace. We have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy as the remaining hostages come home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears of bottomless sorrow and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. It has been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamas, and the international community put diplomatic pressure on them. This enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of dozens more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza immediately, they said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers would be back on the border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything. Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, we secured a second hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages. And despite all the criticism, all the naysayers, we were right. Hamas caved in. And 2 weeks ago, you succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world, you brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort. And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of American presidents. I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly, so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump. our military pressure and President Trump's global leadership, we achieved this historic moment. It's a moment of indescribable joy as our nation embraces our sons who are coming home. Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, a perspective on life and on death. And in this book, we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself, and Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I want you to get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving a path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד, ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא ביום המרגש הזה, שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. May God bless you and your family, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Come on up, opposition. Come on, opposition.
Yeah.
Okay. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר לפיד.
Mr. Speaker, members of Knesset, ministers, President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, President Trump. For 2 years, we waited for this moment. 2 years of sleepless nights, 2 years without air in our lungs. Our eyes are filled with tears today, our hearts are filled with gratitude, our children are coming home. In the Babylonian Talmud, a sacred book of the Jewish people, it is written, whoever destroys one life, it is as though he destroyed an entire world, and whoever saves one life, it is though as he has saved an entire world. Mr. President,
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done for the...
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Tehreek-e-Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you, viewers. In a very short while from now, Donald Trump is going to address the Knesset, the Israeli parliament. Netanyahu has just hailed Donald Trump's mediation for the war in Gaza to be ended. We'll keep a close eye and get you all the latest updates from Tel Aviv. First, the headlines. Hamas frees all Israeli hostages. Donald Trump in Israel says war is over.
The war is over. War is over. The war is over. Okay, you understand that?
War is over, says Trump on a historic day for West Asia.
आपके इस संवेदनहीन, आपके इस कुशासन और आपकी इस दकियानूसी मानसिकता के कारण आज बंगाल में मां शर्मिंदा है, माटी लहूलुहान है और मानुष बेहाल है।
Mamata victim shames Durgapur rape case victim. BJP hits out at her. Supreme Court orders CBI probe into Karur stampede that killed 41 people during TVK chief Vijay Israeli.
जिस व्यक्ति ने 90,000 करोड़ का मुनाफा रेलवे को दिया, हर बजट में किराया कम किया, तो बिहार के लोग जानते हैं, देश के लोग जानते हैं कि सच्चाई क्या है।
Delhi court frames charges against Lalu Yadav, Tejasvi Yadav, Rabri Devi in the IRCTC scam case. Big update in the cough syrup death case. Tamil Nadu government revokes license of coal drift maker, states and farmer. Suresh Gopi says he wants to step down as a cabinet minister and return to his acting career to earn more money. Now, Afghan press reports huge humiliation to Pakistan viewers. The Taliban government repeatedly rejected Pakistan requests for visas to Defence Minister and the ISI general. Islamabad and Rawalpindi have humiliated Kabul viewers. Taliban government refuses visas to visit Kabul to Khaja Asim, the Defence Minister of Pakistan, and General Asim Malik of the ISI. And this is a report coming in via Afghan media. That's the breaking news we have right now. The Taliban rejecting requests for visas to Pak ministers. First, we see how Afghanistan have hammered Pakistan, and what happened in the past 24 to 48 hours is for the world to see, and Pakistan completely lost face. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us from the newsroom. Abhishek, well, it's humiliation after humiliation for Pakistan.
Absolute embarrassment there for the Islamabad and Rawalpindi hybrid establishment, and we are told and we are checking these reports which suggest that at least thrice Khwaja Asif and General Asim Malik, who is the DG of ISI, sent in request for visas to visit Kabul, and all three times the Taliban government in Kabul rejected those applications, and it cannot get bigger than this in terms of the Kabul government really reading the Riot Act to Pakistan for the manner in which Pakistan has been playing around with their territorial integrity and sovereignty. Remember, we have seen pictures of Pakistani forces capturing some of the posts on the Afghan side of the Durand line, and those pictures were shown in the press conference of the DG ISPR yesterday, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of anger that must be there on the Afghan side, that thrice they have rejected requests and applications made by Pakistan to let their defense minister come in, which means that like we say in India, that terror and talks cannot go together. Similarly, now the Taliban, and imagine the irony that Taliban is holding a mirror to Pakistan and to ISI and saying that terror and talks cannot go together. For Pakistan to have a dialogue with Afghanistan and with the Kabul government of Taliban, there they have to stop carrying out these hot pursuits or whatever they call it, and to carry these military operations on Afghan soil, Afghan territory, pursuing the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which Pakistan considers a banned terror organization. So far as the Kabul regime is concerned, Rakshita, they say that this is Pakistani problem, this is Pakistan's problem, created by Pakistan for themselves, and Taliban should not be held, or the Kabul government should not be held responsible for it. And that is why the slap on the face, so to say, of the Shehbaz Sharif and General Asim Munir arrangement there in Islamabad, Rawalpindi, and every time it has to be said that it's not a government of the people of Pakistan, it's a hybrid arrangement of convenience between the Pakistan army and some political dispensation there in Islamabad. So obviously Taliban seeing through it and rejecting not once, not twice, three times in the recent past visa requests made by Pakistani Defense Minister and General Asim Malik, the chief of the ISI, to visit Kabul and to have any kind of dialogue.
Absolutely, and we've seen that the developments that have happened in the past few days clearly show that it's a collapse of Pakistan's strategy. Also, for the longest time, it has tried to, be friendly with Afghanistan and tried to portray that it can use it as a buffer against India as well. It's all collapsing, and in no time it has collapsed. And Afghanistan, even going to the extent of calling it a non-legitimate group as well now.
Well,
and
you see,
what do you expect?
Look at the contrast of the time when General Faiz had traveled to Kabul a day after Taliban captured power in Afghanistan after the Americans left on August 15, 2021. And the kind of self-congratulatory sense of satisfaction that was writ large on the then ISI chief vis-a-vis today when ISI is not welcome, Pakistani ministers are not welcome. Afghanistan is retaliating. They have killed 58 Pakistani soldiers in action just day before yesterday after, Pakistan carried out drone strikes in some parts of Afghanistan, including in one case in Kabul, trying to go after the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan or the Pakistani Taliban. Afghans, Pashtuns do not recognize the Durand Line. Pakistan is enforcing it with a fence. Pakistan is enforcing it with drone strikes. And obviously, there is going to be a hit back. And this is a diplomatic retaliation after the operation we saw in which Afghanistan, at multiple points across the Durand Line, carried out military ops to hit back at Pakistan. And now, of course, denial of visa, I think, as I said, is the Afghan version of India's position that terror and talks cannot go together.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us with that in-depth analysis of the situation. Viewers, in fact, Trump is now addressing the Knesset. Let's go across live.
Much, everybody. It's a great honor. Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death, and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with. But that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect, and I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, "You're just wasting your time." But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that loved your country, and frankly, people that loved the region. They loved the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. It would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת הזה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient. So back to Steve. He's But I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame. It should have never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, it's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later, he was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were, the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve. Very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords because people that, right? Avraham. It's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know? The Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick, because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? I just said the hostage. First time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars. And it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war. But if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength. And that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous. It's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. And, But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them, and you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed, and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. Thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces and Operation Rising Lion, Guys, central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did last June. The United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 52 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth, think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy, what a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington, and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Cain. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Cain? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It was quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down. He said with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, BB, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is you hit him from the west, you hit him from the north, you hit him from the south, you hit him above, you hit him below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. Should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base, and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known. But he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody. But we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I say, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? if Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir, they looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. And it was my honor to help. But isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got hit from one side, from the other. And you know, it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them. And I think that's big. Would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think? Because I think they want to. I think they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up and start. They're not doing it. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah, long aimed at Israel's throat, has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors. And you're very much in favor of that, I know. And it's good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all. The most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think. No, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, sir. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron. So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world. Although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse. But I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there. But we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate, to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the 4 nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace, you have people that really like Israel. I'll tell you what, and they like Israel a lot more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. You've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world. Or I would say to Bibi, it's now time, and he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place, and I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny, you look at a map even of just, not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible. But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to people, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3-4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won, and now let's enjoy our lives and let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. We're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme, to exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst, and I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much, and after tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace, okay? How about that? Is that a beautiful name? Like a board of peace. The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair, and I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that, but you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right. And we have unbelievable power and wealth, because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things. And they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment that they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get rebuild Gaza, and I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward, and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi, and you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work, and they want to see it be safe, and they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money like most people could never even conceive, but for these countries, it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have. Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? Or, I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left, and they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit. And some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends, and that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threatened all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. You're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense. But it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those 4 countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond anybody's wildest dream. So instead of building fortresses to keep enemies at bay, the nations of this region should be building infrastructure to weave your commerce closer together, because you've got to compete with the big world out there in commerce now. It's a different kind of competition. Instead of making weapons and missiles, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine, industry, and frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. It's a lot of intelligence you're going to have to be throwing off to pay back these sums of money that they're doing. But that's really the hot one. And I might say that the United States, a year ago, was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. In fact, if you go back a year ago, before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was a time that we became really hot. But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they, nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise you. He didn't speak. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, it could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama and then Joe Biden. It was, there was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal. He worked so hard. But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life, I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their militant proxies, and finally recognize Israel's right to existence. They have to do that. They have to do that. And to Iran, and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And they're good people. I know a lot of Iranians in the United States. They're good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel is strong, and it will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had. And they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it, baby. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam, she's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank, $60 billion. And I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, we would do. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. And we don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on. By the way, that was not in the speech, as you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it just seems to make so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that? All right, enough controversy for the day, right? Actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win. Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering, but I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of people, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. That is why it's a true honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that a much brighter future for this entire region is truly within our grasp. For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a home to Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. Adorned, it's the first time I've seen that word in a while. Adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, people of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges of this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. It has not been. It's been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation, and he still writes hope into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why even after 3,000 years of pain and conflict, the people of Israel have never given up from the threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of success and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great and blessed future for all of us. From the very first day that modern Israel was founded, we have stood together through thick and thin of setbacks, and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. We have built industries together. We have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together, and we have waged war together. And perhaps, most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home. So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, India-Canada ties are progressing steadily. This as External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar today held a meeting with the visiting Canadian Foreign Minister Anita Anand in the national capital. This is Anand's first official visit since taking charge, and the two sides focused on building a fresh strategic framework for cooperation across key sectors. Here's more.
India and Canada opening a new chapter in their diplomatic engagement on Monday, as Canadian Foreign Minister Anita Anand met External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in New Delhi.
Namaste. Thank you so much for the warm welcome that we've received this morning. We are so grateful to be able to further the Canada-India relationship with you here in New Delhi today.
This is Anand's first official visit since taking charge, and the discussions centered around rebuilding trust and advancing a strategic partnership.
Our meeting today continues the constructive conversations that we have been having since our telephone call on the 26th of May. India-Canada bilateral relations have been steadily progressing in the last few months. We are working to restore and reinvigorate the mechanisms necessary to advance our partnership.
Both sides discussed a wide-ranging roadmap covering trade, energy, critical minerals, agriculture, nuclear collaboration, and security cooperation.
Both sides, for our meeting today, have prepared an ambitious roadmap to advance our cooperation in various domains, including trade, investment, agriculture, science and technology, civil nuclear collaboration, AI, critical minerals, and energy.
Anita Anand echoed the sentiment, calling for an elevated and enduring partnership. This renewed diplomatic energy follows Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney earlier this year at the G7. With both countries looking to reset and rebuild the ties after a turbulent phase, today's meeting sets the tone for a structured and strategic India-Canada engagement.
For a short break, but on the other side, we get here Netanyahu reflects on Trump's peace deal efforts, hails his support.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल
बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Tehreek-e-Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked 16 posts across multiple provinces of Pakistan under its Al-Khandaq operations. The Taliban destroyed Pak's Durand line security. The group killed 58 Pak soldiers and held 5 as captive.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good. On tough savings because we are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी। हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Tehreek-e-Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked 16 posts across multiple provinces of Pakistan under its Al-Khandaq operations. The Taliban destroyed Pak's Durand line security. The group killed 58 Pak soldiers and held 5 as captive.
The armed forces of
You're watching 6 Stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. A historic moment, viewers, was witnessed today. This is the first story we're tracking, where 20 Israeli hostages were released after 2 years. And in the meanwhile, Trump addressed the Israel parliament, that's right, and hailed Gaza ceasefire as a historic dawn of the new Middle East. Clashes, arson and big chaos. Pakistan is in a free fall. Crackdown on TLP intensifies. The IRCTC scam heat stings Lalu Yadav. Charges are framed against him, Rabri Devi and Tejasvi Yadav. The Durgapur gang rape case, the BJP demands action and answers from CM Mamta Banerjee. Supreme Court orders a CBI probe in the Karur stampede case, says incident has stirred national conscience. Viewers, it was a historic day today after 2 painful years spent in captivity. 20, I repeat, 20 Israeli hostages were kidnapped by Hamas. They have finally been released. The emotional scenes played out as they reunited with their families. In Jerusalem, hundreds of people gathered to welcome them back. These hostages have spent the past 2 years trapped in one of the bloodiest battlefields in the Middle East. Let's take a look.
738 days later. After a blood-soaked war that raged for 2 long years, cheers, tears, and finally peace in sight. At Tel Aviv's Hostage Square, emotions ran high. Every heart beating, waiting, hoping for that one announcement. For some, it was the homecoming of loved ones after 2 years of anguish. For others, it was standing in solidarity as history unfolded before their eyes. And then, a voice over the loudspeaker.
משפחותיהם של איתן מור, גלי וזיוי ברמן, מתן אנגרסט, עומרי מירן ואלון אוהל הותקנו כי הם ישוחררו בפעימה הראשונה.
The journalist announcing the release of the first group of 7 hostages. The crowd erupted in cheers and tears. Because after 2 years of torment, the wait was finally over. There were hugs, there were handshakes, and history. Across the border in Khan Yunis, Red Cross convoys rolled through, racing towards the pickup point. The announcement in Tel Aviv had set the mission in motion, a mission of hope and humanity. And then came the moment, the one the world has been waiting for. Hundreds lined the roads, waving flags, holding signs as the convoy made its way to the Reim military base, carrying with it 20 hostages alive. They were the faces from the Nova Music Festival, the young, the old, captured on October 7th, 2023. Now, finally heading home. Republic has accessed pictures of the released hostages. After days of fear and uncertainty, Guy Gilboa Dalal finally reunites with IDF representatives. Smiles through tears, Alon Ohel meets IDF representatives after his release. The nightmare has ended, but the scars remain. Gali and Ziv Berman, siblings and survivors, their reunion a symbol of Israel's pain and perseverance. For Eitan Mor, every handshake and every hug is a reminder that he made it home. And for Matan Angrest, this moment is more than just a reunion. It is survival, it is strength, it is homecoming. But before the celebrations came a moment that broke hearts across Israel. A mother's voice, trembling with love, relief, and disbelief as she spoke to her son, a freed hostage. Her words echoed through the square, a cry of joy and the release of pain held for far too long. But even amidst the joy, there was unease. Because for many families, the fight and the fear are not over.
I can't really trust Hamas that they'll give them back all healthy, all in good shape, all alive. It's very hard to trust them. And I'm worried that bad things are going to happen on the way. I'm worried about the bodies of the hostages that we need to get back as well. And, you know, we've been through so many bad things. Carmel, my cousin, was murdered in captivity. She was actually hours away from getting released. The ceasefire collapsed on the very morning of the day in which she was supposed to come back. She was hours away. And they're hours away. So until they're back, I can't really be 100% happy. And it ain't over till it's over.
Hope overshadowed by heartbreak. Relief tempered by the memories of those who never made it back.
We're very, very happy. Relieved. I think you can see it around the whole square. Like, the Israeli people are relieved and happy. I know. So it's a very unique morning And maybe a morning that will change much of how we got used to live here in this country. We will get our sanity back.
It is a new day in Israel. A day that carries both the weight of the loss and the light of peace. A day that will be remembered as the day the hostages were reunited with their families.
And viewers, while the hostages were returning home, US President Trump was back in Israel declaring that the Gaza war is over. Addressing the Israeli parliament, Trump said that the Gaza ceasefire between Hamas and Israel is the golden age of Israel and Middle East. Simultaneously, the Netanyahu and Trump bonhomie was on full display, with Netanyahu calling Trump the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House.
Just as Hamas released 20 remaining living hostages after 2 years, President Trump landed in Israel. Speaking at Ben Gurion Airport, Trump said the war is finished.
The war is over. War is over. The war is over. Okay, you understand that? I think people are a lot of reasons why it's going to hold, but I think people are tired of it. It's been centuries. Okay, not just recent. It's been centuries. I think people are tired of it. Yeah, the ceasefire is going to hold, and we're going to make sure it holds.
For weeks, Trump's team worked through Qatar, Egypt, and the UN, linking a pause in fighting with a massive prisoner exchange. Nearly 1,900 Palestinian detainees for the 20 hostages. The deal also guarantees daily humanitarian access into Gaza and phase Israeli troops pull back from the north. Israel's cabinet approved the plan just hours before Trump's arrival. Next, US President Donald Trump arrived at the Knesset. Trump entered Knesset to additional fanfare and wide applause.
After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity.
However, Trump's speech was not without drama. A left-wing Knesset member disrupted Trump's speech, raising slogans, and then was dragged out of Knesset. Another key highlight was Trump-Netanyahu bonhomie on display. Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a meeting in Knesset. Netanyahu thanked Trump and called him the greatest friend of Israel.
With the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. Just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything.
Both leaders then met with freed hostages and hostage families after their one-on-one meet. The historic visit comes after Trump brokered Israel's ceasefire deal with Hamas.
And viewers, Pakistan is losing the plot once again, and this time they are targeting their own. The country is on the edge as violent clashes are happening between security forces and the Tehreek-e-Laibak Pakistan supporters. And we see that the entire nation is reeling. Reports of hundreds killed and injured have sparked widespread outrage. A TLP chief has also been shot at. Here's a report on how Pakistan is on a free fall.
Pakistan is on the brink of chaos. Islamabad is hunting down its own people. It is official. Pakistan is imploding. Clashes between the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan and security forces took a violent turn. What began as a protest quickly spiraled into deadly clashes. TLP supporters marching towards the US embassy were blocked by the police, leading to chaos. The TLP claims 2 of its men were killed and over 50 suffered injuries. However, locals say that the death toll is much higher, with over 500 feared dead, and the video has also gone viral.
फजर का टाइम हो रहा है और फजर के टाइम पूरा मन मार्च के ऊपर स्ट्रेट फायरिंग की जा रही है। यहाँ पे स्नाइपर चलाई जा रही है, यहाँ पे AK-47 का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, यहाँ पे पूरा मन नत्ते शहरियों के ऊपर रियासत जो माँ होती है वो अपने बच्चों के ऊपर ये देख के कैसे भ्रष्ट मार रही है। हमारे पास इतने शहीद हो चुके हैं कि हमारे पास उठाने के लिए जगह नहीं है रात के इस अंधेरे में।
Reports suggest TLP chief Saad Rizvi has been shot at multiple times and is now underground.
हमेशा मार्शल नाजायज हुआ, आज सब कुछ खत्म हो गया। सैकड़ों कारकुनान के सिरों पे गोलियां मार दी, साद रिजवी के ट्रक पे गोलियां मार दी, उसने कफन बांध लिया। वो कहता रहा कि पुलिस वालों, रेंजर वालों, तुम मुसलमान हो। अजान हो रही थी, फायरिंग की, तुमने गोलियां बरसाई, सिरों पे गोलियां चलाई।
The Pakistani government, meanwhile, has imposed a lockdown in Lahore, shutting down schools, colleges and markets. These are clear signs that Asim Munir is losing grip on Islamabad. In the face of the violence, Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has decided to run away to Egypt, shrugging responsibility.
And viewers, the IRCTC scam is back to haunt Lalu Yadav. A major setback for the RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family is coming just before the Bihar elections. Just weeks before Bihar votes, a Delhi court has ordered the framing of corruption, cheating and conspiracy charges in the scam case. The court has strongly observed that Lalu abused his position as a public servant and conspired for illegal land transfers. Here's more.
Ahead of Bihar polls, a huge legal setback for RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family. A Delhi court framed charges against Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife Rabri Devi and son Tejasvi Yadav in the alleged IRCTC corruption case. The order was pronounced in the presence of all the accused on Monday. In its order, the court made sharp observations, accusing Lalu of abusing his position as a public servant and manipulating the tender process. The court noted that the tender eligibility was tweaked and land parcels were undervalued to benefit the accused. It also said that the conspiracy extended to the transfer of land ownership to Rabri Devi and Tejasvi Yadav. With the order coming ahead of polls, NDA hit out at Mahagathbandhan on the issue of corruption.
माननीय लालू प्रसाद जी के परिवार जिन पर 420 और 120B का आरोप लगा है, वह तो स्वाभाविक है। लालू जी अपने बड़े भाई स्वर्गीय मंगरू राय के परिजन को नौकरी दिया तो फुलवरिया में जमीन लिखवा लिया। राबड़ी देवी जी के चाचा नाटा चौधरी जी के परिवार को नौकरी दिया तो जमीन लिखवा लिया। यह स्वाभाविक प्रक्रिया है, दुर्गति है। आपने जो पाप किया और तेजस्वी यादव जी आपके नाम पर अगर संपत्ति है तो आपने सरेंडर क्यों नहीं किया? और न्यायपालिका के मामले को आप चुनाव से जोड़ रहे हैं तो आपके वकील ने जीरा क्यों नहीं किया?
लालू प्रसाद के पूरे अगर हम शासन को 3 वाक्यों में कहें, चारा खाना, अलकतरा पीना बिटुमिन, और सरकारी संपत्ति की बांटने में टेंडर में हेरा फेरी करना और जमीन प्राप्त करना।
All accused will now face trial on charges of criminal conspiracy, cheating and corruption. However, RJD claims it was the ruling government that was targeting Lalu through investigative agencies.
Banerjee yesterday questioned the medical students' timing to go out from college. The opposition, the survivor's father, they both have criticized her remark and victim-blaming behavior. The BJP has urged Mamata Banerjee to stop justifying rape and give justice to the survivor. Meanwhile, the survivor's father has also said that he is taking his daughter back to Odisha as he does not believe Bengal is safe.
A horrific incident has shaken West Bengal. A second-year MBBS student from Odisha was allegedly gang-raped at Durgapur on Friday, October 10th. The 23-year-old from Jaleshwar in Odisha is a second-year MBBS student at a private medical college in Durgapur. On Friday night, she was out with a friend when some men approached them and forcibly took her to a secluded area and raped her. West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee has come under fire for victim blaming. She questioned the college's role in ensuring student safety and pointed out that the incident occurred outside the campus.
Especially the girl child at night time, they should not be allowed to come out in the outside. They have to protect themselves also.
Meanwhile, BJP leaders have strongly condemned Mamata Banerjee's response. BJP MP Basuri Swaraj has accused the CM of giving similar responses in the past, such as during the Abhaya and Sandesh Khali cases.
ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, एक पूरा पैटर्न बन गया है। टीएमसी दकियानूसी सोच का पर्याय बन चुकी है। यहाँ पर ऐसा घनौना गैंगरेप हुआ वेस्ट बंगाल में, जहाँ पर विक्टिम की बॉडी को उसको टेयर अपार्ट करा गया था। द विक्टिम्स बॉडी वाज टोर्न फ्रॉम लेग्स राइट अप टू हर नेवल, यानी नाभि तक उस रेप विक्टिम की बॉडी को फाड़ दिया गया था। ऐसी दरिंदगी करी गई थी। आप हैरान होंगे, ममता बनर्जी ने ये कह दिया कि ये सारा का सारा षड्यंत्र है सीपीआईएम सपोर्टर्स को। एक बार फिर उन्होंने इस बात को डिनाई करा। फिर हम बात करते हैं संदेश खाली की। संदेश खाली में तो आप जानते हैं अनगिनत महिलाओं के साथ दुष्कर्म हुआ, वो भी टीएमसी के ही नेताओं ने करा, टीएमसी के ही ऑफिस में हुआ। लेकिन माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी ने क्या कहा? उन्होंने कहा किछु हुई ना।
The BJP MP has urged Mamata Banerjee to stop justifying rape and give justice to the victim.
आप लोग तो माँ, माटी और मानुष का नारा लगाते हैं। आपके इस संवेदनहीन, आपके इस कुशासन और आपकी इस दकियानूसी मानसिकता के कारण आज बंगाल में माँ शर्मिंदा है, माटी लहूलुहान है और मानुष बेहाल है।
In Durgapur, West Bengal LOP and BJP MP Subindu Adhikari held protest over the gang rape incident and stated that the private college authority reached out to him as they were under pressure.
Trinamool hatao, beti bachao. It is the main slogan in everywhere in Bengal. Trinamool should go, not cooperate with the victim family. Till now, not hand over the medical report. They don't allow leader of opposition to talk with doctors. They blockade the Mahila Commission, Women Commission coming from Odisha.
The police have made 5 arrests so far, including a classmate of the victim. The father has urged Mamata government to take strict action, saying Mamata is also a mother of someone.
मेरे को और जब ममता दीदी है वो भी तो किसी का माँ होगा ना, अगर माँ होगा तो उसका लड़के का दर्द भी समझ सकते हैं ना। मैं चाहता हूँ और बंगाल सरकार के अनुरोध करता हूँ उसी से कड़ी सजा दीजिए। अगर उससे सजा देंगे तो बंगाल का लड़की थोड़ा सुरक्षित अनुभव करेगा।
The father of the MBBS student has also said he will be taking his daughter back to Odisha as he is concerned about her safety in Bengal. This incident has once again brought the spotlight on the Mamata Banerjee government's handling of women's safety. As the victim's family seeks justice and the BJP and the people of Bengal demand safety and accountability, West Bengal CM Mamata's response has fallen short of expectations.
And viewers, that's a wrap on 6 stories at 6. This is Shivangi Shukla signing off, but do not go anywhere. We'll be back. We'll go live and breaking next.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good. Tough savings because we are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled that war. You knew that better than anybody, McGee.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, 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 להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף.
As Donald Trump addresses Israeli parliament, a left-wing member of Israeli parliament disrupts his speech.
With the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise.
Benjamin Netanyahu reflects back on Trump's peace deal efforts, hails the Gaza Accord.
This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God.
War is over, says Donald Trump on a historic day for the Middle East.
आपके इस संवेदनहीन, आपके इस कुशासन और आपकी इस दकियानूसी मानसिकता के कारण आज बंगाल में मां शर्मिंदा है, माटी लहूलुहान है और मानुष बेहाल है.
As Mamata and her party victim shame the Durgapur gang rape victim, the BJP questions the pattern of victim shaming under Mamata Banerjee's rule. Supreme Court orders CBI investigation into the Karur stampede that killed 41 during TVK chief Vijay's rally.
जिस व्यक्ति ने 90,000 करोड़ का मुनाफा रेलवे को दिया, हर बजट में किराया कम किया, तो बिहार के लोग जानते हैं, देश के लोग जानते हैं कि सच्चाई क्या है.
Delhi court frames charges against Lalu Prasad, Tejasvi Yadav, Rabri Devi in IRCTC scam. Union Minister Suresh Gopi says he wants to quit as cabinet minister and return to acting to earn more money. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen, as we keep our focus on the breaking news updates coming in from Bihar. Getting in a news update that the Prime Minister is currently meeting JP Nadda, the BJP President. A news update that came in, especially after the NDA closed its seat-sharing talks. Seat-sharing finalized within the NDA and JP Nadda is meeting the Prime Minister as we speak. 101 seats for the BJP, 101 seats for the JDU. Chirag Paswan getting 29, much more than what he initially asked, but not as many as he may have wanted. And on the back of these developments, we have a critical meeting on the Bihar elections ongoing in Delhi. Aishwarya is joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, anything specifically on the agenda? Aishwarya, are you there?
She was just discussing, keeping in mind that today it was expected that an official announcement would be made by the BJP at around 4 p.m., but that press conference never happened. And now Jagat Prakash Nadda, the BJP national president, has been called in at 7 LKM. He is briefing the Prime Minister. We are being told that the Home Minister might also join this meeting within the next few minutes. That very clearly gives an indication that the BJP understands that, as you were just mentioning yourself, that Chirag Paswan is not happy, but still he should be satisfied. From a party of 4, he has been given 29 seats. And as far as BJP and JDU are concerned, they are at equal numbers, 101 each. But now the next step is a selection of candidates. The next step is how to be victorious on these seats, because the opposition seems to be pretty upbeat about the upcoming Bihar elections, and hence the Prime Minister's final clearance, the Prime Minister's final approval on every decision is mandatory as far as Bihar election is concerned, because it's his face, it's his name under which BJP is going to contest elections against Tejasvi Yadav, because the only difference between the BJP and the other parties in this election is that every other party has a regional face, but the BJP is once again banking on their trump card, on Prime Minister Modi, as they feel that always keeps them ahead. Back to you, Niran.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Aishwarya there breaking the story. Let's get you some more breaking news now. BRS Working President KTR in Hyderabad has filed a formal complaint with the Election Commission alleging large-scale vote chori by the Congress. Now, they're flipping it, saying the Congress is doing vote chori. This is during the Jubilee Hills by-polls. The BRS claims that 43 non-existent individuals were registered under a single address, presenting this as evidence of electoral malpractice. And supporting their accusations, BRS has released documents, photographs, allegedly showing Congress leaders distributing voter ID cards. The party has asserted that this is proof of Congress attempting to manipulate electoral rolls, though the move may trigger political backlash. Here's what KTR said. He spoke to the media. Aishwarya is also joining us live. KTR soundbite came in some time back, so we'll just play that out as well. Aishwarya, what's the allegation? And is there any merit to BRS claiming vote chori by Congress?
So the BRS party is claiming that there are multiple irregularities in the electoral law that was released a day ago on ahead of this Jubilee Hills by-poll elections. So what they're claiming is that there are multiple names that are registered within the Jubilee Hills constituency, while they were also in the same names there are registered in another constituencies, maybe Uppal or outside in the rural constituencies of Telangana as well, in the same name, in some cases with negligible minor errors in the spelling. But what the BRS is claiming that their names, their parents' name or even the spouse's name in some cases are similar, and with minor changes in the name of the voter has been changed, and they have been included in the voter list of the Jubilee Hills constituency, which is going for elections next in the November. So what is BRS is claiming that there's a sudden rise in the voter list in this Jubilee Hills by-poll, and there is this 43.
Okay, just lost the line there with Aishwarya, but we'll go across to her. The BRS has filed a formal complaint with the Election Commission. Now, they're claiming that the Congress is doing vote chori. And they put out some pictures recently of the Congress leadership distributing voter ID cards. And the BRS claimed that the Congress had no role to distribute voter ID cards in the first place. And they've gone to the Election Commission at the BRK Bhavan in Hyderabad. We're getting in some live pictures. Let's cut across to that. Donald Trump, who's in Israel. Some pictures coming in of Donald Trump, who's just a few minutes back addressed the Israeli parliament. And those are pictures of him leaving Israel, on his way next to Egypt. And in Egypt, he's expected to meet world leaders as part of a peace summit. Donald Trump saying his goodbyes to the leaders of Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu himself not expected to visit the Egypt summit. Donald Trump will be there. Donald Trump expressing confidence that the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas will hold. He said while addressing the parliament in Israel, the Knesset, saying that the agreement between Israel and Hamas will hold, saying that the people are tired of the war after centuries of conflict. All right, I think we have an audio there. We'll lift the audio up as well. As you can hear, Donald Trump saying goodbye to the Israeli leadership. Okay, so Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has said that he won't be traveling to Egypt's Sharm el-Sheikh to attend the Gaza Peace Summit with global leaders. He has claimed there are time constraints ahead of the start of the holiday season in Israel, which begins tonight. And according to the media in Israel, Netanyahu had accepted Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi's invitation to join the summit that was announced by his office. And now they've said that he will not be making the trip. Netanyahu was with US President Donald Trump through the day after he landed at the Ben Gurion airport and went straight to Knesset, where he addressed the Israeli parliament. That's Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. And they too reported to have played a huge role in the Gaza peace plan that was drawn up by America to bring an end to the war in Israel. And Donald Trump from here heads to Egypt for the Gaza Peace Summit in a short while from now. We're expecting world leaders to gather there, and Donald Trump will be the main speaker at that summit. Trump and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi co-hosting a summit of over 20 leaders in the Sharm El-Sheikh. And we're telling you about the different leaders who will be present there. Donald Trump, while speaking at the Israeli parliament, has said that to end the war in Gaza strips, they've had to enhance efforts to achieve peace, stability in the Middle East, and to usher in a new era of regional security and stability. The Prime Minister of India has just tweeted. Okay, let's break that. Prime Minister Modi has tweeted on the hostage release. The Prime Minister saying that we welcome the release of all hostages after over 2 years of captivity. Let's break that. The Prime Minister responding to the Israeli hostage release. And the Prime Minister Modi saying that their freedom, referring to hostages, their freedom stands as a tribute to the courage of their families, the unwavering peace efforts of President Trump, and the strong resolve of Prime Minister Netanyahu. We support President Trump's sincere efforts to bring peace in the region. A tweet put out by the Prime Minister a few seconds ago saying that he welcomes and India welcomes the release of all hostages after 2 years of captivity. Prime Minister adding that the freedom of these hostages after 2 years stands as a tribute to the courage of the families who've been waiting for 738 days to be precise for their loved ones to return home. The Prime Minister saying that the unwavering peace efforts of President Trump also has played a huge role. Strong resolve of Prime Minister Netanyahu also playing a huge role. Prime Minister Modi saying that we support President Trump's sincere efforts to bring peace to the region. Okay, talking about Trump, the US President continues to claim his tariff threats stopped a potential India-Pakistan war earlier this year. Of course, there's no merit to it, but he continues to say it. He said it even inside the Israeli parliament. He's also calling the Gaza truce his 8th conflict solved, and says next he'll turn his focus to Pakistan-Afghanistan tensions. He actually said it. Take a look.
Donald Trump yet again touting tariffs as his weapon of peace, claiming he stopped a nuclear escalation between India and Pakistan with threats of massive tariffs. Trump said he warned both countries of up to 200% duties if they went to war.
I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled that war.
Trump also called the Gaza ceasefire his 8th conflict solved. And now he's saying he'll shift focus to the Pakistan-Afghanistan border next. The remarks come as Trump pushes his record on global conflicts, even invoking a Nobel Peace Prize snub. Trump's remarks come even as India has denied any US role in the truce.
Okay, celebrity hairstylist and on the run, conman Javed Habib facing serious allegations of running a cryptocurrency scam, crypto scandal. 32 FIRs registered against Javed Habib in Sambal, Uttar Pradesh. He, along with his son Anos Habib, associate Saiful, allegedly lured investors into the Follicle Global Company scheme, promising returns of 50 to 70% on investments in Bitcoin. Latest, we're picking up. There are more cases that are likely to be registered against Javed Habib.
Sir, can you please tell our viewers what is the current status of the case?
Javed Habib came to Sambal 2.5 years ago at the pretext of taking 5 to 7 crore rupees from the investors. More than 100 individuals invested 5 to 7 lakh rupees per person. They were promised that 50 to 70% returns will be given in a year's time. But 2.5 years passed and they did not receive a single penny. After that, these individuals approached police. We conducted an inquiry and found that there was enough evidence to register an FIR. 33 FIRs have been registered so far against Javed Habib's son, and there is a gentleman called Saifullah. They all three have been staying away from police. They have not cooperated so far. None of them have come to police. We have given them notices to appear in person as well. Their lawyer has approached us, but Javed Habib has not come to Sambal. He was supposed to come here yesterday.
So as we know that Mr. Javed Habib's lawyer, Mr. Pawan Kumar, appeared before the investigating officer, but Mr. Javed Habib was supposed to appear before you. So what will be your next legal course of action?
We had given 94 BNSS notice to them, and their lawyer gave certain papers, but these papers are not sufficient. The questioning needs to take place, and that will be done only when he comes here.
India-Canada ties are progressing slowly, highlighted by External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar as he met visiting Canadian Foreign Minister Anita Anand in New Delhi earlier today. This is Anita Anand's first official visit since taking charge. The two sides focused on building a fresh strategic framework for cooperation across key sectors.
India and Canada opening a new chapter in their diplomatic engagement on Monday, as Canadian Foreign Minister Anita Anand met External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in New Delhi.
Namaste. Thank you so much for the warm welcome that we've received this morning. We are so grateful to be able to further the Canada-India relationship with you here in New Delhi today.
This is Anand's first official visit since taking charge, and the discussions centered around rebuilding trust and advancing a strategic partnership.
Our meeting today continues the constructive conversations that we have been having since our telephone call on the 26th of May. India-Canada bilateral relations have been steadily progressing in the last few months. We are working to restore and reinvigorate the mechanisms necessary to advance our partnership.
Both sides discussed a wide-ranging roadmap covering trade, energy, critical minerals, agriculture, nuclear collaboration and security cooperation.
Both sides, for our meeting today, have prepared an ambitious roadmap to advance our cooperation in various domains, including trade, investment, agriculture, science and technology, civil nuclear collaboration, AI, critical minerals, and energy.
Anita Anand echoed the sentiment, calling for an elevated and enduring partnership. This renewed diplomatic energy follows Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney earlier this year at the G7. With both countries looking to reset and rebuild the ties after a turbulent phase, today's meeting sets the tone for a structured and strategic India-Canada engagement.
The war is over, says Trump on a historic day for the Middle East. We're getting you some more details and some exclusive inputs on This Is Exclusive, 7 p.m.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Tehreek Taliban, a Pakistan manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked 16 posts across multiple provinces of Pakistan under its Al-Khandaq operations. The Taliban destroyed Pak's Durand line security. The group killed 58 Pak soldiers and held 5 as captive.
The armed forces of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan tonight conducted a successful retaliatory operation against the centers of Pakistani forces along the Durand Line, in response to the repeated violations of Afghanistan's sovereignty by the Pakistani military and airstrikes on Afghanistan's territory. The operation concluded around midnight. If the Pakistani side violates Afghanistan's sovereignty again, our armed forces are prepared to defend the country's borders and will respond decisively.
हम जैसे हिंदुस्तान के साथ अच्छा ताल्लुकात चाहता है, पाकिस्तान के साथ भी अच्छा ताल्लुकात चाहता है, लेकिन ये ताल्लुकात दोनों तरफ से हो सकता है, एक तरफ से तो नहीं हो सकता है। इसलिए हमारा ख्वाहिश ये है कि ऐसा गलती को
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
India Zona.
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good. Tough savings because we are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled that war. You knew that better than anybody, McGee.
نجديد وطن إن شاء الله.
لك عيه إن شاء الله. بس الفيل بدي أعطيه. بس لما زين خزيدة كم مزين خزيدة كم نمولك.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Monday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight our focus only on two big international stories coming in. First, the hostages have finally been released. But what's really happening inside Gaza? Have things really changed? And can the ceasefire really exist for a longer period of time? This and what's really happening inside Pakistan as protests reach Muridke. And yet again, Shehbaz Sharif's government tries to silence the opposition parties. We'll get you all this and much more in this edition of This Is Exclusive. But first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
The indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise.
Meanwhile, Netanyahu reflects back on Trump's peace deal efforts, hails his support.
This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God.
The war is over, says Trump on a historic day for the Middle East. More exclusive videos emerge from Muridke as TLP escalates protests. Shehbaz government completely on the back foot.
आपके इस संवेदनहीन, आपके इस कुशासन और आपकी इस दकियानूसी मानसिकता के कारण आज बंगाल में माँ शर्मिंदा है, माटी लहूलुहान है और मानुष बेहाल है।
Mamata Banerjee shames Durgapur rape survivor. BJP hits out at her. Ladies and gentlemen, after more than 2 agonizing years of captivity, Hamas has released the final 20 living Israeli hostages, men who endured unimaginable hardship in the dark, suffocating tunnels of Gaza. The release brokered through intense high-stake diplomacy involving the United States, Egypt and Qatar comes as part of a ceasefire agreement that has, for now, silenced the rockets and gunfire that have defined this conflict for far too long. Yet as Israel celebrates this hard-won victory, the air is thick with both hope and uncertainty. The hostages' return is certainly a triumph, but it also raises questions. Can this delicate truce really hold? Is the return of the hostages really the end of this war? Because certain images really coming in from Gaza seems to be quite contrary to what we really know on the ground. How long will this truce really last? First, take a look at this report and then we go across to our reporters on the ground, getting us a sense of how Israel is celebrating tonight.
The most fitting name ever named for a military operation, because a little after midnight, you really hammered them. Oh, yeah. My friends, this is only a partial list, but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House.
A big breakthrough after 2 years. A painful wait ending in tears of relief. 20 Israeli hostages returned to their families today as part of a ceasefire pausing the war. A convoy of Israeli vehicles, Red Cross jeeps and buses left off a prison for the occupied West Bank this afternoon, carrying some of the 250 long-term prisoners set to be released in the exchange. With the peace deal in effect, tens of thousands of Israelis watched the transfers at public screenings. A new dawn for the country. The day also saw the visit of US President Donald Trump, who was met with loud claps and warm hugs. He said this is a great day for Israel and US, as America too mourned the greatest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust.
After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity.
While his address at the Knesset was met with some disruption,
over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת הזה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא אותו מיד.
The Israeli parliament united in lauding Trump for brokering the ceasefire. As the pages turn in history, the big question is if this ceasefire deal will remain in effect.
Well, in fact, my colleague Nick is joining us from outside the Sheba hospital in Tel Aviv, where the hostages are basically undergoing a treatment. A big day, Nick, for everyone in Israel. Just a quick recap of how Israel is celebrating today. And I'll, of course, come to you with regards to whether at all this truce can really hold, because some images really coming in from Gaza isn't very, very promising right now.
Yes, so you can see here the army helicopters continue to come to the Israeli Sheba Medical Center in the center of Israel, and each time different with his family coming back. And there is a lot of excitement here. Many Israelis came to witness this moment and to still have the hostages return after 3 years of trial where they were abused emotionally and physically, almost without urge to breathe, food to eat, water to drink, no medication. Some of them were injured on the 7th of October, and nobody could give them any treatment. You can see now some of the hostages are coming back to their homes, and
get that fixed. Nick, we seem to be having some problem with your audio line. Can you just quickly fix the audio line till the time I just take you through these latest images? These are the live images now coming in of the family members. In fact, it's a historic moment for the family members as well as each and every Israeli today, given the fact that for the last 2 years, this war has been going on in the name of protecting the hostages, bringing them back home, and finally the truce in sight. The question being asked whether at all this can really hold for a longer period of time. Will Israel as well as the Palestinians really be able to hold on to this, given the fact that there is no understanding with regards to who really controls Gaza at this point in time? Nick, I want to come back to you. Sorry, there was a problem with your audio line. If carry on, show us what's really happening outside Sheba Hospital.
Yeah, we can see now some of the hostages are coming back with the helicopters and the minivans and taking them here to the main hospital in Israel, Sheba Medical Center, where the doctors will pick up the hostages. And unfortunately, the rate of experience is because this is the first one that was coming to the hospital in the past 2 years, and Israel has this unique experience in treating hostages over the years, and those people went through hell in Hamas captivity underground, systematic underground, almost without air to breathe, almost no food to eat, and no medication to activities. They're injured during the 7th of October, this group attack on human beings too. That some of the hostages are coming in, and they are welcomed by the Israeli government officials and by their families and Israelis that also are here with this exciting moment. This moment, Israel waited for 2 years. The hostages, families, and relatives, their loved ones, they were protesting almost every day for the 2 years, and they're demanded to do anything in the Israeli government and other governments, countries, organizations to do in order to bring them back and facilitate it's happened. So this is one of the happiest moments in the history of Israel, and it's still the most happy day in the past 2 years.
Well, thank you very much, Nick, for getting us the latest details. We seem to be having some problem with the audio line with Nick, who's joining us live from outside Sheba Hospital, where the family members of the hostages are present, and the hostages are also undergoing treatment. Given the fact that they've spent months and months inside those dark tunnels, and remember, many without much food, without much assistance that was provided to them. They were handed over to the Red Cross for further treatment, and finally, now they are back in Israel. Should we focus now to the other big story coming in from Pakistan? Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 1 month or so, a little more than that, Pakistan soon to be have lost control over major parts of the country, starting from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa to Balochistan, and of course right inside Pakistan right now, what was considered to be the stronghold seems to be also now slipping out. The protests that are taking place and images that we have just got a short while back, these are exclusive videos of the videos that have come in from Muridke, where the violence has left Pakistan's Punjab province also reeling. Remember, this was largely seen a province safe for the Shehbaz Sharif government, something that the Pakistani army has been extremely comfortable with, but these are the images that you see on your screens. This video basically shows Pakistani Rangers which were deployed bulletproof armored vehicle to ram and crush cars occupied by Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan workers during overnight clashes that have taken place. The incident, part of a broader government operation to dismantle TLP protest camps, has reportedly resulted in dozens of deaths and hundreds injured, fueling accusations of excessive force and state-sponsored brutality. On your screens right now, these are the latest images that have been accessed, and we're also going to take you through some of the details that we are essentially bringing in right now. A remote mountain pass is now the epicenter of a brewing storm as Afghanistan deploys thousands of Taliban-led troops backed by tanks and artillery into the Wakhan corridor, a 16-kilometer wide lifeline linking Kabul to China and separating Pakistan from Tajikistan. This amid intelligence reports that Pakistan is plotting a strike to seize this strategic strip. Now, what you see right now, these are the latest images now coming in. In fact, let's just listen in to some of the protesters. What is it that they have to say?
No Pakistani.
और ये मौजूदा गवर्नमेंट बेतहाशा इस वक्त शल मार चुकी है और सीधे फायर कर रही है। ये स्टेट फायर G3 के हमारे कारकुनों
No Pakistani. देखो सामने उन्होंने कंटेनर है साड़ी फोर्स है सारी।
ये है वो रेंजर के लोग जिन्होंने हमारे भाइयों को शहीद किया है। अब ये हमारे असार में है और हमारे कायदीन का ज़रफ़ देखे कि वो पुरअमन तरीके से इनका
लाइव चलाओ लाइव
Well, in fact, things seem to be going out of control for Shehbaz Sharif's government and Field Marshal Asim Munir. Reason being that most of them have now been calling out to the Pakistani army for the false promises that they've essentially made. Not just that, also, the rebels have all now come together, ensuring that the Pakistani army perhaps cannot continue in the manner that they have done so far. In fact, this is a consolidated report that will give you a sense of what's really happening inside Pakistan, and many would say that this is a situation that we had witnessed back in the 1960s when Pakistan was in complete turmoil. It's a rerun of what we had witnessed earlier.
Pakistan is on the brink of chaos. Islamabad is hunting down its own people.
It is official. Pakistan is imploding. Clashes between the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan and security forces took a violent turn. What began as a protest quickly spiraled into deadly clashes. TLP supporters marching towards the US embassy were blocked by the police, leading to chaos. The TLP claims 2 of its men were killed and over 50 suffered injuries. However, locals say that the death toll is much higher, with over 500 feared dead, and the video has also gone viral.
फजर का टाइम हो रहा है और फजर के टाइम पूरा मन मार्च के ऊपर स्ट्रेट फायरिंग की जा रही है। यहाँ पे स्नाइपर चलाई जा रही है, यहाँ पे AK-47 का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, यहाँ पे पूरा मन लगते शहरियों के ऊपर। रियासत जो माँ होती है वो अपने बच्चों के ऊपर ये देख के कैसे भ्रष्ट मार रही है। हमारे पास इतने शहीद हो चुके हैं कि हमारे पास उठाने के लिए जगह नहीं है रात के इस अंधेरे में।
Reports suggest TLP chief Saad Rizvi has been shot at multiple times and is now underground.
हमेशा मार्शल नाजायज हुआ, आज सब कुछ खत्म हो गया। सैकड़ों कारकुनान के सिरों पे गोलियां मार दी, साद रिजवी के ट्रक पे गोलियां मार दी, उसने कफन बांध लिया। वो कहता रहा कि पुलिस वालों, रेंजर वालों, तुम मुसलमान हो। अजान हो रही थी, फायरिंग की, तुमने गोलियां बरसाई, सिरों पे गोलियां चलाई।
The Pakistani government, meanwhile, has imposed a lockdown in Lahore, shutting down schools, colleges and markets. These are clear signs that Asim Munir is losing grip on Islamabad. In the face of the violence, Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has decided to run away to Egypt, shrugging responsibility. The regime has hit back, roads blocked, protesters have been beaten, and a desperate government calling its own people traitors. The TLP branded Pak's Munir Sharif regime as one of the tyranny of Pakistan. But the world sees the truth, a nation imploding under its own bullets.
Pakistani forces have opened fire on Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan protesters that were holding a long march from Lahore to Islamabad to ghair out the US embassy against the killings of civilians in Gaza. Early this morning, the police from the Lahore, all 85 police stations, arrived at the venue where in Murid Ke the TLP workers are holding the protest, and they started shelling at the innocent workers that were part of this long march, in which several of the workers are said to be dead. The locals have alleged that over 500 people have died, and now the authorities are taking their bodies to unknown location. The fate of Saad Rizvi also remains unknown, as the major stage that he was holding and addressing the gathering was also burnt by the administration, and now there has been a complete chaos that is prevailing in Murid Ke and the nearby areas.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy
every day.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good. Tough savings because we are taking in hundreds of millions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both. Like.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Tehreek-e-Taliban, a Pakistan-manufactured terror monster, has today turned against its own master. On the night of 11th October 2025, the Afghan Taliban smoked several Pakistani military posts. The terror group claimed to have attacked 16 posts across multiple provinces of Pakistan under its Al-Khandaq operations. The Taliban destroyed Pak's Durand line security. The group killed 58 Pak soldiers and held 5 as captive.
The armed forces of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan tonight conducted a successful retaliatory operation against the centers of Pakistani forces along the Durand Line, in response to the repeated violations of Afghanistan's sovereignty by the Pakistani military.
Afghanistan teaches Pakistan a lesson. Has Asim Munir's ambitions led to a strategic blunder? Afghanistan minister's India visit becomes a turning point. Debating tonight at 9 p.m. Islamic groups storm into Pakistan's capital. Clueless Pakistan begins gunning down its own people. Pakistan versus its own citizens. What next? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From your smartphones to the smart televisions, the trending stories are always breaking the internet. And tonight, chaos and celebrations in equal measure witnessed in Israel as Donald Trump's fiery speech at the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, got interrupted by a protesting member, only to end with a standing ovation. Meanwhile, a historic moment of relief, emotion in Israel today. Hamas releases the last 20 living hostages under the US brokered ceasefire that's finally paused a brutal 2-year war in Gaza. And across the ocean, love is in the air. Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry's yachtside romance has made waves online, and fans can't stop talking about it, or even some trolling. We have this and a lot more packed in this edition of Trending with me, Rakshita. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Trump's speech at the Knesset, or the Israeli parliament in Jerusalem, like most things Trump, was tinged with just a little bit of chaos, and a left-wing member of the Knesset attempting to disrupt the address with his protest. The protest did not really have the same effect as the disruptor might have hoped, as the entire parliament gave Trump a standing ovation as soon as the protester was kicked out. And he also, of course, lauded the security, saying that it was very, very efficient. These protesters were kicked out before they could even make it to the middle of the parliament. And his protest, as Trump said, was awfully efficient. In fact, perhaps he was lauding how those security personnel, in fact, drove him out of that assembly. In fact, the Knesset was very, very receptive of Trump's speech and could be seen from the fact that he was given 3 standing ovations, not just once, but twice. And of course, they have all the reasons to celebrate with this historic homecoming of the hostages.
Members of the Knesset, it is now my distinct honor to invite the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald J. Trump, to address the Knesset. להוציא את חבר הכנסת, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on.
Now, what was this famed speech that garnered applause every few seconds? Well, viewers, let me tell you, Trump's speech was full of quips and shout-outs to various people, several people there in his mediating teams, while also praising his own negotiating skills and his affinity towards making deals.
You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life, I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore.
Now, Trump also made sure to remind Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to be more kind to his opposition now that his country was not in war anymore.
So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think... No, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, he's a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi.
Most awkward moment, viewers, came to near the end as President Trump asked the Israeli President Isaac Herzog to give Prime Minister Netanyahu a pardon because he at this moment is fighting corruption charges. As the parliament stood applauding, Netanyahu was seen looking a bit uncomfortable while all of this transpired around him.
Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on.
And even as Trump's address was received with a lot of enthusiasm in Israel, not everyone was sure that he would be safe during his outing to the Middle East. A British-Israeli illusionist, Uri Geller, grabbed headlines as he took to social media, trying to tell Trump that he would die at the hands of Islamic terrorists if he were to go to Sharm El-Sheikh, while also warning Trump of a mole within his ranks who could potentially turn against him. Take a look at this now viral video.
Hi, this message is for you, Donald Trump. Wow, it's amazing that you're coming to Israel. Incredible that you're going to give a mind-blowing speech in the Knesset. But from there, you might be flying to Sharm El-Sheikh. Please read my message. I'm just very concerned, very concerned. Please read the entire message. I say don't go there. Don't go to Sharm El-Sheikh. But if you do, make sure that you're protected, super protected, all around you. Don't let anyone close to you. And be careful. Be very careful.
Now, Hamas released all 20 remaining and living hostages as part of this US brokered ceasefire that pressed pause on a 2-year-long war that pummeled the Gaza Strip, which killed tens and thousands. Israel welcomed the hostages with a personal note from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife that read, and I quote, "In the name of all the people of Israel, welcome home. We've been waiting for you. We embrace you," unquote. The note came along with a welcome kit prepared by the PMO that includes clothing, personal supplies, a laptop, cell phone, and a tablet. In fact, after days of fear, uncertainty, and unimaginable hardship, these hostages have finally started to return to their homes. They've crossed the border, each carrying with them a story of survival, a heart full of emotions, and the weight of what they've endured. Gilboa Dalal was the first to reunite with IDF representatives. The relief evident in every step he took as the nightmare of captivity finally gave way to safety. And smiles through tears as Alon Ohil met his rescuers, a silent testament to endurance and hope. And yet, behind every joyful smile, lingered the scars of the ordeal, a reminder of the dark days they had survived.
I don't know it.
And among them were siblings, among those released were siblings Ghali and Ziv Berman. Their reunion, a symbol not only of a family restored, but of Israel's collective resilience. For Eitan Moore, every handshake and every hug carried the profound weight of homecoming, the unspoken gratitude for life, freedom, and the chance to be embraced once more. Matan Angres reunion 2 viewers spoke volumes. More than just a meeting of family and friends, it was survival, strength, and the deep, unshakable joy of being home. But before these celebrations, viewers, there were moments that brought tears to the hearts across the nation. A mother's voice, trembling with love and disbelief, echoed across Israel as she spoke to her son, a freed hostage.
הביתה, כולכם חוזרים הביתה, אני אוהבת אותך. חיים שלי, תודה לאל, נגמרה המלחמה, נגמרה המלחמה, אין מלחמה. אתה בא הביתה, חיים שלי, מה אתה בא הביתה, אין מלחמה.
In fact, roads across Israel, viewers, were filled with hope and anticipation as a nation collectively breathed a sigh of relief, welcoming its children home. This is a homecoming that speaks of survival, of perseverance, and of the human spirit. In fact, brokering the Israel-Hamas ceasefire made for quite the chip on US President Donald Trump's shoulder, viewers, but it's a video of him now struggling to close his umbrella as he boarded the Air Force One flight that took the internet by a viral storm. Trump, in the video, is seen fumbling with shutting the umbrella before an aide quickly intervened atop the aircraft stairs. This video was taken and released ahead of Trump's much-awaited, much-anticipated visit to Israel. Now, it seems like US President Trump cannot seem to evade the laughs of the internet as he becomes a laughing stock amongst netizens yet again for his viral umbrella moment that we just showed you, and where he is seen struggling to shut the umbrella as he boards the plane. Netizens responded to the video with fervor as a horde of memes and jokes rush in at his expense. US President once again becoming the butt of internet's meme frenzy, from quips on his alleged wig, which even includes one hilarious AI-generated image of an exaggerated, wet-haired Trump, to digs at the technical difficulties entailed in closing an umbrella. The internet covers it all. And with that, it's time to take a quick look at the trends that are running hot on social media today. And former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and singer Katy Perry were spotted sharing an affectionate moment on a yacht off Santa Barbara's coast. Rumors of their romance have been circulating since July, when the duo was seen walking a dog together in Montreal. Latest visuals suggest the relationship is not just real, it's very much public. The reactions from fans and netizens have been indicating more of a rage, less delight at the PDA, sparking waves of online chatter. Meanwhile, El-Sheikh won his first Best Actor in a Leading Role award at the 78th Filmfare Awards for his performance in I Want to Talk. The actor delivered an emotional speech thanking his wife Aishwarya, daughter Aradhya, highlighting the support and sacrifices. A late-night party in Dehradun took a terrifying turn when a fire-breathing stunt backfired, leaving two bartenders with severe facial burns. The performers were using alcohol to create dramatic flames when the act went wrong. Fortunately, the fire was contained quickly and the crowd escaped unharmed. Officials are investigating the matter. A helicopter spinning out of control at the Cars and Copters event in Huntington Beach crashed, sending spectators diving for cover. A child, Oliver Holland, was trapped under the wreckage, while two other adults were also injured. Onlookers rushed to assist the boy before emergency services arrived. Authorities say that all victims are receiving treatment and investigation into the crash is underway. As the sudden entry of an 8-foot-long crocodile in a village's house struck panic across the village in Kota of Rajasthan, local wildlife expert Hayat Khan was turned to for the rescue as forest officials failed to show up. The video of Hayat walking out, much like a hero, with the giant crocodile all bound up and resting on his shoulder, went viral on the internet, garnering praises and adulation all around. Over a Facebook post a day ago, Malaysian businessman El-Sheikh recounted a horrifying ordeal. He was attacked last week in London by two unidentified miscreants. He also revealed how his wife ferociously fought back like a lioness. It was probably what saved his life, as it caught the assailants off guard and they fled. He ended the post cautioning people to stay safe. While flying aboard Air Force One to West Asia for a peace summit, US President Donald Trump surprised reporters with a candid remark. He does not believe anything will get him to heaven. The comment came during questions on his presidency, legacy, and ongoing efforts like trying to end the war in Ukraine. Reactions on the internet were mixed, some applauding his self-awareness, while others questioning his understanding of spiritual teachings.
I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven.
After Amy Poehler and Tina Fey parodied Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem during a skit on Saturday Night Live, Pam Bondi took the jokes in stride, asking her colleague if they could recreate the photos from skit while showing love to SNL alum and comedian Amy Poehler. And viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Trending. We'll be right back with the debate.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Last night, someone stole my car. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped him with an automatic spotlight and a blaring alarm.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Both of your elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you could make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good. Tough savings because we are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us diplomatic strength. They've given us negotiating strength. I settled a few of the wars just based on tariffs. I said, as an example, with India and with Pakistan, I said, if you guys want to fight a war and you have nuclear weapons, I'm going to put big tariffs on you both, like 100%, 150, and 200%. No, don't do that. I said, I'm putting tariffs. I had that thing settled in 24 hours. If I didn't have tariffs, you could have never settled that war. You do that better than anybody, McGee.
من جديد وانت ان شاء الله
لك عايه ان شاء الله بس في بدي اعطيه بس مزايل خزيدة مزايل خزيدة نو مولك
Islamic group storm into Pakistan's capital. Clueless Pakistan begins gunning down its own people. Pakistan versus its own citizens. What next? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Last night, someone dropped the caboose. Well, almost. But Cubo AI stopped them with an automatic spotlight and a blaring alarm.
Cubo smart security cameras. Not just record, it protects.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
elections, the biggest issues were the economy and immigration. Now you're getting credit from Democrats and Republicans for this Middle East peace deal. Where does it fit? Where do you think it fits into your legacy?
Well, look, I solved, this will be my 8th war that I've solved. And I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. You know, I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it. I saved millions of lives. Millions of lives. Now, in all fairness to the Nobel Committee, it was for 2024. And this was picked for 2024. But there are those that say you can make an exception because a lot of things happened during 25 that are done and complete and great. But I did this not for Nobel. I did this for saving lives. I mean, we've saved millions of lives. Think about India, Pakistan. Think about some of the wars that were going on for years. We had one going for 31, one going for 32, one going for 37 years, with millions of people being killed in every country. And I got every one of those done, for the most part, within a day. It's pretty good. Tough savings because we are taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, from other countries. We've become a wealthy country again, and the tariffs have given us a diplomatic strength. They've given us.
Islamic groups storm into Pakistan's capital. Clueless Pakistan begins gunning down its own people. Pakistan versus its own citizens. What next? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Mamata Banerjee blames gang rape victim. Pattern of victim shaming continues. RG Kar, Sandesh Khali, and now Durgapur medical student gang rape. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Loses complete grip as Islamist groups storm Pakistan's capital in a united stand against the government. At 8:30 tonight, barely a year since the RG Kar rape and murder, another case shakes the country, but taking no hard responsibility, Mamata Banerjee victim shames. at 9 p.m. this evening, Afghanistan teaches Islamabad a tough lesson. Pakistan's attempt to provoke after Muttaqi's visit to India ends in an embarrassing failure. And ladies and gentlemen, on April 22nd, 2025, a day after the Pahalgam terror attack, I had made the case that the balkanization of Pakistan is a ticking time bomb. It will happen. And let me tell you, Asif Munir and Shehbaz Sharif have not disappointed me. Absolutely not. In the last 6 months since Pahalgam, we first saw Sindh go berserk against the Pakistani government's corrupt water schemes. And then we saw Baluchistan on the boil. From the Jafar Express to the attacks in Quetta, there is no place where the Pakistan army can hide from the Baluch freedom fighters anymore. No place. And then we saw the POK bring Pakistan police and armed forces to its knees, sending back the plunderers of Islamabad with their uniforms hoisted on a pole. The visuals are all there. They can be played, ladies and gentlemen. And you all know that since Friday, the Taliban has been pounding Asif Munir's army in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as he faces an Afghan revenge for strikes in Kabul. But today, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you some incredible images. We can run them full frame, please, of a post-apocalyptic wasteland that the Pakistanis call Lahore. Look at the carnage. Look at the arson. Look at the clash. Look at the shooting. Look at the chants, the sloganeering, the violence and the charge. These are the people of Pakistan fighting their own army. The people of Pakistan have risen against their own Pakistani rangers. And let me tell you, it's not going to stop, because that is the plight of a betrayed population, betrayed by their own armed forces. And even here, Asif Munir's forces are taking a beating unlike ever before. These are demonstrators of the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, TLP, colloquially referred to as the TLP, Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan. And they have started marching. They are marching from Lahore. They are marching from Muridke, the same Muridke where we also pounded the Pakistanis in Operation Sindoor. These TLP demonstrators are marching towards Islamabad against their own government and its support to the United States of America, particularly Asif Munir and Shehbaz Sharif's unconditional, spine-breaking support to US President Donald Trump and his Gaza peace plan. This is not one nation, ladies and gentlemen, anymore. It never has been. We must evaluate how we've been looking at it. This strange duo of Asif Munir and Shehbaz Sharif hasn't betrayed in the last 6 months in the greed for power grab of this uninformed wannabe Musharraf Field Marshal Asif Munir, ladies and gentlemen. And in the days to come, much more is about to happen. But what is worse, do you know where Shehbaz Sharif is right now? I can show you the visuals. Right now, while his country is burning over Gaza, Shehbaz Sharif is in Sharm El-Sheikh having a 7-star party in Egypt, about to shake Trump's hand over his pro-Israel deal. This man has misplaced notions about himself and misplaced notions about his country. And that is why Pakistan is seeing what it's seeing. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, in Pakistan, this is precisely why today there is not one province in Pakistan that is now willing to draw the blood of the Pakistan armed forces. The Pakistan armed forces are collapsing from within because they are not a nation anymore. They have divided themselves into a land of social and political opportunists. Look at the Pakistani security forces being beaten up by the people of Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. This happens, this kind of situation happens when the people in power prey on the weak, when they cannibalize their own resources, oppress the weak, and sacrifice it at the altar of their masters for their grace. And the people of Pakistan is now saying this much and no further. As the TLP is continuing to lead their march, even as the Pakistani government has crossed all limits and lines to trample them, we have reports here at Republic that 100 protesters have been killed. In fact, reports are also suggesting something more. They are suggesting that they have shot the leader of TLP, Saad Rizvi, in a desperate bid to hide Asif Munir's colossal internal security failure, because that is all that these people can do. Shoot the people, jail their own people, hide their own people, ladies and gentlemen. And actually, if I were to represent this accurately, disown their own people. So what I want to say tonight is that the fight is now very clear. It is the people of Pakistan versus the present establishment of Pakistan. You asked me what would happen in the future. I believe soon there will be no Pakistan. There will be an independent Baluchistan, maybe an Afghan Pashtun-covered KPK, a Sindh possibly and hopefully free from oppression, and of course, a reunited Jammu and Kashmir, all of it back with the Republic of India. And this is not going to happen because of any liberating force. This is only going to happen because the headline of this year and the next, ladies and gentlemen, is simply going to be Pakistan versus Pakistan. That's what the news story is going to be.
स्ट्रेट फायरिंग की जा रही है, यहाँ पे स्नाइपर चलाई जा रही है, यहाँ पे AK-47 का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। हमारे पास इतने शहीद हो चुके हैं कि हमारे पास उठाने के लिए जगह नहीं है। रात के इस अंधेरे में हमारा वो कत्लेआम कर रहे हैं। सीधे फायर कर रहे हैं। स्ट्रेट फायर जीत रही है।
These are the scenes from Ground Zero in Pakistan. Streets of Lahore. And streets of Muridke. The visuals coming in are almost apocalyptic. Violence, arson, absolute anarchy. Pakistan, the failed nation, is on the brink. The Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, a far-right Islamist group, has taken to the streets and they're marching to Islamabad.
सैकड़ों कारकुनान के सिरों पे गोलियां मार दी, तुमने गोलियां बरसाई, सिरों पे गोलियां चलाई, आज ये बच्चे तड़प रहे, इनका खून तुम्हारी गर्दनों पर है।
Protesting perceived soft pedaling by Pakistan on Israel under pressure from Donald Trump. They want to protest outside the US embassy in support of Gaza. These protesters have a point as they take to the streets. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is in Egypt to back the Trump peace deal they don't like. Back home, a clueless General Asim Munir and his men attacked, beaten, charged, tear gassed, even shot at the TLP demonstrators. As per Pakistan media reports, over 100 protesters have lost their lives in this naked aggression by the Pakistan army against its own people. As its own citizens openly attack the Pakistani army and the Rangers. First in Balochistan, then POK, then Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and now even Pakistan Punjab. It's clear, Munir's army is losing control, one province at a time.
What is going on in Pakistan? Whatever is going on in Pakistan is very bad for the people of Pakistan. It's terrible. But what is worse is that Shehbaz Sharif is having a party in Sharm El-Sheikh today. Shehbaz Sharif is having a 7-star party in Sharm El-Sheikh on the invitation of Donald Trump. And 100 protesters have been killed. 100 protesters have been killed. Some people have put the number at 120. Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, also known as Tehreek-e-Labbaik Ya Rasool Allah, is a very far-right Islamist populist political party. It's the 4th largest party in Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. They've got 2.9 million votes. Their people are just being killed. And the visuals have gone out on the social media today. Abdul Samad Yaqub is with us today. Dr. Sundus Mustaqeen, Adnan Haidar and Irshad Ahmad. Remember, everything that you are saying is going to be watched in Pakistan also. You cannot support the massacre of your own people on the streets of your own capital. This is very, very unstable, the situation out there. I want to know which of these Pakistani guests is willing to support the massacre of people from the TLP. Are you willing? Dr. Sundus Mustaqeen, are you willing to support the brutal massacre of TLP people? Today you oppose.
Now you are reporting wrong figures and wrong situation.
Actually, I'm true because some people are saying 200 people have been killed. There are some.
I am here. I can give you the number of the TLP spokesperson. As per the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan spokesperson, the figure is around 20. From where you get 100, yaar? You have no news. You have no.
शर्म करो बेगैरत इंसान, तुम्हें शर्म नहीं आती? तुम 20 इंसान की बात करते हो, तुम कहते हो कि 200 नहीं 20 इंसान थे, 20 इंसान नहीं थे। यार बेगैरती की इंतहा होती है। कोई आते हुए आईएसपीआर को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए शर्म करनी चाहिए। तुम्हें 20 इंसान नहीं लगते? वो 20 इंसान नहीं थे, वो जानवर थे वो जिनको तुमने वो जिबा कर दिया वहां पे। कहते हो कि 200 नहीं थे 20 थे, 2000 नहीं थे 200 थे। यार कम ऑन यार, हैव सम ग्रेस यार, कोई तो शर्म करो यार, कुछ तो आके शर्म करो कि टीएलपी स्पोक्सपर्सन कह रहे हैं कि 20 इंसान थे, 20 जानवर थे, 20 भेड़ बकरियां थी तुम्हारे लिए। यार तुम कम से कम आते हुए यहाँ पे तुम रिप्रेजेंट करो, डिफेंड करो उनके आईएसपीआर को, आईएसआई को, एमआई को, सारों को। एक बंदे की जान जाना तुम्हारे लिए मतलब बेगैरती की इंतहा है कि तुम्हें फर्क ही नहीं महसूस हो रहा कि तुम्हें खून चाहिए। ये जनरल डायर की हुकूमत है कि तुम्हें खून चाहिए। यहाँ पे तुम्हें चाहिए यहाँ पे कि तुम्हें अफगानिस्तान के बॉर्डर के ऊपर तुमने कहा कि 23 या 28 शहीद हो गए। वो शहीद नहीं थे वो जो अफगानिस्तान के बॉर्डर के ऊपर पाकिस्तान। तुम्हें इंडिया के बॉर्डर के ऊपर शहीद चाहिए, तुम्हें तहरीक इंसाफ के शहीद चाहिए, तुम्हें लहू चाहिए। तुमने लहू की होली
ये वो जालियानवाला बाग वाली अप्रोच है। ये वो जनरल डायर की जालियानवाला बाग वाली अप्रोच है कि मारा तो मारा, मर गए 30 है 200, it makes no difference. I don't understand how you can say this today. Are they not fellow Pakistanis? Are they not people? Do they not have a right to protest?
अर्नाब, मैं इस कुत्ते को जवाब नहीं देना चाहता। ये कुत्ता भौंकता रहेगा, मुझसे सवाल पूछना है।
देखो मेरी बात सुनो, दलील से बात करो, दलील से गाली से बात नहीं करो, दलील से बात करो। तुम्हारे में जुर्रत है, दलील से बात करो। आज आर्गुमेंट करो अदनान हैदर आर्गुमेंट करो, ये बात नहीं है कि तुम उनको
किसी को कुत्ता बिल्ली कहने से चेंज नहीं होगा। नहीं, आप एक इंडियन टीवी चैनल पे एक पाकिस्तानी को कुत्ता बोल रहे हैं, ये देखती है, व्हाट इज दिस? क्योंकि ये क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, इनको कुत्ता बोला आपने। इज दिस व्हाट इज गोइंग टू कम डाउन टू? No, then you don't. I'll ask Sundus Mustaqeen. Are you happy?
अगर आपको उन्होंने छोड़ा हुआ है, मतलब ये कोई, this is not a fair. आप आओ, आप दलील से बात करो, आप काउंटर करो मुझे। आपको जी, आप कह रहे कि जी 200 नहीं थे, 20 थे।
Sundus Mustaqeen is on the debate.
Because सिर्फ एक गजा के मामले में लेकर प्रोटेस्ट हुआ था 2 साल में, हमने देखा नॉट ओनली मुस्लिम कंट्रीज बट ईस्टर्न कंट्रीज, वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज, यूरोपियन कंट्रीज, जो भी दर्द दिल रखने वाले इंसान हैं, उन्होंने गजा के लिए प्रोटेस्ट किया। उनकी अपनी गवर्नमेंट ने, उनकी अपनी आर्म फोर्सेस ने प्रोटेस्टर्स को रोका। सेम हैपेंड इन पाकिस्तान।
Dr. Sundus, one minute. Dr. Sundus, Dr. Mustaqeen, let me ask you something. Dr. Mustaqeen, let me ask you something. आपको मैं कुछ पूछ रहा हूँ. You please listen to me for a minute. Dr. Mustaqeen, I request you. Now you're a Pakistani and I am an Indian. But I want to ask you today. Dr. Sundus Mustaqeen, please hear me tonight. My question to you is simple. Are you, as your government, आप उनको कुत्ता बोल रहे हैं? Has your government become a complete lapdog of President Trump? Is your government a lapdog of President Trump?
My dear, I'm here to present the facts and figures. The protest was for the Gaza people. पूरी दुनिया में हमने गजा के लिए प्रोटेस्ट होते हुए देखे। हर मुल्क में जिसने गजा के लिए प्रोटेस्ट किया, उनकी अपनी आर्म फोर्सेस, गवर्नमेंट ने उन लोगों को ऐसे ही रोका है। सेम हैपेंड इन पाकिस्तान। इसमें पाकिस्तानी गवर्नमेंट या मिलिट्री
No, 1 minute. Dr. Mustaqeen, your government, Asif Munir, 1 minute. Dr. Mustaqeen, 1 minute. Dr. Mustaqeen, let me tell you, protests happen everywhere. There have been protests for Gaza everywhere. But even in the United States of America, let me tell you this. You are, 1 minute, Dr. Mustaqeen, please hear me. Please hear me for a minute. Please hear me. You must hear me. You must listen to me, Dr. Mustaqeen. You must listen to me, madam.
Playing on Muslim and Indian card, again.
Forget the Muslim and Indian card. I'm talking about the humanitarian card. You please, Dr. Mustaqeen, listen to me for a minute. Don't close your ears. Don't say I will not listen to Arnab because he's an Indian. Because I'm an Indian. मैं भारतीय हूँ, आप मेरी बात नहीं सुनेंगे? आप पाकिस्तानी है, मैं भारतीय हूँ, इसलिए आप मेरी बात नहीं सुनेंगे। मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं एक बात कह रहा हूँ आपको, सुनिए। सुनिए। डॉक्टर मुस्तकीन, लिसन टू मी। डॉक्टर लिसन टू मी। No, you listen to me, Dr. Mustaqeen. So, Dr. Mustaqeen, listen to me. Listen, just 5 to 10, 15, 15 सेकंड लूंगा, आपका क्या जाएगा? आप 15 सेकंड मेरी बात सुनिए। देखिए, even in America, Trump did not tell his army to shoot at protesters on Gaza. But आसिफ मुनीर, शहबाज शरीफ, इंडिया में कितने इंडियन मुस्लिम्स ने बहुत प्रोटेस्ट की। इंडियन मुस्लिम्स ने गाजा पे भरपूर प्रोटेस्ट की। आप मिस्टर अब्दुल समाद को पूछिए, इंडिया में हर दिन प्रोटेस्ट होते हैं गाजा पर और हम अलाउ करते हैं। हम इधर गोली नहीं मारते लोगों को। पर पाकिस्तान में जहाँ मुस्लिम देश है, इस्लामिक देश है, भारत इस्लामिक देश नहीं है, मगर हम प्रोटेस्ट करने देते हैं। पाकिस्तान तो अपने आप को एक इस्लामिक देश कहता है। एक इस्लामिक देश की गजा पे जो प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं, उनको आप मार डालते हैं। You massacre them. Why?
वुमेन राइट्स का प्रचार क्यों करते हैं? कैपिटल इंडिया। फिर वुमेन राइट्स का प्रचार क्यों करते हैं?
You are on the payroll of the Americans.
You know some independent nation. हम एटलीस्ट गजा को लेकर प्रोटेस्ट कर सकते हैं। Sorry for Indian Muslims. They cannot even raise their voice for Gaza. People of Palestine.
Indian Muslims, for your kind information, Indian Muslims from Asaduddin Owaisi to people who are supporting Mamata Banerjee have all been protesting about Gaza, and we allow the protest. But in Pakistan, you kill Muslims who come out to protest against Donald Trump because you're a lapdog of Donald Trump.
But Pakistani military didn't want that. कोई भी नहीं चाहता था, वो भी नहीं चाहते थे, जो सके हो गया। किसी भी मुल्क में हो सकता था, किसी भी मुल्क के लोगों के ऊपर हो सकता था।
अब्दुल समाद जी, इनका कहना है गलती से लोग मर गए।
मैं डॉक्टर को ना, डॉक्टर सुंदस, मेरी बात सुनो। जमीन बेच डाली, जमन बेच डाला। डॉक्टर बात सुनो।
इंडियन मुस्लिम्स क्यों नहीं निकले गजा के लिए? अब्दुल समद साहब, बात
डॉक्टर मेरी बात सुनो। डॉक्टर मेरी बात सुनो।
हजारों लाखों भारतीय मुसलमानों ने प्रोटेस्ट किया, हमने गोली नहीं मारी, मगर आपके मुल्ला मुनीर ने जो किया पाकिस्तानियों के साथ, ये कोई नहीं भूलेगा. Nobody will forget it. You think people will forget it?
मैं सिर्फ एक डॉक्टर साहब को रिस्पॉन्ड करना चाहूंगा.
उसका करता रहिए डिबेट पर.
मैं डॉक्टर साहब को रिस्पॉन्ड करना चाहूंगा. डॉक्टर साहिबा
जिनको सबसे पहले आपको याद दिलाएगी कि who slaughtered 5,000 Muslims in Gujarat? Who was responsible for that genocide? Who was the Kasai of Gujarat? Look into your own house first. What is happening in India? What you're doing in Kashmir? You have killed thousands of people because they came out for their freedom. And Abdul Samad Yaqub ko aapne Pakistan ka numayanda mat banaya.
Is this a justification to kill your own people? Is this a justification to kill your own people?
Abdul Samad Yaqub louder. Abdul Samad Yaqub.
नहीं ये मतलब सिर्फ बात करो आज के इंसिडेंट के ऊपर. आज के इंसिडेंट के ऊपर बात करो. तुम जलियांवाला को भी छोड़ दो, तुम फलां को भी छोड़ दो. तुम आज बताओ कि तुमने 200 लोग किस लिए मारे? 200 लोगों का खून किया, किस लिए किया तुमने?
He's bad-mouthing his own state. So Abdul Samad Yaqub is no representative of Pakistan. He is representing India at best. He is representing.
Neither are you. You
I am a representative of.
You are justifying the massacre of Pakistan.
Not friends of Pakistan at all. Okay, now let me tell you what is
she
happening.
She justifies the massacre on Murid ke. She justifies the massacre in Lahore. She wants the people in Lahore to be killed.
All concocted. We have been out on the roads in Lahore. In the morning, we did the launch for polio. Then we went to the Girl Guides Association. There was the International Girls Day there. We celebrated that with them. Then I went to the parliament. We had our session. We passed the local government bill. Things are normal. Things are normal in Lahore.
यार आज के दिन तो शर्म कर लो. किस मुंह से डिफेंड करने आई हो? किस मुंह से डिफेंड करने आई हो यार? कत्ल खून गिरा है, कत्ल गारत हुई है, जलियांवाला बाग की तहरीक जो किस मुंह से, कोई शर्म, कोई हया, कोई तुम्हारे मुंह पे कोई शर्म झलक रही है? कोई बेगैरती की इंतहा है तुम्हारे ऊपर कि तुमने कोई शर्म नाम की कोई बेगैरती, इतनी बेगैरती तुम लोगों ने मान ली है कि यार लोग खत्म हुए, तुम और आज आप पोलियो और फलां की बात करती हो. कोई शर्म कर लो यार, कोई हया कर लो. लोग मरे हैं, लोग तुमने भी मरना है एक दिन. तुम्हारी भी मौत आएगी, तुम भी एक दिन मरोगी. तुम्हारा भी जनाजा उठाया जाएगा, तुम्हारा जनाजा भी उठाएगा. तुम्हें शर्म करनी चाहिए. तुम लोगों ने कत्ल गारत की. तुम जनरल डायर की तुम रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बन के आई हो. शर्म करो यार. तुम्हें मैं बोलने नहीं दूंगा यहाँ पे. कोई शर्म हो यहाँ होती है. लोग मरे हैं, लोग
पाकिस्तानी मुस्लिमों को रिप्रेजेंट करते हो, तो जो मर्जी बोलते रहो. तुम मेहरबानी करके टेल Arnab that he should write you are representing Indian government, you are not representing Pakistan government, so stop your bullshitting. You have no idea what's happening. I am in Lahore. I am sitting in Lahore. I have spent the whole day in Lahore.
तुम लोगों ने खून किया. अब तुम्हें अफगान बॉर्डर पे भी खून चाहिए, तुम्हें इंडियन बॉर्डर के ऊपर भी खून चाहिए. तुम्हें पाकिस्तानियों का खून की लत लग गई है. तुम्हें सिर्फ खून पीने की आदत लग गई है. तुम्हें शर्म नहीं आती बगैर तो.
Stop your fabrication. Stop your joke. You are lying. You are lying. You are just, and of course.
कितने लोग मारे हैं तुमने आज? कितने मारे हैं तुमने आज? बताओ ना, कितने मारे हैं तुमने आज? कितने लोगों को कत्ल किया तुमने आज? कितने लोगों का खून बहाया तुमने आज? ठीक है, किस मुंह से तुम जो यहाँ पे बैठे हो आज? तुम्हारे मुल्क की वजीर आला, तुम्हारे पंजाब की वजीर आला, तुम्हारा आईजी पंजाब गया वहां पे, तुम्हारे आईजी पंजाब के आईजी पंजाब के उसमें वो हुआ. शर्म भी नहीं आती तुम लोगों को, बेगैरत इंसान.
Talk of erasing Pakistan, then they will get erased first. They should remember.
You will be erased soon. You will be eliminated. You will be eliminated.
And Pakistan long-range missiles can reach anywhere in India. So they are
ये
scared.
तुम्हारे अंदर फटेगा ये लॉन्ग रेंज मिसाइल और ये मिसाइल क्या न्यूक्लियर बम फट रहे हैं यहाँ पे तुम्हें किसी दुश्मन की जरूरत नहीं है तुम्हें किसी दुश्मन की जरूरत नहीं है
And Abdul Samad Yaqub, you are neither here nor there. They will not own you.
I am very much here. तुम कुछ बिगाड़ सकते हो बिगाड़ो तुम्हारी हुकूमत है बिगाड़ो मेरा तुम्हारी हुकूमत है ना जाओ बिगाड़ो मेरा You are in power. You are in power. जाओ मेरा बिगाड़ो
You are just there. You are a propaganda tool. You are just a propaganda tool. That's all you are. And you should. I think you should. You should. Openly accept the fact
Samad
that
Yaqub
you
is an
are
independent
on an
voice from
you
Pakistan.
Are on an agenda.
Abdul Samad
And
Yaqub is an independent voice from Pakistan. He's a well-established leader. Sandas Mustaqeen, listen to me. Because she's non-stop, she's not going to stop speaking. But the problem is that the protest march, you need to understand, with the protest march on Dr. Sandos, which has been led by the TLP chief Saad Hassan Rizvi, continues from Lahore to Muridke, despite all the heavy security blockades, despite the police stoppages. Why have the people not stopped marching? That is the question. The people are still marching. Whereas you psychopaths, people like you, Sandos, who are nothing but ISI proxies, are not hearing the voice of the people. 200 people have been killed and you're in denial. It's not a free country.
We are not like you. We allow TLP to march on our roads. Okay, this is a free country. We give them the freedom to march.
कोई तो रियलिटी को एक्सेप्ट करो यार कुछ तो रियलिटी को एक्सेप्ट करो
इन्होंने पे उतना ही दुख है सब हमारे लोग हैं ये सब हमारे लोग हैं TLP में जो पाकिस्तानी वो भी हमारे हैं जो वर्दी में वो भी हमारे आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम है सब हमारे अगर आपस में मर रहे हैं वी फील पेन फॉर ईच एंड एवरीवन हमें एक भी आदमी के शहीद होने का फौत होने का उतना ही दुख है जो आपको हो भी नहीं सकता है ठीक है आपस की झड़पों में अगर मरे डजंट मीन
Why don't you release okay Dr. Sundas hundreds 500 1 minute Dr. Sundas listen to me you got to take a question not taking a question is a sign of cowardice आप ये कायर मत बनिए मेरे सवाल को सुनिए 250 senior leaders of TLP have been arrested. Why don't you release them? Release the TLP leaders. Release Imran Khan. Release the PTI leaders. Why don't you release Imran Khan? Release Imran Khan. Release Imran Khan. If you have the guts, release Imran Khan and release the TLP leader.
Because we have to stop them. We have to stop. We don't want them to make this and continue this nonsense even more. We want to stop killings. दोनों साइड से हमारे लोग मर रहे हैं. इसको रोकने के लिए अगर पकड़ा गया है कुछ लोगों को तो इसको सबको रोकने के लिए पकड़ा गया. हमारे
वो फोटो दिखाइए जो नया सूट डॉक्टर सुंदोस एक मिनट let me get उस्मा करदार ये देखिए फुल फ्रेम एक नया सूट स्टिच करके एक लंदन में जाके नया सूट स्टिच करके आपके प्रॉक्सी नेता शहबाज शरीफ is having a party your proxy leader is having a party in Sharm El-Sheikh today there is a music festival in Sharm El-Sheikh they have organized music festival he is having a party in Sharm El-Sheikh he is hugging people volume down viewers this man has no reality उसका देश जल रहा है और वो वहां पे 5-star होटल में बैठ के पार्टी कर रहे हैं ये सच्चाई है you may not want to see the reality he is having a good time you meet him it is as if Abdul Samad Yaqub nothing has happened in Pakistan 200 people have been killed the man is not even coming back he should have called back his foreign trip Sundos why does he not come back how shameless is he why does he not come back and handle the situation in his own country
because it's a we are enjoying the golden era of our democracy. वो क्यों चाहेंगे कि TLP जो पाकिस्तान को और इस्लाम के नाम पर थोड़ा सा मिसगाइड करें उस छोटे से इशू के लिए बाहर से आए उनको भी दुख है पाकिस्तान के मरने का
जब मुल्ला मुनीर सुबह शाम उठ के भारत के खिलाफ जिहाद करते हैं तो ये इस्लामिस्ट एंगल कौन कर रहा है मुल्ला मुनीर भारत के खिलाफ जिहाद की बात क्यों करते हैं वो कोई सेक्युलर भाषा है क्या व्हाट नॉनसेंस आर यू टॉकिंग डॉक्टर सुंदस It's absolute rubbish, whatever you're saying.
आपने को बोल सकती है हमारे लोग दंडनाते हुए हमारे अब्दुल समद साहब को देखें इंडियन चैनल पे पाकिस्तान आर्मी के खिलाफ बोल रहे हैं आपको है इतनी जुर्रत अपने गवर्नमेंट के अगेंस्ट बोले।
पाकिस्तान आर्मी की चमचागिरी तो नहीं कर रहे, आप चमचागिरी कर रहे हैं टेलीविजन पर।
आपको इतनी जरूरत है
अब आप जवाब सुनेंगी डॉक्टर साहब, आप जवाब सुनेंगी।
लास्ट 2 मिनट्स।
डॉक्टर साहब मैं आपसे एक सवाल कर लूं। डॉक्टर साहब मैं आपसे मैं थोड़ी सी अर्ज कर देता हूँ, आप जरा सुन लीजिए इसको। मैं आपको एक छोटी सी बात, मैं जरा खामोशी से
इनके ऑपोजिशन लीडर नहीं बोल सकता, इनका मीडिया नहीं बोल सकता।
छोटी सी बात मैं डॉक्टर साहिबा आपसे ना एक छोटी सी बात करूंगा, फिर आप बोलने की काबिल नहीं रही।
This is what we call the freedom of expression. This is what we call आजाद मीडिया। सब बैठ के बोल रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ, सब बैठ के बोल रहे हैं मीडिया के खिलाफ।
I'm sitting in बेंगलुरु, आजाद मीडिया इंडिया में। अब्दुल समाद याकूब को बुलाते हैं आप पीटीवी पर, आप पीटीवी पर बोल रहे थे अब्दुल समाद याकूब पर, अब्दुल समाद याकूब को बुलाइए पीटीवी पर।
इनको जरा डॉक्टर साहिबा जरा देखिए मेरी बात सुने।
फिर रही है आप
डॉक्टर साहिबा, मैं कर्नल साहब से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, मैं आपके कर्नल साहब से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो आपका वजीफा, आपका जो मंथली है वो बढ़ा दें, ताकि आप अच्छा बोलती हैं आजकल, तो आपके लिए जो आपको जो आपको इंसेंटिव देते हैं वो आपके लिए बढ़ा दें। I will request them कि यार she is a good, she is doing very well, वो आपके लिए जो है वो आपकी तरक्की कर देंगे। और यार एक सेकेंड बात सुनो जरा खामोशी से बात सुनो। मैं कुछ कहना चाह रहा हूँ, खामोशी से बात सुनो। मुझे पता है कौन कहां से आता है, मेरे सामने ना बोलो। मुझे पता है कौन कहां से आता है, तुम कहां से आई हो, कौन कहां से आता है। आई नो वेरी वेल। मुझे बताते हो कि तुम लोग कहां से आते हो, ये कहां से आती है, ये मेरे सामने बात करते हो। बात करने से पहले कुछ शर्म कर लिया करो। तुम्हारी जो कीमत है तुम्हें मिल जाती है, इस प्रोग्राम के बाद तुम्हारी कीमत मिल जाती है। मेरे सामने बकवास मत किया, मेरे सामने बकवास मत करो। मुझे पता है तुम्हारी क्या औकात है, पता है मुझे तुम्हारी कितनी कीमत है, कितने पे बिकती हो, कितने पे आती हो यहाँ पे, सारा मुझे पता है तुम्हारी। शर्म नहीं आती तुम लोगों को।
The way you are addressing Sundas and the way you are talking to us, you have no right.
मुझे पता है तुम लोग कहाँ से आते हो।
And talk
he's
nonsense
saying
like
that he's while I don't appreciate any sexist statement at all, and I'm against every sexist statement, he is trying to say that you receive some honorarium from the ISI. That's what he's suggesting.
Look at the way you're talking to Sundas. Is that how you address women, for God's sake? Have a heart.
और विमेन कार्ड ना खेलो यहाँ पे, विमेन कार्ड ना खेलो यहाँ पे। मुझे पता है तुम्हें अगर विमेन कार्ड की ज्यादा हैसियत है तो तुम उसकी बात करो जो कत्ल तुमने किया आपने, जो कत्ल यहाँ पे हुए, जो खून गिरा है उसकी बात करो।
मेरी बात सुनो। Why should we listen to you? We are under no obligation to listen to you. We don't want to listen to your nonsense because you're talking rot, you're talking rubbish, you don't know what, you're a sellout. You're a real sellout.
Oh, भाई 200 बंदा मारा गया, 200 बंदा। तुम विमेन कार्ड खेली हो, 200 बंदा मारा गया यहाँ पे।
Don't you dare say that you represent Pakistan. You do not represent Pakistan. You represent only the enemy of Pakistan because you are constantly.
I represent the humanity. I am representing of the largest party of the Pakistan, the most popular party.
They should get some Indian
representative of the most popular party in Pakistan. Hitting back, Abdul Samad Yaqub.
I am the Pakistan. I am the state. You do not. You have no authority to represent Pakistan. मैं रियासत हूँ, मैं सबसे बड़ी पार्टी को रिप्रेजेंट
Big debate tonight. Representatives of both Pakistan's political parties are on the program tonight.
The government of Punjab, don't you dare. You go and see. I am Chief Minister's focal person on polio eradication. I am part of Punjab government and I represent my government.
You and your puppet chief. और तुम्हारे चीफ मिनिस्टर की क्या हैसियत है तुम्हारे चीफ मिनिस्टर की?
That Lahore is peaceful. All the Lahore is peaceful. There is absolutely no killing, no nothing. But we have to stop disruption. Law will take its course. If you come out on the roads and you disturb the lives of normal people, they have to go to their offices. They have to go to their schools. They have to go to their businesses. And if you try to block the roads, and if you try to burn tires and stuff like that,
See, you are having a party, your Prime Minister is having a party, you're losing your support, and when everything goes haywire, when there's going to be a lot of violence, when there's going to be a lot of bloodshed, 200 people have died, then you will say, our eternal enemy, India, is behind it. We are not behind the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan. We are not behind the Baluch Liberation Army. We are not behind the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. We are not behind the freedom fighters of Sindh. We are not behind the Pathans in KPK. It's all happening on its own, ladies and gentlemen. It's got an inertia of its own. And Uzma Kardar, I thank you. And PTI versus PMLN. And ladies and gentlemen, going to my next debate tonight, Mamata Banerjee has done it again in Bengal. This time, the city was different. It was Durgapur, where a second-year MBBS student was gang raped between 8 and 9 p.m. when she stepped out of the campus to get some food to eat. The whole country is shocked, but Mamata Banerjee is fitting the blame on the victim. She's saying girls should not be allowed to go outside at night. Mamata Banerjee hits a new low every time.
Especially the girl child. At night time, they should not be allowed to come out in the outside. They have to protect themselves also.
These were the words of West Bengal's Home Minister and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee on the horrific Durgapur gang rape case. No remorse for law and order collapse, no compassion. On October 10th, a second-year MBBS student of a private medical college in Durgapur was raped in a secluded area behind her college. This took place after the student had left with a friend outside at around 8:30 p.m. in the evening. The victim's father says the victim's friends got a call from her at around 9:30 p.m. informing them about the horrific incident.
All the private medical college, whose responsibility? How they came out in the night at 12:30, and it happens in the forest area. And 12:30, I do not know what happened. Investigation is on.
Amidst the apathy in Bengal, the victim's father has decided to take his daughter away from Bengal, fearing safety concerns.
चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब को भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट किया, क्योंकि हम देख रहे जहाँ यहाँ लड़की सिक्योरिटी नहीं है, इसलिए हम उसको रिक्वेस्ट किया जहाँ हम हमारा भुवनेश्वर में हमारा लड़की को ले जाओ, नहीं तो यहाँ से कभी भी मार भी देंगे.
Questions are asked about Mamata's administration, which is again dodging accountability and doubling down.
हर इंच में तो लोग सुरक्षा नहीं दे सकते हैं. पुलिस तो हर रास्ता पे नहीं हो सकता है, तो महिलाओं को भी थोड़ा सावधान होना चाहिए.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी उस रेप को जस्टिफाई करती हैं और क्या कहती हैं? वो ये कहती हैं कि महिलाओं को देर रात बाहर जाना नहीं चाहिए. मित्रों, ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, एक पूरा पैटर्न बन गया है.
Amidst this, Mamata is defiant and claims her words are distorted. The NCW has now taken cognizance of the case and has slammed Mamata.
पश्चिम बंगाल में ममता दीदी हैं और एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री है, और महिला मुख्यमंत्री रहने के बाद इस तरह की घटनाएं लगातार घटना, ये बहुत ही दुखद है.
The big question remains, when will Mamata stop passing the buck and blaming the victims?
With Shashi Almi and Priyanka Tiprawal of the BJP and Tausif Khan of the TMC and Sabir Ali backing the TMC as well. Shame on the Mamata Banerjee again. Shame on her. She says, who allowed the women to come out at night? Only I can come out at night. I can be allowed to come out and go anywhere. But ordinary women should be locked up, sit inside. And if they come out and if they are raped, the argument is that they probably asked for it. Shame on it. There is no misrepresentation.
You are exaggerating.
No exaggeration. She is a sexist person. She's misogynistic. She's sexist. And we are ashamed of the way she speaks.
Mamata Banerjee has to tell us whether we should stop eating, we should stop breathing, we should be locked out inside the house. This gender inequality, which according to her, the rapist should be free. The rapist can be out of the house, but it is only the victims who have to be inside the house. Not for once did Mamata Banerjee take names of Wasif Ali, Sheikh Riazuddin and Sheikh Firdaus. She didn't say a single word about them. What did she say? What did she say? What did she say? She didn't say anything about the Sheikhs and Wasif Ali. She didn't say anything about the Sheikhs and Wasif Ali, the perpetrators. But she said that the victim has to be in South.
Venomous tone.
Listen
you are
to
filled
me.
with venom
it
of
is
hatred.
Not venomous. It
what
is
is the
venom.
Name? What is the
it
name
is
of
venom.
the rapist
all
in Gopalpur Beach?
All the
Tell the names of rapists in Gopalpur Beach.
Don't talk rubbish.
Between,
don't talk rubbish, but she did not
June
take the names of these perpetrators. Rather, she took names. Rather, she said that it was the mistake of the girl. She came out at 12:30 in the night. That also
you
Mamata Banerjee
are
was
justifying
lying.
the
Mamata
rape
Banerjee,
in
being
Odisha.
a chief minister, lied.
Such a
Lied in front of the press and media.
It was
the
always
girl
like
came
that.
out at 7:30, not at 12:30.
That's what Priyanka and Tausif, let me allow me to come in. You see, Mamata Banerjee is a sexist and incompetent leader. She's always attacking the rape victim. In RG Kaur, she attacked the rape victim. In try to cover it up. She was part of a cover-up. She was part of a cover-up.
You are covering up the Gopalpur Beach
she was
rape
part
case.
of a cover-up. Mamata Banerjee is part of a cover-up in rape cases. That is the reality about Mamata Banerjee.
Between June 18th and June 25th, 5 rape cases were reported in
Then don't show me statistics. And then let me go Sabir Ali on the right. Sabir is on the right. Sabir, after that, in the Park Street rape case also, Sabir, she attacked the victim. In Sandesh Khali, she attacked the victim.
कहीं महिला नहीं निकल सकता उन्होंने कहीं नहीं कहा
महिला निकली कैसे?
बिल्कुल स्पष्ट रूप से सुनिए, उन्होंने कहीं नहीं कहा कि रात को महिला नहीं निकल सकता है, ऐसा कहीं नहीं कहा उन्होंने। ये बिल्कुल बेबुनियाद बात है। उन्होंने कहा कि प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूट है, प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूट का अपना सिक्योरिटी होता है, सिक्योरिटी लैप्स करके कैसे निकला? बात को घुमा के प्लेस करके विक्टिम बना देना, ये कहाँ का लॉ है? नहीं, बिल्कुल आप गलत बोल रहे हैं, आप गलत बोल रहे हैं, नहीं आप गलत बोल रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहीं ऐसा नहीं कहा। आप पूरा उनका वीडियो को सुनिए, आप अपने तरीके से काट छाट के बना के बोलिएगा और बंगाल में तांडव मचाइएगा, इसको हम लोग बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाएगा। आप जो विक्टिम घटना है दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और जो लोग सजा जो लोग आसामी है उन लोगों को पकड़ा गया। घटना का 24 घंटे के अंदर 4 लोगों को पकड़ा गया है और उस पे आप धर्म के आधार पे रेपिस्ट को मत जोड़िए। जो रेप किया है उसको सजा मिलना चाहिए, उसको फांसी मिलेगा।
One minute. Priyanka, stop for a minute, please. Priyanka, I need to get Shazia also. I just want to understand. Just give me a moment. What is this religious angle they are trying to bring? इसमें religion कौन लाया? मैं लाया, प्रियंका लाई, नहीं लाए। शायद religious angle क्यों ला रहे हैं आप? इसमें भी वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स करना है साबित? इसमें भी आप वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स करेंगे साबित? देखिए
बिल्कुल, अभी तो उन्होंने कहा नाम लेकर, अभी तो प्रियंका जी ने नाम लेके कहा, अभी नाम लेके कहा। इन लोगों का काम ही है धर्म का राजनीति करना, हम लोगों का काम नहीं है।
जिसने गैंग रेप किया है,
इन लोगों का काम
दलित का उसका नाम नहीं लिया जाए, क्यों? उसका नाम बचाना क्यों चाहते हैं आप?
उसको सजा मिलना चाहिए।
सबसे बड़ा सवाल, बचाना क्यों चाह रहे हैं
आप लोग? झूठा
आपको शर्म नहीं आती?
वाले लोग बंगाल में आज सुबह से
मजहबी एंगल ढूंढ रहे हैं, आप मजहबी एंगल के हिसाब से नाम नहीं लेना चाह रहे हैं। ये बहुत ही शर्म की बात है। और आपने क्या किया? वो प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी है, होम मंत्री में दोनों है ममता बनर्जी। आपको पता नहीं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो है स्टेट सब्जेक्ट है, उस मुख्यमंत्री को पता नहीं बात, वहां के होम मिनिस्टर को पता नहीं बात, ये पता नहीं प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस के आसपास सड़कों पर क्या होना चाहिए, उनकी अपनी पुलिस होनी चाहिए। ये क्यों बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं किसी को आप? Instead of demanding justice, she's questioning the victim's presence in public spaces.
Sabir, the feeling is Shazia, 1 minute. Sabir ji, मेरी बात सुनिए। Sabir, I would like to come in on her comment. Shazia, just give me a moment, please. Shazia, give me a moment. See, you have to give me some time. Problem with Mamata Banerjee, she does not take any responsibility. her point is, this girl is studying a private medical college, which means responsible of private medical college. How did she come out at night? The incident happened near a forest area. I am shocked to see that. How did the girl come out? Girls should not be allowed to come outside at night time. They have to protect themselves also. The argument, therefore, is that how indirectly, Shazia, the blame is being put that this is an indisciplined girl. She has come out at night and she does not know how to protect themselves. Which means any woman who is out at night can be raped and deserves to be raped.
Yes.
If a woman is out at 12 o'clock, she can be raped. The blame is not of the rapist. Why was she out at night?
Arnab is like giving.
What do you mean, bilkul aisa? To kya hai?
Potential rapists and criminals. She's giving a free pass because, your safety is your burden. Freedom comes with restrictions, not on you, but not on criminals, but on you. If something happens, you must have done something wrong. I mean, can you imagine? This is victim shaming coming from the highest office, that also from a CM who's a women chief minister. It is so dangerous because these remarks are not just insensitive and cruel, but it's about abdication of responsibility. Instead of taking responsibility, offering solidarity and support, you're admonishing young girls and you're giving a free pass to the culprits, to the rapists. I mean, I cannot imagine what is wrong with her. And so, you're allowed to be victimized because of either the clothes you wear or you step out in the night. You want to discredit the victim. You want to avoid responsibility. You're doing moral policing now. You are this home minister of the state also. I mean, it's shocking. But let me tell you.
Now any state, Shazia, the leader would be concerned about the image of the state. The father of the victim here is saying, my daughter is in pain. She's bedridden. Her life is at risk in Bengal. Trust has been lost. We have to leave Bengal. We will go to Orissa. But these people who are ruling Bengal, they have no care for the people and the image of Bengal. Idhar jhagda kar rahe hain ki kya galat bola, theek bola. You don't realize how Mamata Banerjee has ruined the image of Bengal. I mean, when it is being said today in Bengal, where women have got such an important position in society in the past socially, you have a chief minister saying, why did the girl go out at night? It is her fault, therefore. In Park Street rape case, same angle. Sandesh Khali, same language. Her mindset. You understand mentality, Sabir? Mentality ta ki.
Yeah, and MLAs are talking
mentality
about
mentality holo main upore dosh da. मैं बेरिए केनो के चिलो मैं बाहरे केनो चिलो পুরো দোষটা मैं না কখন বলেছে কোনদিন বলেছে ছেলেরা কেন বাইরে যায় রাতে 12টা 1টা কি কথা বলছেন আপনি ঘুমা ফিরা কে পেশ कर रहे हैं আমি কোনো ঘুরিয়ে ফিরিয়ে কথা বলি না आप प्रियंका আমি কোনো ঘুরিয়ে ফিরিয়ে কথা বলি না সোজা কথা বলি I speak straight बात को सुनिए उन्होंने you're making a mistake you are losing the faith of the people of Bengal
in Park Street case Mamata Banerjee said that Jordan मेडिकल कॉलेज का सिक्योरिटी होना चाहिए एक मां जिस तरीके से अपना औलाद की चिंता करता है उसी तरीके से चीफ मिनिस्टर अपने नागरिक के लिए चिंता करता है इस तरीके से कहीं नहीं बोला कि नहीं निकल सकता अब बंगाल में हर महिला सुरक्षित है रात को एक से लेकर पूरी रात बंगाल की महिला सड़कों पर घूमता है कहीं कोई इंसिडेंट नहीं घटता ठीक है जो घटना घटा है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना है इसका सजा जो लोग है उन लोग को मिलेगा लेकिन ममता बनर्जी ने ऐसा कोई बयान नहीं दिया कि एकदम केयरलेस है ऐसे saying that this college is in a forest area. How did a private college come up in a forest area? Why did the state, if they cannot take care about the security, why did they allow a private college to be in a forest area?
आप लोग बात को
now the thing is
आप लोग यहाँ क्या किए उसका फादर को लेके आके बीजेपी सुबह से लेके रैली कर रहा है
Banerjee can have policing in the place where she stays, her entire family.
Okay, what are the name of the accused people?
जो दोषी है उसको सजा मिलेगा
What are the names of the accused people? One minute. आप मुझे बताइए साबिर अली जो दोषी है 1 minute साबिर कैन यू टेल मी द नेम्स मुझे आप नाम बताइए अक्यूज लोगों का नाम बताइए
जो नाम पकड़ा जो है
नाम क्या है नाम नहीं नाम क्या है उनका नाम है कि नाम ही नहीं
गाली थोड़ी है कि गाली थोड़ी है नाम ही तो है शेख रियाज
नाम बताइए
शेख रियाजुद्दीन
नाम क्यों नहीं जाना चाहते? नाम छिपाना क्यों चाहते? आप नाम छिपाना क्यों चाहते?
जो सजा मिलेगी।
Why are you hiding the name? रेपिस्ट का नाम तो आना चाहिए। रेपिस्ट का नाम पब्लिक होना चाहिए। रेपिस्ट का नाम क्या? रेपिस्ट का नाम बताइए, चाहे नहीं। ये कौन है रेपिस्ट?
दोषी है,
ये रेपिस्ट कौन है?
जिन्होंने घटना घटाया और
रेपिस्ट का नाम बताइए।
नाम लेके क्यों सियासत करना चाहते हैं?
मैं नाम
लेने से कौन
मैं नाम पूछ रहा हूँ।
कौन बदनाम होगा? फिरदौस शेख, रियाजुद्दीन शेख, वासिफ अली, इनके नाम पे कौन बदनाम होगा?
अरे रेपिस्ट, अगर कोई शेख हलीम भी है तो रेपिस्ट है, और जो शेख कोई शेख कलीम भी है तो रेपिस्ट है, और कोई बारूई भी है तो रेपिस्ट है। जो भी पकड़ा है रेपिस्ट
का नाम बताइए।
जिन्होंने रेप किया उसको सजा मिले। आप इस पे धर्म की राजनीति जोड़ के सांप्रदायिकता घोलने की कोशिश मत कीजिए। मैं स्पष्ट रूप से कहना चाहता हूं,
नाम बताइए ना। आप विक्टिम का नाम ले सकते हैं, कितना शर्म आता है।
पकड़ लिया, 3 लड़का पकड़ा गया, चौथा लड़का भी पकड़ा गया, उस पे आप नाम जानना चाहते हैं? पूरा बताइए ना। उड़ीसा में जो रेप किया उसका नाम बताइए।
नहीं,
बताइए ना। मध्य प्रदेश में जो रेप किया उसका नाम
आप क्यों घबरा रहे हैं? रेपिस्ट के नाम
बताइए। आप नाम नहीं जानना चाहते?
I believe that the rapist should always be named and shamed. You are shaming the victim, but you are preventing any kind of shame being attributed to the actual culprit.
Any type of rapist.
I mean, this is shocking. Any rapists and culprits should always be named. Their families' names should come into play, and never the victim or the survivor. It is shocking that you're trying to protect the name. And I think it's being done with a very
आप प्रोटेक्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं? आप रेपिस्ट का नाम बताइए। साबिर, name the people, name the victim, name the victim.
हम तो बता रहे हैं,
if शेख नहीं, there is a name. You give the name. Tell me the name.
बताइए मुझे नाम बताइए। आप बताइए मुझे। आप बताइए ना मुझे जानकारी। आप बताइए।
आपसे सुनना चाहता हूँ। मैं आपसे सुनना चाहता हूँ। प्रियंका इस बार
बताइए मुझे तो आप बताइए।
आप बताइए।
आप बताइए। आप तो सुनना चाहेंगे, आप भी बता दीजिए। शेख, कोई शेख बोल के कुछ है? 2 शेख है, बारूई है, कुछ है? आप बताइए।
पूरा नाम क्या है? शेख क्या?
हम तो उसको रेपिस्ट कहते हैं।
रियाजुद्दीन नाम है, वासिफ अली।
हम तो उसको रेपिस्ट बोलते हैं, चाहे जो भी हो रेपिस्ट। आप उसको तो आसिफ अली रेपिस्ट है।
वासिफ अली and he did not inform the college that the girl has been abducted.
सुनिए, आसिफ अली हो या XYZ हो, जो सजा किया है उसको सजा मिलेगा। आप उसको धर्म के आधार पर जस्टिफाई करने का मत कीजिए। आप एजेंडा चेंज कीजिए।
क्यों डर रहे हैं? एजेंडा क्या एजेंडा?
चेंज हो गया। आपको तो टेंशन हो गया कि इतना जल्दी आसामी कैसे पकड़ा गया।
और औरतों को
आपको तो टेंशन हो गया इतना जल्दी आसामी कैसे पकड़ा गया। अरे आसिफ अली, चलिए आसिफ अली पकड़ा तो गया, अभी उड़ीसा को
2012 में पार्क स्ट्रीट इन द पार्क स्ट्रीट रेप केस, क्या ममता बनर्जी ने बोला नहीं था कि रेप नहीं है? शाहजहां और घटना बोला था। शाहजहां घटना बोला था कि नहीं बोला था पार्क स्ट्रीट केस में? आपको लगता है मैं भूल गया? You think I've forgotten our words at that point of time?
हमारा प्रदेश में उसको सजा दिया जाता है।
हमारा प्रदेश, आपका प्रदेश भारत में है और रिपब्लिक बांग्ला सबसे बड़ा पॉपुलर चैनल है।
जी बंगाल जी पश्चिम बंगाल में अगर कोई दोषी होता है उसको सजा मिलता है। उत्तर प्रदेश में
संदेशखाली में सजा दे रही थी। संदेशखाली में सजा दे रही थी कि रेपिस्ट को सपोर्ट कर रही थी। बताइए मुझे।
अभी भी शेख शाहजहां जेल के अंदर है।
आप शाहजहां को बताइए संदेशखाली में व्हाट वाज
बंगाल में जो भी किसी भी जाति का कोई भी हो जो दोषी है उसको सजा।
संदेश खाली की बात हो, आपको याद है किस तरह से आप प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे थे शाहजहां शेख को? आपको याद है 2012 में नेशनल टीवी में एक लड़की ने सवाल पूछा था, आपने उसको माओइस्ट कहा था। 2022 में 14 साल की बच्ची का रेप हुआ था। क्या कहा था ममता बनर्जी ने कि क्या कोई लव अफेयर है कि वाकई में रेप है? 14-year-old girl was raped and we all know what happened in 2012 at that
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think I condemn Mamta Banerjee for a choice of words. She should apologize. And we are getting very strong reactions both on Republic and the Republic Bangla, which is the largest news network in Bengal. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. When I'm back, why the Afghan-Pakistan war, in my views, is going to get more and more intense, more and more violent. We've got to watch closely what happens there when I'm back.
For a quick breather, Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
ओए, मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा? पर गलती तो आपकी है। मेरी गलती? जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है? ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
ओए, मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा? पर गलती तो आपकी है। मेरी गलती? जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है? ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर।
तहरीक तालिबान पाकिस्तान मैन्युफैक्चर्ड टेरर मॉन।
ये बड़ी गाड़ी वाले ऐसे ही रैश चलाते हैं।
चुप, तुमने तो गाड़ी वालों को ही विलन बना दिया।
ये देखो,
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
इशारा समझ ले। इशारा समझ ले। हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे। इशारा समझ ले। इशारा समझ ले।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the nation's sharpest opinion. And tonight I want to give you some perspective on what I believe the Pakistanis have done wrong and which is why they've invited the wrath of the Afghans. If you watch the next few minutes, you will get a full sense of what is happening along the Afghan-Pakistan border. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying that the Afghans have pounded Pakistan on the eastern front like never before. The Taliban claims that they have killed over 58 Pakistani soldiers, over 30 injured, over 25 Pakistani army outposts have been captured, ladies and gentlemen, by the Afghans. This is the present situation. So, as this is all as the Pakistanis followed their natural instinct to run away like cowards. Whenever they are attacked, the Pakistanis have a natural instinct. They run away like cowards. This entire Durand line is very, very hot, ladies and gentlemen. And there is no place Asif Munir and his army can hide from the wrath of the Afghan revenge. Historically, everyone fears the Afghan revenge, and yet this country is caught in the perpetual loop of ignoring its own blunders one after the other, and has for some reason chosen the convenient and, in my opinion, the most uneducated option of trying to blame India, Bharat, for anything and everything that takes place in Pakistan. Unknown gunmen hunt down their terrorists, they blame it on India. POK sends the Islamabad police packing and running for their lives without their uniform, they blame it on India. Baluch rebels on their own, independently, derail the Jafar Express, they blame it on India. And somehow they believe that the people of Pakistan think everything is in their ways, as they say and they pronounce, a Ra conspiracy, a Ra ki sajish. That's how they pronounce it. And yet, when you confront them with the reality, they say, look it up on social media. That is, ladies and gentlemen, ISI for you, but I digress. I digress. Tonight I present to you 5 reasons, and I want to ask Asif Munir through this video, Mullah Munir and whatever his generals are smoking, on how will they ever manage to pin this one on India? Because this war that they are going through with Afghanistan, ladies and gentlemen, is a made in Pakistan disaster. It is handcrafted in Rawalpindi. And there are various reasons for it. One, number one reason, who decided to backtrack after Pakistan failed to target the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan chief Noor Wali Mahsood? Was it India? Number 2, the Durand Line has been contested ever since it was drawn by the British in 1893, which the people of Afghanistan have never recognized. Is India to be blamed for Afghanistan not recognizing the Durand Line? Think about it. Now, reason number 3. In the last 2 days alone, ladies and gentlemen, the Kabul government has denied visa to Khwaja Asif, an ISI chief, who also happened to be Pakistan's national security advisor. Are the Afghans doing this because of India? Or because Pakistan broke ties with Kabul? Is this not Ishaq Dar standing in Kabul earlier this year? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. They had a relationship. The Pakistanis spoiled it. This was their earlier relationship. The Pakistanis spoiled it. Now they want to blame us. Reason number 4. Who is hiding the ISIS in Pakistan? While Pakistan wants to prod around, accusing Afghanistan of supporting the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, is it or is it not true that Pakistan is actively aiding and harboring ISIS terrorists? Is India to be blamed for that also? Just listen in to how even the Taliban is now giving it back to Pakistan over its allegations of terrorism in the neighborhood. Just listen to this.
अगर हमारे तरफ मुश्किल है तो एक पाकिस्तान तो हमारे पड़ोसी नहीं है, ईरान है, चीन है, ताजिकिस्तान है, उज़्बेकिस्तान है, तुर्कमेनिस्तान है, वो ममालिक का क्यों शिकायत नहीं है?
That's such a logical thought. The question what he's asking is, why does if Afghanistan were truly a hub of terrorism, why don't the other neighboring countries have a problem? How come Iran is all right with Afghanistan, Uzbekistan is all right, Turkmenistan is all right, Tajikistan is all right, China is all right? Why is it only Pakistan that is complaining? It's completely logical. Why is it that Pakistan is the only nation always accused of harboring terrorists, stirring trouble, shooting off warnings of taking down the world? The problem is Pakistan. Reason number 5. Who denied access to Afghans? Has India blocked the border outposts of Torkham and Spin Boldak, disrupting the normal life of Pashtuns on both sides of the Durand Line? Did we tell the Afghan to do that? Wasn't this a stupid move, a myopic move of the Pakistani leadership? Isn't this the reason, direct and real reason for the anger among the Afghans? Or will the Pakistanis blame India now for the sovereign decision of Pakistan as well? As clearly, nobody knows who really takes them. Wasn't it Pakistan? that has ruthlessly moved to deport over 1.4 million registered Afghan refugees, make their life miserable, create a humanitarian situation. These people lived there for 2 decades. Suddenly Pakistanis come and say, get out. Take children, your family, your old parents, everyone with you. And then when Afghans get angry, they question us. Why do the Pakistanis blame India for anything? Is it India's mistake that the Pakistanis decided to bomb Kabul when the Afghan Foreign Minister Mutaki was on a 6-day long comprehensive visit to India? That is Mullah Asif Munir's stupidity. Is it really India's fault that we are the first responders to the neighborhood? And we have always got the goodwill of Afghans by building roads in Afghanistan, dams, cricket stadiums, parliament. We have spent our money and we have provided tons and tons of relief material to the Afghan people during natural disasters and food shortages. Is that our fault? Or is that something that India should be appreciated for? Is it India's fault that we prevailed over the Americans to delay sanctions on Chabahar port so that we could send this kind of relief material to Afghanistan? The bottom line is this. The Afghans have realized today that Pakistan is a terrible country that has only abused Afghanistan geopolitically to milk that cash cow that is the United States of America. The Afghans know the Baluch are ready. They know POK wants to leave this beggar bowl of a nation called Pakistan. There are now protests across cities in Afghanistan against Pakistan and its actions. And Mullah Asif Munir truly had absolutely nowhere to hide. I would just say, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for watching this, that Pakistan is a problem country. It is a lamp that is flickering before it goes out. Just wait and watch. Just wait and watch what will happen soon in Pakistan and its border areas. Watch the space. Read my lips. Thank you.
Pakistan is facing the wrath of an Afghan's revenge.
بار بار په قراراتو باندې د پاکستان له طرف نه د افغانستان په خاوره باندې تیری او زیاتی کېده چې د هغې په جواب کې بیګا یکشنبې شپه لله الحمد د افغان سرحدي ځواکونو له طرف نه د شرقي زون په پردي کرښه باندې د پاکستان په پوستو باندې
The Afghanistan-Pakistan war has begun and Asim Munir's army is bleeding.
او هغوی په خپله هم د دې مستبدې کړۍ له خپلسرو او دیکتاتورانه کړنو څخه د انکار ویلې ده. کله چې دوی دغه ستراتیژي ته تغییر نه کوي نو بلې خوا نه دوی سره انعطاف نشي کېدلی او نه په افغانستان کې داسې تشنجات وارد د پاکستان خلک ته سپمو رارسوي. نه د تېرې شپې عملیات افغانستان اسلامي امارت له خوا نه پیل شول. هغه انتقامي عملیات چې د دوی د نقض د حریم ځواب وویل شو چې زموږ حریم دوی نقض کړی او دا بریدونه په ټول امتداد د کرښې کې اجرا شول.
As Rawalpindi recklessly struck Kabul with allegations of Afghanistan helping Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, the Afghans have turned the script with a sensational ISIS charge on Pakistan.
अफगानिस्तान में TTP का मराकज़ नहीं है.
ये زموږ د اطلاعاتو له مخې د داعش د خراسان څانګې مشر شهاب المهاجر او د دې نږدې همکاران عبدالحکیم توحیدي، سلطان عزیز، عظام او د داعش له مرکزي څانګې سره د اړیکو تنظیمونکي او په اصطلاح د مکتب صدیق مسؤل صلاح الدین رجب د پاکستان په خاوره کې موجود او پټ دي.
The world has taken note, with even President Trump mulling an intervention.
I hear there's a war now going between Pakistan and Afghanistan. I said, I'll have to wait till I get back. I'm doing another one because I'm good at solving wars. I'm good at making peace. And it's an honor to do it.
It's not just the Americans. Saudi Arabia and Qatar too have raised concerns and called for de-escalation through dialogue and diplomacy. The Afghan foreign minister, who's on a 6-day visit to India, has drawn the line.
असल हम तो किसी के साथ भी लड़ाई नहीं चाहते हैं. अफगानिस्तान में अमन है और हमारा एक पाकिस्तान पड़ोसी नहीं है, 5 और मुल्क भी हमारा पड़ोसी है.
Meanwhile, Pakistan army is losing its grip in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The newly elected Chief Minister, Sohail Afridi of Imran Khan's PTI, has warned against any military operation in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region.
ये बावर दिलाना चाहता हूं कि जिस तरह मेरा लीडर मेरा कायद जनाब इमरान खान साहब मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन के खिलाफ हैं, इंशाल्लाह हमारे होते हुए कोई मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन नहीं कर पाएगा।
As the Afghan-Pakistan war enters day 4, did Asim Munir make a mistake going into Kabul? What fate awaits Pakistan on the Eastern Front? Will it all backfire this week?
First, we're going to have to get a reading of the strategic situation in the war between Pakistan and Afghanistan. The Taliban spokesperson Zabihullah Mujahid is now saying that at least 58 Pakistani soldiers were killed in the retaliatory strikes near Durand Line in Behrampur. Several Pakistani outposts have been captured. And the Taliban has now warned Pakistan that you better keep quiet. And typically Pakistan has stopped. It is not doing anything. Now, important point here to note tonight is this, that, and I want to open between General Bishambar Dayal and Major Nadeem to get a military side. Major Nadeem, my first question is to you, and you can take it further, General Bishambar Dayal. One would have expected some response from the Pakistanis. Why have the Pakistanis, after what happened, after this huge counter-strike by Taliban, why has the Pakistanis not been able to defend themselves or even respond?
Well, as you know it, we have tried our level best to try to give success to logic over terrorism. We tried our level best to negotiate with our neighbors, including India as well. And we have a series of agreements with this TTP and the so-called Taliban, because I consider them both the two sides of the same coin. We had an agreement in the Musharraf era in 2004 that is called Shakai Agreement. Just after a few weeks, that was broken by the Taliban. Then we had another accord, that is Miran Shah Accord in 2006. We tried our level best to have negotiation on the table and to have some agreement, and just to prevent these barbaric acts across this Afghan border and Pakistan. And we tried our level best. Then we had agreement in 2014 with the Nawaz Sharif government. And just after that agreement, you see that APS massacre has taken place. Then we had another truce in 2018. Then in 2021, our DGISI went to Afghanistan, Kabul. Okay? And that was mediated by the Taliban, present Taliban government. Okay? They were there in 2021. But even
that
then,
was not
just
my question.
after
So that was not my question to you.
So
that was not my question to you.
And then to 2022. And post 2022, you will see continuously
from undisclosed location in
TTP was
Afghanistan.
using the Afghan territory against Pakistan and our
As you know, Major Nadeem, Major Nadeem, can I just interrupt you for a minute? Because we are joined by the very, very, very brave Major Samarpal Toor. Major Samarpal Toor is a great ex-soldier of the Indian Army. I call him, nobody's an ex-soldier in the Indian Army, always a soldier. Samar, can you hear me?
Yes, he is a Pakistan soldier.
Samar, can you hear me? What's your language? Samar, link is frozen. Samar is reporting for Republic from undisclosed locations in Afghanistan. I would like to repeat, we are not disclosing the location of the Republic reporters in Afghanistan. Because
you are deliberately not disclosing this.
Of course, why should we disclose? Republic is the biggest news network in India, and our reporter is reporting, our expert is reporting from Afghanistan. We are proud of him. Why should we disclose where he's reporting from? To make it easy for you. Now, General Dayal, can I see him? I'm not seeing him. General Dayal, this situation, my question was, why have the Pakistanis not been able to do anything? They got really badly hit. The ISPR has been forced to accept major losses. But they have not, बोलने के अलावा कुछ किया नहीं इन्होंने, हम करेंगे, ये करेंगे, defend करेंगे. In terms of military action, they've not responded. Why?
See, not only in terms of military action, Arnab, they have a much superior equipment military-wise. Their air force is much more superior, and that's why they could, because of their air force, they could strike at few places in Afghanistan over the last few days earlier. Right, but on ground, particularly in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, I don't think Pakistan can do anything against Afghanistan, whether against Afghanistani army or against rebels from there. They can do nothing because most of the posts earlier were absolutely manned by themselves. I mean, they've gone from here only. And Pakistani army is in no state to fight. I'm telling the Indian side that there are no state to fight on the LC with the army to army. They are in no state to fight a war on ground forces because their ground forces are corrupt. They are absolutely involved in business rather than soldiering. And they do not have
big window on the right with the location. Okay, I have Samar back for a moment, General Dayal. I have Samar back. It's a bad link, but Samar is back. Right-hand side screen, big window. We can put Samar in the big screen. Samar is in an undisclosed location from Afghanistan, deep inside Afghanistan. He's reporting on the ground. How badly are the Pakistanis being hit? And why have they not been able to hit back? What's the ground report you have from Afghanistan?
Well, Arnab, the actual ground reporting is basically that there are two areas where they have been hit real bad and they have backed. That is basically Kunar and there's a place called Nangahar. So basically there is a place called Bandar where the Pakistani post was there. It was well fortified, but it was at an isolated height. So that is where they have been able to take them down. So that is one of the posts which has been totally destroyed, and the Pakistan forces have gone back. And the second post which has been hit is called Ghasi Kando. So these two are the places where there's been decimation of the Pakistani fortified posts. There have been casualties of the Pakistan soldiers there, including one officer also. So, and there are reports
telling our producers Samar should be on the big window on the right. Sorry, I got to do some direction here. Samar on the big window on the right. On the two windows, put Hamid and put General Dayal. We are in a very strong military situation. Have strong branding on the top over Samar to establish the fact he is reporting from an undisclosed location inside Afghanistan and getting a lot of support. People are so proud that Republic is the only crew that has its experts and reporters in Afghanistan.
Arnab, I'd like to put it across here that I feel proud as an Indian that I have trained along with Afghan officers who are now my course mates and are now presently, employed in the Taliban government. And there has been an immense support from their end. However, there has been some issues with the internet and connectivity. So whenever we are in network area, we are able to connect, but that is very seldom. So now that I've been connected is because I'm near a city area, but I will not disclose which one. So Arnab, the issue is basically that
Pakistanis want you to disclose, but you don't disclose. They are saying, how is Republic inside Afghanistan? I'm saying Samar on the right, windows. I can't keep making windows for God's sake. Sharat, Samar continues on the right. They are saying, how is Samar deep Afghanistan? How is Republic getting all this? Because you see, this news network,
Pakistan does not train Afghan officers
network in this whole area. Yes.
So, Arnab, now the actual ground situation is that there are few places, let us admit, for example, there is a place called Helmand province, which is very far from our location. Then Paktia is also one more location. There, Pakistan is having an advantage because they are using drones with night fighting capabilities, including attack hepters at night. So they are able to target any movement which is being carried out by the Taliban at night, and they are finding it very difficult to advance. But the advantage in the mountainous terrain is that they are able to negotiate and they're able to have cover in the mountain passes, as well as during day is the time that they have actually decided to move during day, and during night there is very negligible movement. So because of that, number one. Number two, Taliban does have night fighting capabilities, but only in the form of night fighting goggles. And as far as the weaponry is concerned, the night sights are very limited, and they do not have anti-aircraft weapon systems. So that is what is actually slowing the Taliban in terms of their momentum in hitting the Pakistan forces. But wherever the Pakistan posts are, and which are having these supply routes, especially in the mountainous regions, have been cut off. And there has been sporadic fire since last night. But the momentum that was there since 9th till day before yesterday was immense. And since yesterday night, the momentum has reduced. However, the deployment of Taliban has increased. They have not backed out. They are accumulating at few places which are tactically in their advantage, especially towards the POK side. I would not name the exact provinces, because that will definitely give the enemy edge in terms of surveillance. So I am not going to disclose that. But the Taliban is working very closely with the POGB freedom fighters. There are confirmation reports that a lot of intelligence has been coming in from the Pakistan occupied Kashmir side to the Taliban in terms of the Pakistan military deployment. So that has been an advantage for the Taliban, and they are accordingly now deploying themselves to go in for a hit. But it is one thing is rest assured, peace is little far away at the moment.
Well, I mean, this is such an excellent ground report, a mix of strategic expertise, and Republic is the only network who's got such a strong presence in Afghanistan. We are hearing right now, Hamid, it has been day 3, Pakistanis are unable to respond. They are looking weak.
I've been listening to you very well.
They're looking weak, and besides a press release, they have not been able to do anything in military terms. Where did he disappear now? Where did he disappear? Hamid, in military terms,
I am here.
In military terms, Pakistan has not been able to respond to the major strikes by Afghanistan. This is making you look very weak, right? And also there is consolidation across Pakistan-occupied Gilgit-Baltistan with local support from the other side. You realize you're sandwiched.
I've been listening to you with very, peacefully. Now let me reply. Thank you.
You want to respond violently. You want to reply violently or what?
Yes. No, I don't want to reply violently. I want to reply logically. And logic
is that... If you want to reply violently, I'll also reply violently.
Okay. Pakistan's commitment and resolve is very clear that Pakistan will not let India harbor any terrorism through TTP in Pakistan. Secondly, Pakistan will chase every raw-sponsored terrorist, whether it is Major Tur or anybody like him who's the raw agent
where is raw?
As a Republic reporter, they will be chased and tracked down. And similarly with TTP, anybody who's trying to destabilize Pakistan
the exact problem
will
that
reach
Taliban
to
has
its
been saying,
conclusion.
that there has been over interference of ISI in Afghanistan. There has been over interference.
Once it's a rational debate, you should know how to speak about
Pakistani
it.
intelligence establishment. And let me tell you, they have taken it in a very serious manner.
One thing very clear.
And please, if you have your ISI assets, their time is very less. They have been their days are numbered because it is because of the presence of ISI.
Let him speak or let me speak. That's the simple thing.
He's a very brave man, very tough man. You know, Samar is a very tough guy.
I mean, if you don't want
Samar is a very tough guy. Samar is talking to you in a language that army people understand. You're not an army person, you're not understanding. You don't know Indian army. You know? He's talking in Indian army language to you.
Let me explain to him something.
Samar, General Saab is coming in. Samar. General Dayal is coming in. You don't get worried. Samar, don't get worried with these Pakistanis.
You
But
do
don't
your
get
work.
worried, no.
These
Arnab,
Pakistanis are trying to. You do your reporting non-stop for Republic Network.
Arnab, for Pakistan is the main cause of instability in Afghanistan since 1973, not today. I mean, even during the Mujib regime, when he was overthrown, Pakistan's hand was there. When Zahir Shah wanted to return, even Mujib wanted him to return. It is ISI which did not let him return. They brought in Al-Qaeda. Then they brought in this so-called now Taliban. They got it, and they were the one who threw Ahmad Shah Massoud from there. The Pak army physically led the assault on Ahmad Shah Massoud that time in 1996. Historically, if you see, it is Pakistan which are looking at Afghanistan as its own territory to have depth against India. This is their strategy, not today. This is their 50-year-old after 1971 war. They realized that Pakistan does not have depth. So they wanted to treat Afghanistan as their own territory. And they violated the border at will till now when Taliban came. And I predicted that time that now that Taliban has come into power, Afghanistan will not be stable because ISI will continue to play its game. And this is what ISI is doing. This is what they did. So Afghans have realized that once for all, they have to establish their control over the Durand line completely, and Pakistan interference has to stop. I think it's kudos to the present government, and I've been saying from last 2-3 years that India must recognize, ever since US left, I said India must recognize, India must support, because people to people, Afghans are with us, not with Pakistan. 90% Afghanis are people to people with Summer can take it with us. And Pakistani army in that area will never be able to respond because Afghanis are too strong. They have the intelligence. They got from here. The people are here. They have every move noted, whatever move Pakistan army makes, it is known to Taliban. It is known to their army. It is known to the Tehrik-e-Taliban. Pakistan. They know it. So in this portion, except using air sporadically, Pakistan has got no option on ground forces. And this is the right time that once for all, I think Pakistan is sorted out. It is sorted out by Afghans. It is sorted out by us also. They need to be now completely, because they are the unstable factor in this entire region. They have created the entire terrorism, whether it is J&K, whether it is Afghanistan, whether they created everything right up to Syria. The Islamic world, the Arab world has to realize that Pakistan is surviving nothing but on terrorism. And terrorism is what grows from there. So listen, you may be raising finger, but if it hurt you because there were differences within the groups, you couldn't control, ISI couldn't control. Can you control a snake? You guys have been behaving like a snake, Chinese snake in Chinese Pitari, you have been behaving like, can we every time keep killing you? So China will keep producing you will keep producing terrorism. That is the story actually of the whole reason. Unfortunately, this is the time when I personally feel, Arnab, strategically, this is the right time. We should build strong relations with Afghanistan, and Afghan people need to be supported because Pakistan needs to be thrown out of Afghanistan and there'll be peace in Afghanistan. Taliban, whatever it is, I'm of the opinion they have reconciled and
Amit, you muted yourself.
Okay. I said that I have seen how you are rebuilding your relations with Afghanistan. Can you hear me?
I can. Deepak on the left window. Yeah, continue, Hamid.
Okay. I'm saying I can see how you are rebuilding your relations with Afghanistan by kneeling down, by stopping women to come to the press conference. You have shown how badly you have been refused, and you are inspired by Afghan, and you don't want to lose them. You have lost your war without even saying anything. Do you know what? Pakistan is very clear. Pakistan is very clear in one thing, and that is the value of every Pakistani citizen, of life value of every Pakistani soldier. And secondly, Pakistan will not let India perpetrate war in Pakistan through Afghanistan or through anywhere else. And third thing is, if you want,
don't drag India into this. One minute. Amit, don't drag India into this. We have nothing to do with this. Yes, Shumela, we have nothing to do with it, Shumela. We have nothing to do with this, Shumela. It's your internal issue.
There is one
war. No, we have issues with you. Obviously. You are trying to build a narrative on your own. You want to try build your narrative. That's it.
What narrative?
Fake narrative.
Why would I build a fake narrative? You are the one who dropped
Because
bombs on Afghanistan.
India has a strategy of this. India is expert in this, and they just want to build a fake narrative against Pakistan.
Just 1 minute, just 1 minute. Shumela, I'm asking you one thing tonight, and Deepak is on the right. We make the windows there. On 24th of December 2024, you carried out airstrikes, right? On Paktika's Barmal district, 46 people died. 11 of them were children. You are the ones who have been killing Afghan children. Did we tell you to kill Afghan children? Tumela, accept the reality. No. You are the ones you threw out 1.4 million
you are trying
registered
to
Afghan
put
refugees.
Your own narrative in the minds of your nation.
No, don't keep saying narrative. Counter me with facts. Tumela is not even on screen. She is speaking.
It was very well calculated.
Arnab, the Taliban has categorically stated that
you are not
ISI
well informed, Mr. Arnab. You are not well informed.
Shumela and Deepak, producers.
Correct your history and correct yourself first.
Shumela, listen. 1.4 million registered Afghan refugees who have been living there for 3 decades, right? Along with 700,000 Afghan citizen card holders, picked up and thrown by you. Right, Deepak Vora, did we tell them to do it? Did we tell them to relentlessly attack Afghans? Were they Afghans doing it because we told them to do so? They blame everything on us.
For any terrorism in Pakistan, you have a strong root.
We are not interested in your country. We are giving you a giant ignore. Why do you want to leave on that?
Even it is Balochistan, even it is Kashmir, even it is Afghanistan.
Balochistan is your problem. Balochistan is your problem.
It is created by India. It is created by India.
We have nothing to do with the Baloch Liberation Army.
We are only giving them with their stomach
moral support.
A pain all the time.
We are giving them moral support. You are the ones. In September alone, 135 people died. 173 persons were injured because of terrorist attacks. Right? And you are the ones you've been blaming Afghanistan. What am I? I'm not trying to say. I'm saying it. I don't try to say things. I say what I want to. TTP is hammering Pakistan left, right, and center. You can't fight even TTP. You are a weak country. You have not been able to respond to the hammering.
We are having the best army, and we showed you already.
We hammered you through and through. 11 airfields destroyed, 7 surgical strikes. We showed you.
We showed you. Really?
Are you out of your mind?
Where is the record?
What do you mean, really?
Do you have any record of yourself?
Where is the recall? The visuals were all over Pakistani channels.
Every craft is having an international record.
No,
I think you're not aware of it.
Did you not see the pictures from Muridke with Masood Azhar crying about his family?
Yes, we have seen the pictures of Israel during our war.
Did you see the visuals?
We have seen the visuals, which was
your country is burning. Are you ashamed that Shehbaz Sharif is at Donald Trump's party? He's dancing right now. 200 people have been killed for protesting.
And who went to brag in front of Trump?
We have nothing to do with that.
Please stop the war.
We have nothing to do with it. You went begging to Trump.
You went begging to Trump. In front of that.
You're a troubled and bankrupt country. Listen, we have
you are a
Deepak Vora. We have nothing to do with Afghanistan. We need to put this into their minds, Deepak Vora. You need to intervene because they've been brainwashed. People like Shumela, they don't go 100 meters outside Afghanistan. She doesn't go 100 meters outside Afghanistan.
You don't let any Pakistani talk in your show. You're
so I let them. When was the last time you went outside of Islamabad? When was the last time you went outside Islamabad?
I came yesterday from Azerbaijan. 2 weeks back, I came from Turkey.
ये तो problem है ना. Azerbaijan में जब जाएंगे in Pakistan में कभी आप इस्लामाबाद के बाहर गई हैं? Do you know the world outside Islamabad? A lot क्या होता है? आपको पूछा have you traveled in Pakistan? आपने बोला मैं अजरबैजान गई. ये क्या है? आप जैसे लोग. I don't care whether you came yesterday.
So I know what is the perception of
कितने लोग मारे गए TLP के? तहरीके लबैक के कितने लोग मारे गए? कितने लोगों को गोली लगी?
You're forcefully trying to build a narrative against Pakistan, but you are seriously failed on that.
You're
seriously failed on that.
You're the super elite in Pakistan. आपको आपके country में क्या हो रहा है पता ही नहीं है. Deepak,
I'm very much well aware.
There is a war, but there are people.
Because we are sitting here and I can show my location. And your person is sitting in India and showing that he is in Afghanistan. We want to hide the location.
Don't try to provoke him. She's trying to provoke you. Samar. She wants your location because she will call the ISI if you give her location.
I am not having an armed.
She is utilized as a honey trapper by.
Please, no, personal words. No, Samar, don't do that. Samar, don't do that. Samar, don't do that. I condemn that. I don't support that.
Keep secret, please. I don't want your location. Keep it secret.
So
It will
basically,
give you good rating for the show.
What the Taliban has stated is that ISI is wanting to build and establish contact with the Northern Alliance. But however, Amrullah Saleh has refused to get connected with ISI. However, CIA is in touch with the Northern Alliance and they want some activity to begin from the Northern Alliance side against the Taliban. And this is only being carried out for requiring the Bagram airbase, which has been categorically been refused by the Taliban. So this one thing is in India's favor, that Amrullah Saleh and the Northern Alliance have had a good relation with their past people.
Saying, Samar,
and that is one of the major reasons that they are not entertaining.
Samar is saying that because it is no longer a Pakistan army, it's a paid lapdogs of Trump. So they have been given a job to get Bagram. They tried to create trouble. The Afghans had hit them back. And now they don't know what to do because Asif Munir has somewhere taken a contract to get the Bagram airbase for Trump. But he lacks the military capability to do so. So in a way, they are in a little bit of a trap right now. And all this partying in Sharm El-Sheikh is already for 2 days. Then when he comes back, he's going to get a call from Trump, Mullah Munir. What happened? You promised Bagram. What happened? And then Hamid will say, I'm a speechwriter for Mullah Munir. Because Hamid is, by the way, the speechwriter for Mullah Munir. This man in the blue jacket is Mullah Munir's speechwriter. Yeah. Deepak Vora, what do you think the Pakistanis are? What situation are they in? 1 minute. Hear from him. He's Pathan himself. Deepak Vora, kuch keh rahe aapko. Boliye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. As always, a pleasure to be with you. An honor and a delight to be on the world's favorite channel. May I also say something from the bottom of my heart for Major Samar Paltur. Sir, my father's family is from Ghazni, Afghanistan, so I'm 50% Pashtun. I salute you, sir, for visiting the land of my forefathers and reporting from there. I salute your bravery, sir. You are truly a son of India. Sir, Mr. Goswami, the question that you have asked, it's a question that I'd like to ask my Pakistani colleagues. What has gone wrong in your relationship with Afghanistan? In the 1950s, I'm 74 years young, 52 years in diplomacy. There was informal talk of a confederation, Islamic confederation, between Afghanistan and Pakistan during the time of General Ayub and King Zahir Shah. It was revived during dictator Zia-ul-Haq's time. What happened, sir? Why do the Afghans hate you so much? Let me complete what I'm saying, sir. I didn't interrupt you, sir. So there's a certain courtesy that we extend. We are trained in diplomacy. What went wrong? Have you done any introspection, or is the fault all India's or somebody else's or the Americans? As far as this question about delivering Bagram, that's very clear. That was the clear understanding. Since President Trump talked about it, he wants Bagram for whatever reasons. And it's not being delivered, sir. It appears to me, based on years in the service, that this is the divorce papers in your romance with America was signed even before the marriage of inconvenience took place. Many of my Chinese friends, not those who are in Beijing today, sir, but the retired ambassadors, journalists, say that Pakistan got married to us, but went off on a honeymoon with the Americans. We're not going to forgive them. Now, if you can do some introspection and tell me what went wrong, why does Afghanistan dislike you so much? After all, you sheltered so many of their people, even though the United Nations paid for it. Many of them have never been to Afghanistan. You booted them out. What is it that the Afghans have against you? Why do they dislike you? And at the same time, why do they like India so much? Thousands of them have studied here. They are still here. I was in Goa recently. I heard people speaking Pashto. I said, where are you from? They were one of a group of 100 Afghan students studying in Goa. They're all over the place. Their military has been trained by us in the past. So what have you done wrong, sir? Do you think you've done something wrong? Or it's something that Allah decided to throw on you because you were not behaving properly? I'd be happy to hear from you, to learn from you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir?
Okay. There is one very simple reply about romance between India and Afghanistan.
That's not the question, sir. I'm asking you about what went wrong between you and
I will
Afghanistan.
reply one by one. Please, let me reply, sir. One by one. Okay. The Indians, you know what romance is going on. Afghan people will realize very soon that will be a greatest betrayal from India and backstabbing from India for Afghanis. Indians can never be the friends of anyone from Afghanistan or anybody,
should not have
especially
turned Jaish-e
RSS
Mohammed
of
against
Modi,
them.
will never be friends with Muslims. First of all, I have to be very clear. Secondly, Pakistan is the one who is being sheltering Afghan refugees, over 4 million, and Afghanis are our brothers. They were our brothers. They are our brothers. We are talking
This is
about
where
only
you're going
few
wrong.
factors.
Your
We are
very
talking
own
about
minister,
we are
your
talking about
very own
only few
minister has given a
factors
statement
which
that
I
when
wish you
you
can
have
I wish
deported,
you can shut your
sir,
mouth, please.
you have
Okay.
deported the Afghan
Okay.
people
Okay.
from your borders
Pakistan is
in
only targeting the
thousands,
certain number of
and you
people who are
deported them
working in
when
the
it was peak of
interest of
winters.
India.
They died by sleeping out in the open. Then the earthquake came. Then during the earthquake, you denied India
The
airspace.
problem is
You
that if you
denied
don't
many
want to listen,
countries
you won't be
your
able to
route
understand.
and airspace to give them aid. And then India had to go through Iran to give them all the supplies and aid.
Yeah.
So that is the problem,
Pakistan
that you
let
have
India
been
do
denying,
transit their aid, and Pakistan
Afghanistan
did all
the
the humanitarian
humanitarian
work
aid.
for them.
You have been
I
delaying
think
it.
you
You
don't know
have
the
been
history. India
purposefully
never
delaying it.
sent
You
anything
have
through
been
Iraq.
separating the families from the Afghans
We
at the
have never
borders.
sent anything
You are
through Iraq.
illegally detaining them in
See,
hundreds.
we always, General
Arnab, I
Dayal,
wish
and
you will if you
Yeah.
invite me, I
Arnab,
really
Arnab,
wish
I
that you
am
can
I
make
inviting
will
you.
put one fact.
other
Just
people
a minute.
just
Arnab,
keep their mouth shut.
let me put one fact across to you. Please tell us from 2002 till 2019, did Pakistan spend 5 rupees in Afghanistan? You all have looted Afghanistan. The entire Afghan problem is created by Pakistan. I again repeat, I thought the ambassador would put it in more
Who
correct perspective.
supported
Jahir Shah was
Afghanistan.
thrown by you
Pakistan
people.
is the one
His
who
brother was thrown by
facilitated
you.
Doha dialogue.
Nazibullah was thrown by you. Then the
Thank you,
Islamic
Colonel Sahab. I'll reply to your
organization, which
question.
96 Taliban threw it, and
Colonel
now
Shalinder,
you
I'll
people,
reply your correction.
it is entire destruction of Afghanistan. Afghan society was well-to-do, was flourishing under Nazir
The
Shah,
question
under
is,
even Nazibullah was doing extremely well, and now look at Karzai and party; they were doing extremely well. They were
no,
all Indian
the
friends.
thing is, if we are going to go into history, if I would also like to add one thing here.
There's
No,
only
I want
one
to add
thing
one thing
that
here. Just one thing. I
Pakistan
want to get
was
in
the one who
Saurabh
was
because he's
supporting
waiting,
the
and
Doha
Saurabh wants to make a
agreement.
point here to
Pakistan is the
Shomela.
one who was supporting.
See, we need to look into history. What is the reason Pakistan isn't a problem? Who was grooming the Haqqani network? Haqqani network, now they're abusing Taliban, Saurabh. Haqqani network is a key faction of the Taliban. They were called a veritable arm of Pakistan's ISI by the then US military chief Michael Mullen.
Arnab,
Saurabh.
today globally, Pakistan's biggest export to the world is terrorism. All these terror groups have been fed and fattened in Pakistan by the Pakistani government and the ISI.
You are already trying to build this sandwich, but
where was Osama bin Laden found?
Please get her.
Pakistan continues to be the epicenter of the world history where Afghans
you are trying to build this narrative, but you're failed. Unfortunately, you're failed.
Madam,
You're
go
just
beyond your
keep talking to
Birkin
your own
bags
self,
and look.
and you keep
Smell
talking to
the
your
coffee.
colleagues. You don't
Smell
let
the
any
coffee and
Pakistani
what's
to talk.
happening on the
You
ground.
don't
Go
let
beyond
anyone
your
to
Birkin
clear
bags.
what you have the like in your brain, and you just want to
poor
distort the
Afghans
history and
by
everything.
running your terror factories from Pakistan. That's what is happening.
I
And
don't
today the
understand
world
why
is
everyone from
the
India in the
reality
panel,
of
they're
what
so
Pakistan
panicked.
is.
They're
Afghans
so
are
panicked to
resisting,
build
and I can tell you,
their narrative.
the entire narrative of terrorism and entire terror factories that you've been running from your country are coming to be exposed, and you will see that in days, not only the Afghans,
you are just
the brave
trying to
Afghans
hide your own terrorism in Pakistan. You're hiding. You're hiding yourself under your narrative.
Elite nurtured by the Pakistani army.
We have a visual.
Under the narrative.
You are
everyone knows that Pakistan is having the best army, and we showed you already. We gave you a lesson of life.
We saw what happened in the war with India. Your Chinese duds are not going to
Your war
land you
is just
anywhere.
in front of the media, that's it. We have seen your soldiers on ground.
Hand-me-downs. They're not going to help you, ma'am. Smell the coffee. Go beyond your Birkin bags and Hermes.
I will give you one thing. Okay, go and have good relationship with Afghanistan, and future will tell you.
The Pakistani army and the ISI.
You invested billions dollars in Afghanistan. Of course, you will back up Afghanistan.
Balochistan.
You're going to back up Afghanistan because of your billions dollars.
The reality. You will see the reality. So
the reality is India is backing up all the terrorism in Pakistan.
Today, realizing the biggest epicenter of terrorism is Pakistan.
It's a joke, there's a visual which has come, Saurabh. There is Shehbaz Sharif, poor fellow. They put him in the back row out there. You can't see him. So he goes behind Trump, and the comic shot, he's trying to then go behind Trump and the Qatar, and he's looking at Trump behind, and he's not even looking at the camera out there. He looks like his assistant. Are you seeing this? He looks, his placement. Are you seeing that, Saurabh?
I'll tell you, Arnab, it's comical. I was there in the White House on the day he and his general, the so-called field marshal, they were invited. They were ushered in through a back door.
He's like Trump's butler.
Through a back door without any ceremony.
Shehbaz is Trump's butler boy.
What's happening with Modi?
They are desperate with a begging bowl.
Problem with him?
The Pakistanis are laughing. He's a butler.
After defeating the battle,
they're worried they will come and ask for some money. That was happening at the UN, this summit as well. People shy away from you because they were worried that you will come with a begging bowl to ask for some aid.
And Trump didn't even look at him. Trump doesn't even look at him. He just steps down. And this man stands behind like a personalized butler to Donald Trump. Trump doesn't even acknowledge him. Last we saw him, he was running like a school child behind Kim Jong. Kim Jong. It's terrible. Anyway, listen. Things are bad.
Can't you see that?
Things are bad. Shumela, things are bad. Things are bad. They're going to get worse for you right now.
Things are bad for India. Yes. Things are bad for India.
I think the problem is, anyway, Samar, who is doing some incredible work for the Republic Media Network across different parts of Afghanistan. He's been reporting. He keeps moving up and down, Deepak.
Right? He is not at
Yeah?
If he's working for Raw, yes, he's working incredibly. Not for the
we are
Republic.
very happy.
You must admit that.
One more statement
he's
is
just
coming.
simply a spy agent.
One more statement is coming that now it was earlier 59. What the Taliban is claiming is that the fatalities of Pakistan troops is 64, not 59.
But they have not been able. They have not been able to hit them back even once. Why is that?
Yes,
Major Nadeem has avoided that question.
Taliban fighters. There has been loss of 9 Taliban fighters so far, and there has been a rotation of Taliban fighters which has taken place today. So those who were at the front line for the past 3 days have come back, and fresh Taliban fighters have been have replaced.
What's your problem? Major Nadeem is saying. Yes, Major Nadeem. Major Nadeem, listen.
Yeah, Mr. Samar is lying continuously. He, in his clip, if you see his clip, you will not see any fence, right? Between Pakistan and Afghanistan, there is a fence across the whole border, right? And he did not show any picture of any fence, any barricade. Moreover, we are happy that you are about to marry Afghanistan. Let's you marry. And soon your honeymoon will be over, and then it will become a nightmare for you. Please remember the Jalalabad incident. Please remember all the invaders came from this place, and they will be havoc for you. Let me tell you,
you will pay a heavy price
unnecessarily if you are so.
Don't get provoked, Samar. He's only trying to provoke you. Bring him back to the podium.
Afghanistan. And आप अभी मत भूलें कि अभी आपके prisoner of war भी हैं.
Samar, provoke मत जाइए. The whole world knows that Pakistan's interior ministry, when Benazir Bhutto was there, played the pivotal role in the creation and rise of Afghanistan. At that time, Interior Minister Nasrullah Babar, he set up the so-called Afghan Trade Development Cell, which was a front to funnel funds to Taliban. Arey, don't teach me. I know everything. I know everything, how much money you sent them, through what channels, to what your state institutions did. I know it all. And that's why these Afghans know how to teach you. Nobody more than the Afghans, apart from the Indians, know how to treat the Americans, Pakistanis. Afghans are giving the Pakistanis third degree right now. And they said we'll respond. Why have they not responded, General Dayal?
Because Arnab, like I said, look, on the ground, the Pakistani army cannot respond in the area which we are talking about. That area is the fieldom of Taliban. They were earlier controlling the border from this side, now they are controlling the border from the other side. Secondly, Arnab, you must understand that the Pak army is a very, very commercial force. I mean, I wish this lady was talking about its army, the other gentleman was talking about its army. You haven't seen Indian army. If you can't face the Indian army, you saw what happened in Kargil. You saw what happened in Bangladesh. You saw what happened on the Western Front in 71. You see now, the day Indian army mobilizes, let me tell you, you will be the first to vacate. You will take a visa and go to your favorite country. You will not be in Pakistan because you are aware of it. And as far as we are concerned, we have nothing to do with the present thing. We do not sponsor terrorism. We do not sponsor war. Taliban has a genuine concern because you people have been destabilizing Afghanistan for a long time.
Now to conclude this, Saurabh, the Pakistanis have positioned themselves as possible military supporters to America. They thought they've done this deal where if they are under attack, the Saudis will come and help them. Now my question is, they have been under relentless attack from Afghanistan. Where have the Saudis come to help them? Except a statement from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. They said that if anybody attacks us, it's a joint defense agreement. Where are the Saudis? They've not carried out any military operation to defend Pakistan.
They were trying to sell this lollipop by saying that we will deliver Bagram. We are the ones who are the front line against terrorism. That entire bogus narrative has been exposed. The world, as I said, realizes that they are the real epicenter. They are nobody's friend, neither to the US or any other country. Afghans have realized this as well.
Afghan doesn't have any army. We are the best army already. We gave you a very good lesson.
Looting the world, whose only agenda is to destabilize the world by harboring terrorists and the terrorist agenda from across the globe. Every terrorist attack across the globe has a Pakistan imprint. And this is what the world has realized, and you stand exposed. The Afghans are resilient, they'll take you on, and that is what is happening. Why? They know what their country has gone through because of Pakistan-sponsored agenda of terrorism.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some live shots, and Pakistan again being treated very, very badly. I'm ending full frame with live shots. I can't see. Where is the Pakistani Prime Minister? I can't see him. Oh, he must be in the back row somewhere. Typically positioned like an assistant to Trump. That is what Shehbaz Sharif is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, India sent its minister there, and Shehbaz Sharif is not getting any placement. It's a bad day for Pakistan once again. Viewers, as we bring you these live pictures, we all support, and let's bring him on air, Samar Paltur, who's bravely doing some great work. The Pakistanis don't like him, but Samar Paltur, we're proud of you. And we bring him on air, and we appreciate Samar on air, please. We appreciate the great work you've done. Hats off to you. And there we are. Bishambar Dayal and Deepak Vora is there. Where there is military action, there is Republic. And I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow, sharp at 8. Good night and goodbye.
For a quick breather, Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा? पर गलती तो आपकी है। मेरी गलती? जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है? ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dash cans. Get smart, get Cubo.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you. where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
मेरी गाड़ी ठोकेगा? पर गलती तो आपकी है। मेरी गलती? तू जानता है मेरा बाप कौन है? ये देखो, पापा और गलती दोनों याद आ जाएंगे। अब देखा किसने सिग्नल तोड़ा?
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
ये बड़ी गाड़ी वाले ऐसे ही रैश चलाते हैं। पुलिस को बुलाओ। अरे चुप, तुमने तो गाड़ी वालों को ही विलन बना दिया।
ये देखो,
Cubo dash cams. Get smart, get Cubo.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature, and through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Ranthambore, India's finest, yet.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Some places feel like they've been waiting for you, where every piece speaks of legacy, from diamonds that celebrate ambition to festive gold that honors tradition. LD Sons.
Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Loses complete grip as Islamist groups storm Pakistan's capital in a united stand against the government. At 8:30 tonight, barely a year since the Al-Sheikh rape and murder, another case shakes the country, but taking no hard responsibility, Mamta Banerjee victim shames. And at 9 p.m. on this evening, Afghanistan teaches Islamabad a tough lesson. Pakistan's attempt to provoke after Muttaqi's visit to India ends in an embarrassing failure. And ladies and gentlemen, on April 22nd, 2025, a day after the Pahalgam terror attack, I had made the case that the balkanization of Pakistan is a ticking time bomb. It will happen. And let me tell you, Asif Munir and Shehbaz Sharif have not disappointed me. Absolutely not. In the last 6 months since Pahalgam, we first saw Sindh go berserk against the Pakistani government's corrupt water schemes. And then we saw Baluchistan on the boil. From the Jafar Express to the attacks in Quetta, there is no place where the Pakistan army can hide from the Baluch freedom fighters anymore. No place. And then we saw the POK bring Pakistan police and armed forces to its knees, sending back the plunderers of Islamabad with their uniforms hoisted on a pole. The visuals are all there. They can be played, ladies and gentlemen. And you all know that since Friday, the Taliban has been pounding Asif Munir's army in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as he faces an Afghan revenge for strikes in Kabul. But today, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you some incredible images. We can run them full frame, please, of a post-apocalyptic wasteland that the Pakistanis call Lahore. Look at the carnage. Look at the arson. Look at the clash. Look at the shooting. Look at the chants, the sloganeering, the violence and the charge. These are the people of Pakistan fighting their own army. The people of Pakistan have risen against their own Pakistani rangers. And let me tell you, it's not going to stop, because that is the plight of a betrayed population, betrayed by their own armed forces. And even here, Asif Munir's forces are taking a beating unlike ever before. These are demonstrators of the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, TLP, colloquially referred to as the TLP, Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan. And they have started marching. They are marching from Lahore. They are marching from Muridke, the same Muridke where we also pounded the Pakistanis in Operation Sindoor. These TLP demonstrators are marching towards